It's good you came in summer. In winter, it can get very depressing.
Hyperdrive.
Hello
Hello, chatto. It's Tuesday, and coming up today on Building a Nation with Sirens of Malta, we have 8 teams in Europe. What could possibly go wrong with that, other than a minuscule amount of coefficient? In other news, England will have less teams in Europe than normal, which means they will probably get about 75,000 points. But it doesn't matter, because we've spent £80 million on a brand new centre-back, and I looked at chat for no reason, and it's messed up my entire flow. Sad stirrups.
England getting a record-breaking 35 points this season. It's inevitable.
Why did I do that? I honestly thought, for some reason, I might be... God, my neck hurts today. What is these emotes?
Hey, Matto and Chatto. Long time no see. My manager is away this week, so I can enjoy the stream at work. Guilt-free-ish.
Well, Navi, thank you very much for the 2 months. That's very, very kind of you. Real AMC. 18 months. How's it going, man?
Wahoo.
That's awesome.
Toot my pipe, Matto.
Firstly, welcome back, my friend. It's lovely to have you in chat. I hope life is treating you good. What are these emotes, chat? I need to know. Are these new? Because they are bizarre. Hang on, let me turn the music down. It feels really loud. There we go. And you do. Thank you very much for the 10 months at tier 3. That is wild. I very much appreciate that. I really, really do. Limp-wristed intro. It was, yeah, I didn't have, today I was lacking pipe. So today, well, I was actually going to bring that up. Rion said, Pog and I went to a house viewing yesterday. Really liked it. Put in a application, so that's good. They are awful emotes. They're very Gen Z.
Hello,
I hate to say.
Hello, Chatto. How is everyone? Back in the gym. My legs are very sore, and I've suddenly rediscovered my flirt at work, so things are looking rather good now.
I always look forward to Mason's updates just because it always comes with some twist in the tale of Mason's love life, and it's like a story I'm very much here for. Okay, Fuma? Literally. Jamba Liar as well with the tier 3 at 50. What is...
Hello there, General.
Thank you so much. That's, again, very kind. I know I brought this up before, but it's weird. I had like 1 tier 3 sub at the start of FN24 and have done for the entirety of like me streaming. Another's like 10, and I don't understand it, but I'm very, very grateful. I seriously am. HL might get, yeah, you want to be careful with that. Probably going to try and sort one out on Friday, Wanderer Scarlight. Couldn't do it yesterday because Pog and I had the house viewing thing. Obviously, I've streamed today. Tomorrow we have another house viewing, so Friday's probably the next possible opportunity for it. 34 in a 10k? I couldn't run a 5k in that time at the moment, Mike. That's fucking insane. Fair play. I've been sacked as head of geography. Oh, Jesus Christ. I know. I've been going more and more mustachioed lately, particularly as we're coming up to Movember anyway, so you might as well just get in advance. That's awesome, Mike. Yeah, I'm thinking I might have to dip out of that race I signed up for in November just because I've basically not been able to train in like 4 weeks, and I've only got like 2 more weeks to train for it, and I've basically lost all of my fitness. So I might just book another one and then just try to go and train for that, because I'm still, as you can tell, not in the best shape for doing things like that right now. Oh, dear. Please don't ever feel bad about that. Like, anyone who's subbed to me, I'm incredibly grateful for. Believe me, I would never want anyone to feel like they had to be in any way. I'm just happy that people are here, you know? I'm happy that I get to turn on stream and people come to chat and we get to talk about fun shit. That's literally what it is. I have red match fitness. Interesting. Yeah, not only that, I've still got like that orange injury logo on me. I'm limited to 20 minutes of action at any time. A smoke show of a customer flirted with me, although I've warned her off hilariously. I want to know what you did to warn her off. She shut up on your tin. That is funny as hell. That's like... This song is really doing my brain. Sad that Dino didn't invite me as well. Dino did invite me. That's what made it hurt more. Oh, dear. Yeah, so I don't know if I think I might have actually had COVID, but I think what actually happened was I got ill while we were in Ireland. Then I came back, Pog picked something up from work, and there was like this crossover period where I both did and didn't have it at the same time, basically. Oh, you got warned off her. Well, I mean, probably for the best, right? Like, don't want to risk any HR stuff. Hello, Dan. What did you think of Everton's late equaliser? Bloody FIFA indeed. Yeah, it's a weird one. Someone mentioned Ten Hag. Who's Ten Hag? Is he that bloke that makes ice cream? Not Ben and Jerry's, the other guy. He's got his DARS guy that he does it with. I don't know. Never heard of him. Is he good? I need to know. In case he ends up managing Fulham one day. Nearest double deck. I literally... I couldn't believe it. Den Hag, that's the one, yes. it's Eric 10 games. That's, yeah, one of those. I mean, I think it's just because I don't really have an opinion on it beyond wishing he'd stayed in the job a bit longer. Right? Like, I was buying into his plan. I think me and the other fans of the other 19 clubs can all agree that we were very much buying into the Ten Hag program. I was enjoying the plan. Pretty much. If you get a house, what will be the address? We need it for stalking reasons. 123 Fake Street, Counterfeiton. It's in Devon, obviously, with a name like that. How can it not be? Couldn't go home after the game got more. Yeah, I was surprised when it suddenly wrapped up. I suddenly saw it at 5:30, and I was like, that. I could have sworn it was going to be at 3. Now, hey, guess where Hadrian's going for his crimes against Maltese football. Speaking of which, we've got a story about Maltese football and managers in a second, actually. Ah, dear. Don't think it was a... I think there's bigger problems at Man United than Ten Hag, but... I mean, who do they appoint now, right? The only name I've heard is Allegri. Actually, that's not true. I've also heard Southgate, which is extremely funny. Why do I think it's incorrect? Trust me, I'm a streamer. I would never lie. Moving houses. Hopefully, Mandar, yes. Pog and I saw a place... We've actually been to 2 viewings in the last week. We went to one yesterday. Amarim... Yeah, that would be interesting, actually. That makes a bit of... Honestly, I don't think it will fix the problem somehow. It's... Yeah. It's... I'm not sure what it will take to make Manchester United not a meme. Because at the moment, they literally just seem like a mid-table club now, and it's kind of... I think almost we've kind of got used to them being a mid-table club in the last little while. Even when they do well, it still feels like they're a mid-table club. It's hard to explain. You just... It feels like they lose every week and still manage to come, like, 6th. It's just... It genuinely feels like it would take a full rebuild, but I don't know if they're the sort of club that can do that, really, on the 15th. Well, I mean, to me, mid-table is anything from, like, 7th down to... I mean, you're right, actually, yeah. Yeah, even when they came second, it felt like a polar bear in Arlington, Texas. That kind of thing, you know? Yeah, so basically, we actually applied for the one we saw yesterday, Mandar, because we really, really liked it, but it's the one tomorrow that we're really excited about, because that one we really, really like. It's more expensive, but it's actually not when you factor in other things. So that's the one we're really hoping to apply for. But we were applying for both, because it's the same estate agent anyway, and we talked to the estate agent yesterday. She basically said that there's no way we'll hear back about this one immediately anyway, so we may as well just see the other one and apply for both if we want to, right? Mentality depressed. Yeah, it just seems like... I'm trying to think, United fans, I'm sure we have them in chat. What would you say was the best era of United since Fergie left? Like, when was the time that you felt the most optimistic about the future? Like, was it Solskjaer when they were actually doing... Even if they went behind 2-0 in every game? Because that's the only time I can feel... I remember being... Like, seeing United and being like, okay, there's actually something going on here. Mourinho, interesting. Ole had... Yeah. See, I'm glad I was actually right about that, because that's the one that I would look at and be like, okay, Ole was the... I know that they were at least fun to watch under Ole. As a neutral fan, I'd be like, okay, this is actually a really fun team. Oh yeah, Mourinho, you're always going to get, like, you're going to get some results probably, but he's not going to be a difficult watch as always, you know? Lampard, but imagine. No, they're just support Steven Gerrard, right? Although the teams are shit. Hey, they don't ask how, they ask how many, right? It's... Doesn't matter whether you win by an inch or a mile or who your opponents are. It's a bit like saying Leicester winning the Premier League isn't an achievement because the other teams were shit that season. Well, if they were also shit, like, someone should have won, shouldn't they? Pace them all the time. Yeah, that is pretty fun, actually. Carrick, he was for a little bit, wasn't he? Yeah, I liked that era. Ian Holloway. Isn't Ian Holloway back at Swindon Town now? Jose was lackluster. Ollie was decent for what he did. Netanyahu was awful. Yeah. Did they have any other... I swear they had other guys, or was it only that, like, interim guys? Who was that guy? Oh, was it Ranić they had for a little bit as well? Yeah, that was the weirdness of COVID football. Oh, yeah, I haven't got around to sorting the stadium out yet, actually. It's one thing I forgot to do. Because we did so much scouting and, like, signing on last stream, it took me so long to play through the rest of the summer to hear where we are. It was like 3 hours. That I wasn't able to actually spend the time doing that. But I do have things to show you. The first of which is Goodyear. Something's happened. Would anyone like to look at who's now manager of Goodyear United? I love it when FM does this. It just throws up genuine stories. Not only is Turati gone, But they've replaced him with Kerwin Vargas, who was the manager that got Goodyear to where they were before Taratti took over. They brought him back. It's incredible. So Taratti took over as Goodyear manager, was there for 4 years, basically made them into the the second best team in Malta comfortably. Then he left to take the Al Hilal job. But now that he's left as the United States manager, he's come back to Goodyear to take over again. So Goodyear are finally going to be good again. It's the dream. Oh, it's just lovely. Favorite personnel? Maybe. Like, does he have any, like? I don't know if that really works for managers, but maybe. Tends not to none. Good for him, I say. Yeah, he's got that extra scouting knowledge. He's ready. I'm feeling it for him. It's just exciting to have him back. But yeah, Taratti's left. I saw the news, like, I put it in the Discord at the time. I was just like, Taratti's gone, baby. Because he's become the Italy manager. The Goodyear United manager was poached by Italy. And do you know what? This is where Italy then don't qualify for the next World Cup or something. Oh. Specific header of opinion. Maybe. I think you have to look at that on your own profile, right? Good Europa team. Maybe, but it means potentially, what are that they might end up going and winning the Europa League this season in the meantime, right? That's the way I'm looking at it. Relationship with me. Was that just on their page, or am I just missing something? Either way. Happiness. Oh yeah, fairly poor. Not particularly impressed with you as a manager. What did I do? I bet Kerwin likes me. I bet Kerwin bloody loves me. Okay, well, he doesn't hate me. I'm kind of curious, actually, as to what Marlon Hilly thinks of me. As if he's still in a job. Not particularly impressed with you. I mean, that was very clear. I love that this man is even still in a job after what we did to him. He really has no business being employed in Malta ever again. Like, ship him off to Gozo, I say. Hey, Gordo. Excuse me, my voice has gone again. I didn't see what happened so much, Andrew, but I did see a TikTok about it earlier that there was 2 teams tied at the top, like miles clear of everybody else. Oh, dear. 4 Champions Leagues in 6 years. Yeah, but it's the fact that he's, like, not impressed with me as a manager. It's like, what, 4 Champions Leagues in 6 years? Grow up, innit? Italy's entire under 20s. They'll just find more. That's the issue. So, oh my god. Excuse me. 1 or 5 or 6. I mean, that's very true. We had 2 more opportunities. We could have won them all in there. So, lots of stuff to catch you up on. I haven't signed anyone new. Oh, that's not true. Sorry. We signed a couple of people, but they're not people that you hadn't already know about, I don't think, right? So, Alan Douglas is now in. For £35 million. That's scary a little bit there. The ghost there. Maybe I was. Maybe Casper just needed some release, you know? So that's Alan. Can't get him a loan currently. He feels like the type of guy that we might be able to find a loan for in January. Yeah, it does, Dan. I was going to use it for our new stadium. I just haven't got around to doing it yet. So yeah, as far as I know, it just works like any other EDT file. Or is it LNC? I think it's LNC for these, isn't it? So that's that. Danny Holst, the reason he joined us was because this chappy here, Andreas Christensen, who you'll know I've managed to loan to Goodyear, and he's now 2.5 stars, which is awesome. Basically, within like 10 days of being here, decided that he wanted to go home. So I brought in this guy, some random dude, and then released him immediately, and it fulfilled the promise.
Do you know if there's a train coming?
Bessie Dog, thank you for the follow.
Oh, yes, very
and this guy we'd already agreed to sign, which is Carlos Eduardo, who's just kind of mid-play. The only player I picked up that you wouldn't have seen is this guy, Hassane Fofana, because I noticed he was a player that was released by his club, and he had quite a high world rep. So I thought, fuck it, I'll sign him on a free, because he has quite good attributes, or from what I could see anyway. He's 29. He's not going to do anything really, but hey, thought it'd be worth. No, I think he went to HIK, right? Yeah, it's HIK. Hellerup Idrettsklub. They play them sports. So luckily he's not a complete. Yeah. Title 59 points for going to the final day where they played each other. Braithwaite proceeded with 3-0. Ooh. I love title races like that. We need more of that. We're not going to get that in England, but it'd be nice, wouldn't it? Be nice. So some players have left, obviously. I don't think any... Oh, hang on. There's a few signings. There's a few outs as well that you wouldn't have known about. Obviously, you knew about Vinken and Tesco's Express. Managed to sell John Rodriguez to Barca for 47.5 million quid. So that's reasonable. Free transfer, 1 year on loan at Liverpool, £50 million profit. Now, the worst thing about this, actually, is he actually turned down a move to Roma that would have been 60 million. It was 30 up front, 30 in installments that were all, like, based on time and not certain achievements. He turned down the contract at Roma, and that would have got us 60 million for him. But then Barca luckily came back in as if he's injured. Oh, that's funny as all hell. I didn't even see that. I didn't even see that. So not only do I sell him a player for 50 million quid, but now he's out for 3 months as well. It's perfect. Tesco's Express left, yes, but for 100 million pounds to Liverpool, because basically we knew that we weren't going to be able to play him this season because it just doesn't. That other tactic just doesn't seem to work properly when we rotate around it. And he was only going to kick off. I extended Figueiredo's contract because he was the younger of the two. And I decided that we'd just rather keep him since he was more of a homegrown type of player. And he does have homegrown training nation. Batista is still here, though. Yeah, I can't get rid of him. He's like a barnacle. So we decided to tell Tesco's Express. Yeah, I love that this guy... You think when he left, he'd probably want to change his name. But no, man's consistent. I rate that from him. But we got 100 million for him. So it's not the end of the world. It's good cash. Yeah, it was 58 to rising to 100. So it's good money for us. I also sold Ben Wagstaff to Liverpool for £30 million. Now, originally, Liverpool had bid £30 million at the start of the window, and he turned down the contract. Oh, he'll probably score a load, but at the end of the day, he was only... What would happen, basically, is if we kept him, he wouldn't have played. He would have then complained about not playing, thus upsetting himself and the rest of the team, because you know how they'll always be on their side, even when it would involve taking them out of the squad. Then we'd have had to sell him anyway, but it would have come with his contract having 1 year less on it, and he would have been upset, which means we would have been forced to sell him, which means teams would have offered us less money. So we'd have ended up losing him for like 30 million instead of 100 in a year's time. So I just figured we'd take the cash on the deal. Obviously, Benfica, incredibly, triggered that clause to actually sign a player they had on loan, which I've never seen on FM24, but they did it. So £20 million for Brow, which is great. As for loans, there have been some new ones. A few guys have gone to Tarshin, including Gennaro Concili, which I like as a deal for them. What else we got? Is that... Oh, those are... Wait. Oh, wrong order. Hang on. There we go. Wrong way round. Just want to catch you up on loans. Obviously, loads of Dingley loans. That's not really a huge surprise. We've also got... Jake Aspin has got a loan to Goodyear. Got a Master Schlock, nothing major there. I also had a deal agreed for Herculano to go to a Saudi club for £30 million. He turned down the contract from a Saudi club, and now he's on loan at Roma for free. Which just makes me sad. You pick up? Yeah, absolutely, I will do. I'm just going one thing at a time, right? Van der Velde's also gone to Srevenish Vezda because he got sent back by Goodyear, I think, because he wasn't really playing. Adrian, though, has gone to Melita, which I really like as a deal for a team in the second tier. He feels like a really solid option. A few guys to foreign clubs and like affiliate sides in there as well. Obviously, John Rodriguez. A few more of those as well. Just because they were slightly older. Yakuba's gone on to Roma for a season. They're paying me £5 million for the loan. And there's a £14 million fee, but at least they're giving us $5 million for the loan. So I can't really argue with that. A few more domestic loans in there as well. Sold Khaled Khalil to Eintracht Frankfurt for £4.5 million. I don't even know who this guy was, but we were able to sell him. Worried to lose Marco Silva to United? Not really. I don't really think that's the type of job he'd take at this stage. He's been better at like knowing where his bread's buttered. Like, I think he knows that it's a bit of a poison chalice these days, really. The Polish guy, by the way, he's actually Colombian. This guy here, Mateusz Kucharczyk, you might be thinking, oh, yeah. No, he's Colombian. Mateusz Kucharczyk is actually from Colombia. It doesn't even have Polish second nationality. It's insane. No, the plan with this save, AMC, is to essentially go until we can't go no more in terms of interest and boredom in many ways, because there's a lot of factors that could potentially... Because I saw some comments on the last recap video about how we have to keep this save going to FM25. I'm just like, at the end of the day, those same people probably wouldn't watch it because it would just be so... There would be no way to make any real progress unless we see any real changes, really. And I think the biggest thing holding us back is honestly the reputation of the other Maltese sides, because Goodyear just sold a guy to Barcelona for £36 million. So while they can sell players for big money, they then can't replace them at the right rate. Go to would beat United in a final. I would like that, actually. There was a few more I wanted to show you as well, actually. Roy Fleming's gone to Newcastle. It was Newcastle or Villa. Those are the two choices. I looked, saw Villa were in the Conference League, saw Newcastle weren't, and sent him to Newcastle instead. Because Villa were the Conference League team for England, and would you believe it, they drew Stade Rennes. They drew against Rennes Stade Rennais in the playoff round, and Stade Rennais beat them. So England at least don't have them in Europe. It's the best possible scenario for us, really, was them drawing each other. Of course, we still have France, but yeah. We got 4 titles. Beat Real to the most. That's not feasible. Because Real Madrid have like 18. So we'd still have to win another 14 Champions Leagues, which would be a minimum of 14 seasons, which is absolutely pointless. At that point, anyway. What's some more in here, too? A couple of guys have gone on loan to Balsan Youth, obviously. Fabrizio to Goodyear. Big ones, though. Emanuele Iannone has gone to Zabar on loan. That is a massive deal. No, we've only got 4 Champions Leagues. I mean, say 4, like, at the end of the day, Champions Leagues are hard to win. Even if you have the best team in the world, it's so hard to win them all, right? England only 5 teams in Europe. No, they'll have 6. They'll have 2 in the Europa League, 4 in the Champions League. Get drawn to the qualification round. It's weird. I didn't see it happen that much, but I wasn't paying attention to begin with. But it does seem like it happens more and more now. We've actually... Do you remember that year when it almost felt like every single big nation were drawn against each other? It was a great year for us. I think it was our 27-point year, actually. And that might have been why, right? But also, one thing I checked about him, he's got important player status as part of his contract at Zabar, which is why I accepted it. There was an offer from Slima, but they only had him as a squad player. So I figured, we'll give him important player at Zabar because they've lost their main striker. So I figured that would be the right deal for them, right? Slima did take Alan Mordal, though, as a loanee instead. Also, Goodyear took Ogbonna, who'd come back from his loan at Tarshin, and Christensen, of course. Svetsnov went out on loan as well, Carlos Eduardo. And then there was a couple of deadline day loans as well from Nashar to get in Doshek, Nashnosh, and there's one other guy in there as well, Debajadi, who's quite a solid centre-back. But yeah, so that's basically that situation. Let me just quickly catch up on that one before. So yeah, Nashar doing some bitsies. But remember, they're newly promoted, but we will see. So, our fixtures. Billion event. Ooh. Won the bloody thing. Hell yeah, that's awesome, man. Congratulations. Love to see it. So, our fixtures. Real Madrid and Roma at home. Olympiacos, Sweetie away in match day 4. It's weird to see a game against the Maltese side that isn't the last match day, but it is. We've got Sweetie away match day 4, which means we may well having to throw that one to them because it's too early for us to know what that would matter, but I think it will probably mean we should be able to get top 8 without it, right? Porto away, Ajax away, Celtic at home, Club Brugge at home. Really? This might even be easier than last year. Incredibly. When you actually look at it. Oh. Apparently, we already didn't get the house from yesterday, chat. So that's good news. Despite them literally saying, oh, we won't hear back from them until you look to the next one. Terrific. Oh. I should just get used to this, I suppose. That's good to know. That was the backup one. That's concerning. Lucius, it's something like we would do. To be fair, I still feel like we could recover, honestly, even if we did. I feel like it's the sort of thing that win will probably be enough to get Sweetie to get through. Whereas... even if we were to come 9th, I don't think it's the end of the world for us. I feel like we're capable of beating anybody, especially over 2 legs. Like, Olympiacos have done okay in this save. They're sort of one of those teams they're either a really solid Europa League side or they're like a actually quite poor Champions League side. Oh, it's found the place. That's nice. So, Pog, what was all that shit yesterday about, oh, we won't hear back from them until, like, later in the week then? Not getting the backup because you're getting the plan A one. I like the way you think. We better now. Otherwise, it would just be like, really? So basically, they're talking out their arse as fucking usual. Who do the others have? I haven't actually looked. Because we've got a lot of games to get through, so we'll just kind of have to see their fixtures as they come, because it would take us a little while to go through. We can have a look at, like... Sweetie have got Marseille away. By the way, we're on the day of their games. I nearly went through it accidentally, but I didn't want that thing to happen where, again, might potentially get good results off camera, so I wanted to make sure we actually saw them today if they were to happen. Marseille and Celtic is good. Roma away, obviously us. Lyon at home. Olympiacos away. Tell you what, Sweetie's got some pretty favourable fixtures. We like that. Tarshin. Nice, Austria Viet. I learned that they have 3 games in Europe before they ever play a league game. Also, great when they have 2 games in 2 days. That's always good, isn't it? Really like that kind of scheduling there, FM. That's always what you want. tremendous work there. But Nice, Austria Wien, Besiktas, Rangers, Viking, Konyaspor, Boavista, and FC Honka. That seems reasonable, aside from that. Hello, Adrian. We were just checking out some absolutely insane fixtures. Notably, these 2 games in 3 days in the Europa League. Ah, dear. Nothing like Tuesday, Thursday. It happens because FM doesn't know how to schedule fixtures properly. Valletta have got Dinamo Zagreb, of course, Banik Ostrava, Domžale, Lazio, Ludogorets, Lille, Hammarby, and Milan. They'll win them all. They'll win them all. Zabara obviously aren't in Europe. Balzan have got... They obviously beat Hajduk Split together. I should have mentioned that, but it's kind of a given these days. Maccabi Tel Aviv, Antwerp, Aris, Anderlecht, RFS, and Vikingur. That should be enough for top 8, or at least a solid result. Birkirkara, Atletico Wolfsburg, Napoli, Arsenal, Young Boys, Malmö. That's a really tough group. Birkirkara are absolutely hosed here. The 5 minutes ago live, we were the first ones to phone up and got the view at like 3 days before everyone else. Oh, you'll like this, Bill. Went to see a house yesterday. Sorry, the house we went to see yesterday, the one we just didn't get. About like a street and a half down, there was a house and it had these 2 giant, on flagpoles, Ipswich town flags. I was like, okay, we're a long way from Kansas. How to get the other, just get the other clubs to be better? I love how you simply made that sound. It's not easy. It's about the loans, really. The loan market initially, by loaning them as many players as you can to make them better, it just makes them better. Then they sign better players because they have better players, and it's sort of a self-fulfilling prophecy at that point. Then they get into Europe, which means they get higher prestige, higher rep, more money, which they're then able to invest even further, and then they can start selling players for more as your league rep increases. So, for example, Goodyear sold a player for 36 million this summer. Now, will they invest that money wisely? No, because it's the AI, but at least they have the opportunity to get it, right? So there's that. Plan A. Well, we haven't even seen Plan A yet. Literally, the Plan B one, by the way, was the one that we saw within 2 minutes, rang them about it. And they sent it to us in advance as well. So yeah, that's just fucking shit, isn't it? I'd be curious, because I'll be seeing the same estate agent tomorrow, so I'll be curious to ask her, what was that shit about not hearing back from the landlord then? It's a slog at times, yeah. How long are we in the future? 2050. Up here. Don't they know who I know? Exactly. I am of absolutely no importance. Milan, Rapid Wien, Karabag in the... Oh, that's Europa League. Okay, I thought that was the Champions League for a second. Juventus Vesta, Nice, Midtjylland. Why are they all away? Shamrock Rovers and Ludogorets. Goodyear could easily win those games. And Gazira aren't in Europe. And Hamron have got Sporting away. Monaco, Shakhtar, Liverpool, Club Brugge, PSV, Benfica, and Real Madrid. Have you noticed how the other Maltese sides never get pit against each other, but we always seem to get one of them? Weird. To be fair, maybe. What I will say is the house was very dirty, and they kept talking about how, oh yes, they're going to clean it. I'm like, but are they though? Why would they be showing it to us in this state? I was going to say, I've got a cap for England. I'm wearing an England shirt with my name on the back right now. I'm even wearing England tracksuit. Bottoms today, again. I've got full kit again, chat. So yeah, we're on the day of fixtures. Hang on, I'll show you before we actually get into it, because it's already done the thing. Oh god, it's going to freeze out of this menu, isn't it? It's the load screen again! I must admit, the one we spoke to last week at an estate agent we'd never deal with, she was genuinely lovely, and we've had great experiences with them so far. We just decided not to put an offer in on that place because it just wasn't quite right for us, but they were really, really good. Unfortunately, this estate agent that we're dealing with is the biggest one in the area, and they just hoover up so many of these properties, it's hard not to deal with them a lot of the time. Exactly. If they can't even clean it, like, to give you an idea, the bath had like random crap in it that was like caked onto it, and I'm just like, that's really weird. Oh, it's because they were painting the property. I'm like, okay, cool, but yeah. I'll wear my shin pads. Yeah, exactly. The estate agent in at first. Yeah, the house we saw last week actually had tenants in it, and they were lovely. Again, full of like praise for the property itself. Whereas last one we saw yesterday was completely empty and had been for like a month as well. Apologies for this chat. It's just doing that thing. Is your estate agent João Polinia? No, because if it was, I'd buy any house. Oh, good lord. Hi, is that maybe? Yeah. It was also cheaper than I would have expected. We're just gonna have to sit here on this screen because it's almost like the reverse of the squad one. When you have too many players in your squad, it crashes out on the squad screen. When you've got too many players out on loan because you've got them out of your squad, it then crashes out on this screen instead. Yeah, Cortege I managed to get an extended loan for. Or I think I just kept his loan. I think his loan actually might have been an end of next season one anyway. So he is going to do one more year at Sleemer and hope that he can play. Particularly as this year we won't need him so much because we've got VR. Right, so the fixtures that are being played today, that the screen's already gone past, the crucial ones are Sweetie are away at Marseille and Hamron are away at Sporting. I believe Birkirkara play on the same day as Ash. I wanted to show you that one. Yeah, Fleming's at Newcastle now. Oh, we can see his big matches. Good question, actually. Not Crottage. That's a different player. So is that. Should have known when he was 33 years old. There he is. Loves big matches too. Loves a good big match. I still think there's a player here. I'm just worried that we might have waited too long on his development to get him into the team. And I'm wondering if maybe we should have put him instead of Hajarowan. Although Hajarowan has become a very good player and he's worth a fortune, I do wonder if he's going to get any better than he currently is. I wonder if we've just maxed him out super quickly. But with Aurora Borealis above Tromsø Stadium? No. Oh, damn. That looks sick. I do regret never managing to get up to Tromsø Stadium when I was there. Because that would have been cool. That's so sick. I never really even saw any kind of Aurora Boreali while we were there. That's lovely, yeah. Couldn't get rid of Boulay, unfortunately. Haven't registered for the squad or anything like that. But I did manage to fix the squad without causing any true issues. The only players I deregistered were players I didn't care about anyway. But we do want to keep those to a minimum. I managed to loan out basically every random flip guy for the most part anyway, which is helpful. Right, come on, lads. That feels like a win. They've won this game a few times, I think. This feels like it's going to be nailed on loss for Hamron. Although, maybe Pugliese... Oh, my God. What the fuck? I mean, when your striker or winger is sent off after 30... Oh, wow. Own goal. Show the league. We've not played any league games yet, so there's nothing to show because there's no games played yet. Oh, yeah, I do want to go back to Tromsø anyway, so at some point. Damn. That was the joke. Just need to move to Belgium. They made 0 subs. That's weird as well, isn't it? When they have an entire bench and didn't use it. Look at the match sharpness, by the way. I do love it when AI clubs don't get any match sharpness in their team. It's so... This, by the way, is actually really costing us games in the Champions League. I mean, not that this one is a cute... But, like, look. Marseille, fully match sharp, basically. Sweetie, not got any match sharpness in their squad. Hamron will probably be similar. So, why have Sweetie got none? Great result from Hamron, though. Like, you can only schedule one friendly against them. That dude, Oyen, thank you very much for the follow. And JPro, thank you for the 24 months. Yeah, you can schedule one friendly. But it's weird how, why do Hamron have match sharpness, but Sweetie don't? Is that because we played against Hamron in the Super Cup final? Bottled it. In a way, yes. I mean, they were 2-0 up, but they didn't deserve the win. But this is also welcome to Football Manager. Steve-O, thank you for the follow.
There's a train coming anytime soon.
Oh, yes, very soon.
Yeah, but Pugliese, I think he's going to be crucial. That's my bet. I would be willing to bet that Birkirkara don't have match sharpness either. Let's have a look at Sweetie's fixtures. So they played like 4 friendlies. That's it. Crisanto's really good. Like, really, really, really good. He's more of an attribute player than he is on pure stars or anything, but, like, he does the job. He's so much better than we thought he was going to be. Hey, Steve. I'm doing excellent. I've been doing a lot better if our other Maltese sides actually had any match sharpness going into Champions League games. I do find it funny, though, that this happens every year, and I think this is the sort of thing that genuinely costs us, because it feels like they get better as they grow into the Champions League, but we know how important match sharpness is. Like, knowing this now, I don't think there's anything we can do with the scheduling that would make any difference to that, other than having the league start sooner. That way they'd have some league games in August or something that would mean that they would then have friendlies. They would essentially... That's the only thing that you could change, really, would be to have more league games start sooner. But this is the sort of thing that you really wouldn't even be able to think about, right? Bartos is more of a stars player. How... I refuse to believe that you do... Oh... Like, he has good attributes, and his stars are okay. And he's worth 114 million. Didn't play for Sweetie in that game, though, concerningly, because he was suspended. Message of qualification. That's the other problem. Yeah, it does. It fucks up the qualification side of things. They'd get wrecked in the qualifiers instead. Ah, dear. Right, what about... Oh, there's no... That's a good result for Hamron, though. Pugliese, I think, is going to be the crucial cog in the machine. Like, obviously, we have decent match sharpness because I schedule loads of... Yeah, I did leave Plage Kral out of the squad. Oh, what a lad. I have extended his contract, too. Development graph. What was Bartos' development graph? There you go. He's showing quality. We're seeing green arrows. Have faith. I'm going to be insufferable now that Babasi's vice captain, by the way. Caffeine! Thank you for the 32 months. That's so many bloody months. Stevenage. Not really sure what I can show. I found the best way to actually show their progress is to highlight their key player, because they've usually been at the club for a while. There we go. And that'll at least give us some kind of knowledge as to where they... Oh, right. Hey, busy baby. Taking a lot from 25 delay. Basically, I haven't actually spoken about this for like a week now, but yeah, I'll rephrase again. I've kind of like managed to condense it down. Essentially, I think the delay is good because I'd rather have a game come out that's actually decent and in a working order than a pile of shit that is unplayable. Because I think that would do more harm than good, and I think it's the right decision to delay on that side of things. That doesn't mean that it's not still bad planning, because it absolutely is. The second prong, though, to that is I do still think it was hilarious that they announced the game and announced a release date, only to roll back on it literally 10 days later. There's no way they couldn't have known that they were going to need an extra 5 months 10 days prior to that, right? But I suspect that was more down to pressure from publishers. The third prong of that is it does put me in a difficult position as a content creator. However, that's something you should have to concern yourself with. I'm just going to have to find a way to get through that, right? And I'm trying to do so. Which is why I think we may have to have a new save at some point soon, you know? So yeah, Stevenage have been mostly League 2, it would seem. They may have gone higher or not, it's just hard to tell. That's sort of my general thing on it. Because I, at the end of the day, just want the game to be good and I want it to be enjoyable and playable for people, right? So, as much as they get negative press for this, now what I will say is they do very much have to put out a game that is playable now. There's no, like... Why can't you offer to sell them on that screen? Yeah, I can't get rid of this guy. I've been trying to get rid of this guy for ages. Right. Who would be a key card? Oh, that's a toughie. But that's the other thing. It does give me more time to sort out a computer, particularly if I'm going to be moving. Although maybe not, since apparently, yeah, I'm not allowed a house. Try a US men's national team save. I tried that. Don't you remember Alan? Who can't remember Alan? Yeah, I rotated, so we should be good for this. Reynoso VR. I think I did start Hajarowan last game for this exact in mind, because I want to make sure that I keep Hajarowan's fitness levels, or rather his match load, in check this year. At least we get 5 more months of being able to play national team saves, if we were to want to, right? Why is it actually a problem for you as a content creator? I mean, I think that should be fairly obvious, but I will explain. Because FM content relies on game cycles, right? Which means that if there's no game cycle, then there's no new content, thus there's no more interest in the game, thus interest in the content then falls in a linear direction with it. In addition, the game usually comes out at a time of year when YouTube revenue is at a higher amount because it's closer to Christmas, thus you're able to make a lot of money in a couple of months, which then allows you to account for the fact that you won't get much money in the other months of the year. That's basically why. That's the general gist of things. I hope that was, like, clear. Data when playing international management. Oh, that'd be hilarious if everyone just did international management. So by the end, there was just like no normal saves. That would be hilarious. Not that I was just being bitter, Andy, because we got turned down for yet another house. That's actually irked me. Zimmer is still a little bit injured. Brooksy's a little bit injured. Brooksy threw another hissy fit over the course of the summer because it's just all this man does now. He got over it, but then the game said he was happy to stay, and then I went to his profile and it still said he wanted to leave. Like, yeah. Yeah, pretty much. It's not even a case of potential income. Like, at the end of the day, it's because the revenue cycle for FM is very lopsided. You have to make a lot of money in the start of the year, knowing that you're going to earn less for the end of the year, meaning that it kind of balances out to being a decent average, right? But if you then don't get that bit at the start, it then fucks the rest, basically. It's just very lucky that they actually release it in that cycle. If they released it in like August, that would actually be kind of worse, right? Tabakaru, who's one about like PSG for loan. Yeah, which is amazing, by the way. Content Creator League. We can't. That's not. Do you mean like the thing that Hood's doing, the match of the delay? That's not being streamed. we are recording our content specifically for the save. We're not even in like a call with each other. Hello, Mikey. How's it going, man? Yeah, if you do ! Tactics, Buzz, you'll get a tactics pack that has this and some other working tactics and some also that aren't working but are also very funny. So be careful which you choose, right? Yeah. So yeah, he's wanted by PSG on loan. I'm trying to get a loan for him, but he is in the squad for the Champions League, but it's not viable. Oh, so yeah, Steve's doing this thing called Match of the Delay, which is basically a full 20-player content creator league where each of us has been assigned a Premier League team and we are literally playing all the fixtures in a giant league. And then he's having like episodes weekly, like match of the day, basically. It's really fun. I've already played 2 games. I'm managing Spurs in that, in case you were wondering. I was hoping I'd get allocated Fulham, but that would have been unfair. Jake got Fulham. Tours around the house. You'd love to see it. Hope you're not Brentford. No, I'm managing Spurs. I won't tell you how I've done so far because I've only played 2 games and obviously none of the games are out yet. Wait, what was that? Oh, I already set it up, didn't I? I'm hoping that I can cancel out Quantum Spursiness. Grinelli's still here. He's about to turn 35 and yet he's still this good. What a guy. Red Sword of Kaigan. I wish there was more of it. Starting new series called Scythe. Scythe is really good. Is that the Neil Schusterman one? Yeah, I've read Scythe. I actually gave up on Sword of Kaigan. I really enjoyed the start. Then the middle dragged so much for a book that was a standalone novel that I just couldn't get past it. Although I suspect part of that was, yeah. Yeah, it's Luke Liverpool. Liverpool are a bloody good side. So far, I've only played Bournemouth and Ipswich. But again, I won't tell you anything about results of those games because that's you have to watch the series, basically. But yeah, Schusterman, Scythe is really good. Yeah, he's also a face in the game, which just makes it even worse. I really need to start playing some games if we're going to get through 6 today. Look at me go. Yeah, he is going to terrorise you for the next 20 years. Who got City? I actually don't know who got City. Let me check the Discord. City is... Tony Jameson. Like the big club, we've got... Yeah, let me just get the image bigger. Actually, I'll just load this up so you can see yourself. Don't know why I would look at that when I can just show you. So yeah, we got Dodgy Gamer as Arsenal, Size managing Aston Villa, Limo, I love that he's not in the picture as well, or unless that's Limo there, maybe that's Limo there, is Bournemouth, McKinn's is Brentford, Murph is Brighton, Musterman is Chelsea, that's going to be a tough one, Zims has got Palace, Josh has got Everton, Jake has Fulham, Trek has Ipswich, I've already played against Trek, Lama's got Leicester, Luke's obviously got Liverpool, Tony's got Man City. That's perfect, actually. Breezy's got Man United, which I love that he didn't get West Ham. Tickers has got Newcastle. Muno's got Forest. Tom's got Southampton. That's going to be really tough. Look at me with my double chin. And we've got Kempy and Robbo as well. It's good. It's good. It's a cool idea. I'm happy with his team. Trek's doing this interesting thing where he's playing a different tactic in every single game. That's what he was telling me yesterday. Which I think is cool. Because I suppose if you're Ipswich, right, you've got to try something. There's a good amount of beards. Some beard... Who doesn't have a beard out of this? Other than, obviously, Monique. But, like... Does anyone not have a beard? It's there's a heavy amount of beards going on. We're getting there. Tactical community to think, well, it won't actually matter because it's being played in versus mode using, like, fresh instances, essentially. So you're always going to have the same team available. So it's like optimal environments. No, Muno doesn't have a beard either. Right. Real Madrid, let's get things cracking. And also that means I had to sign up for an FMFC account, which I say sign up for. I already have one. However, when I tried to log into it, it said my password was wrong. Oh, shit. It said my password was wrong. And then when I come to reset it, the screen that lets you reset your password is broken. So when I type in a password, it tells me that it's not applicable, even though it follows the same requirements. I then signed up for a new account, used the same password that it said wasn't allowed, and it let me sign up for a new account. FMFC is the biggest pile of shit. It's incredible that is actually allowed to exist. So yeah, had to sign up for that, because you have to sign up for, yeah, I was enabling my, my hacks chat. Incredible scenes, but yeah. So there's that. I actually do quite well against Real Madrid here. Hog roast toasty. To be fair, I rarely ever get anything more than just a straight up coffee when we're in Costa. Oh, go on. Oh, that's a chance. Oh my god! Bro only scores bangers. Sirens 1, Real Madrid 0. Otavio does nothing except score insanely good goals. Like, he got that 25-yard header last year. He got that insane long-range banger last time. And now he's got this one. He just strides onto it on his left. Bang. On the up bounce. Oh, it deflects past the goalkeeper, in fairness. But even so, great start. If we can beat Real Madrid here, yeah. Drop table subscriber table. What? Was I that sounds like a sequel injection joke. I might be wrong. Big Car are holding their own here. I feel like every time I say that they immediately start losing, so there is that side of things as well. Oh, chat, I've got to stop talking. I really do. I am a curse. Ah, dear. It's next Club World Cup. I think we had a Club World Cup last summer. So I actually don't know when the next Club World Cup is. What are they, odd or even years? Because we're in an even year right now, so it means that it certainly obviously isn't this summer. So it might be next summer, might not. Oh, good touch from Renault. So he must be offside, surely. Yeah, Miles. We just qualified for one. That's true. Should stop talking. I know it's just what I do. 2053. Okay, so that's a good while away. It depends, because 2052 is the year we find out if we're going to get probably another financial collapse. Well, that's close. Miles or so would be a banger. It would, wouldn't it? 0 shots for Real Madrid. We're just that good. Talk so I complain about. I don't know. There's someone in the comments to the VOD, not the VOD, the recap video talking about my talking too fast. But at the end of the day, like, you have control. You can slow me down. Right? That's the beauty of the internet. That's just how I talk, man. I've always been very self-conscious about it for such a long time. And I kind of just accepted in then that that's just who I am. That's how I talk, right? Come on. Second goal here. Oh, we're building up to something special now. Some people watch me on higher speeds. Like, just let that sink in for a second. VR, go on. Oh, patience. This is going to end up with a long-range banger to nothing, isn't it? Oh, actually, wait a second. Look at the patience. Oh, it's delightful. Pereira and Babesi linking. This is like genuinely world-class stuff from Sirens right now. So you talk about a lot of things at once. That's true. That's a good point. I do talk fast, though. I'd say I talk well over average speed. But you're right. I am easily distracted by thoughts in the middle of sentences, which means that I then have to circle back. It's a bit of a mess, really. I might be a vampire. Someone say that Teixeira had already scored. Oh, he has, hasn't he? But at least it's against Man United. So in a way, we've actually done a good there. We've sold them a sleeper agent. Literally, yeah. It's because it's especially bad with chat, because if someone asks me a question in chat and I'm busy explaining that and I'm still reading chat and playing the game at the same time, I'll see something else in chat that I then feel I have to comment on immediately rather than just letting it exist. Because again, my brain works like that and I feel like I'm rude if I don't respond immediately. I think that genuinely comes from partly just the way I am as a person, but also from when I started streaming. There was this initial part where there were people that would get really arsey at you if you didn't immediately respond to them, like the second they put a message in chat. And it's like, I feel like I'm actually pretty good at responding to chat. Perhaps more so than other streamers, in fact, because I pretty much spend the entire time just reading chat. FM's a good game for that, in fairness. But, yeah. Still I think that they rarely exist. I rarely ever see comments like that in chat these days. And if I do, it's usually like first-time chatter, and I'm like, okay, but not that there's anything wrong with first-time chatters. I love the first-time chatters, let's be honest, right? They're great. Everyone was a first-time chatter once. Oh, go on. Oh, Crompy. Normally lookups now. You're right, it can be lookups. I think the lookups thing is where, like, you're in the middle of a match, someone will do a lookup, and then, like, a minute later, it's like, why haven't you done my lookup? I'm like, because we're in the middle of a game. Like, it's just, we will get to it. Sometimes I do forget for, like, half an hour, though, so in fairness, there's a flip side of that. A yapper's delight. You're absolutely right, though. I'm just arch yapper. I almost worry that if I do actually get diagnosed and get medication, will I somehow lose yappingness? I don't think that's likely somehow. I think I might just be able to control my yappiness a bit more. I might be able to focus the thoughts. The yappiness will remain, but the thoughts will be more, like, consistent, I suppose. AFC Grimbo, thank you for the follow. Tyler Reddit for channel. I missed the end of the race because I was watching the F1 and I was thinking, oh, the NASCAR will be on for ages afterwards. Turned it over literally as he was doing a burnout on the front stretch. So that sucked. The Giant Mimir, thank you for the 28 months.
I looked in the mirror this morning. You are my hair twin.
Yeah, good hair though. It's the only thing I've got genetically that's decent is my hair. I'll take it. What the fuck is this? New screen? Somewhat normally. To be fair, I don't actually have any trouble with sleep. There you go, Grimbo. Love to see it. Welcome aboard. And now you're no longer a first-time chatter because every chat you put afterwards is second or third. You passed the test. Not that there's a test. Donkey permanently. Oh, yeah. Actually, or I'd be super quiet, Bill. It depends. My social battery is pretty limited. Like, I can do like an evening, but I really struggle when any kind of social thing stretches into more than one day. Which is why I was having to work so hard when we were in Liverpool. Because we were there for like 6 days. And for me, that is incredible. And I know that Aaron's the same. So for both of us, that was really, really difficult. Luckily, I think we had each other, and that kind of made it easier to bounce off of each other, particularly as we were aware of how each other are in those situations, and thus were able to be patient with each other. I mean, let's say this was long. It was amazing fun, and I would, like, not change it for anything. But there were long days, which actually made it easier in some ways, and we weren't having to be social all the time, but you did have to be switched on quite a lot. I think I would have actually found it harder if it was a lot of the social stuff more. Luckily, we were generally left alone for the most part. And in the evenings, we finished so late, we weren't like going out and partying or anything like that. I remember the first time we did anything that wasn't that was like the third day or even the fourth day, actually, when we went for a single beer in the hotel bar afterwards. We sat there like, God, I'm knackered. Low social battery. It's not so much low social battery. I think it's just like just like me or you. Like, anxiety gets us all, right? Not Lithuania. Oh, the Lithuanians. So fun. We were going up in the hotel lift for like, we're going to head to bed, and they're like, oh, we're going to change and go to the club. I'm like, brilliant. Sensational. Where's the Herman Miller arriving? Yeah, they never got back to Aaron about that. Well, that's why I always talk so much as well, Stephen, because I want it to be a situation where you don't always have to be watching me to know what's going on. That's why as weird as it feels, it doesn't feel weird to me. I will still slip into commentary, like let's play commentary mode in the middle of matches, which must sound so strange to you. But to me, it feels entirely natural, and I do that so that people that aren't literally watching the stream know exactly what's going on for the most part. That, and it's almost like a tick. I just do it anyway. I'd have been doing that even if the game was offline. Like, if I was playing that game by myself, I'd probably still be commentating out loud. That's why I started playing this game and making this content in the first place, because I was like, bruv, you're already doing this. Ah, dear. Actually, Jinx. I don't know if Jinx is in chat. I think you are, Jinx, right? Because I want to look up a player on your behalf. But first, I want to look up this guy. The Vols Post. Well, yeah, I wanted to sort of become what I wanted it to be was, I've always said this, just chatting with FM in the background. However, I also wanted it to be a situation where it was essentially like a podcast if you weren't paying attention, or if you weren't able to physically watch. I don't think he's in my save, unfortunately. I almost feel like you're setting me up for a joke here. No, literally. That's why I started making content in the first place. Like, I told you guys about how I used to have a fake football league in my head. Just in my head as a kid that definitely didn't spawn into adulthood. And I definitely can't remember, like, hundreds of names and teams and results. Like, keep you on the... Yeah, I mean, it's great, because now that I know that I'm in those situations, I can then fuck with people. It's just even better. Watch you shoot one drive. Yeah, I suspect so, Bill. I suspect... Like, see, I've already forgotten what I was just talking about. Literally, it's gone. Just, the thought is gone. 269. So the league, as far as I remember, actually only went up to like here's a weird thing. The way it would work in my head actually is that the league season that we were currently in my head would become the current season, and it would always be the year that I was currently in life, right? And if I in my head progressed ahead of time, it would shuffle them back rather than adding into the future. I'll always remember. Like, the thing is, I can't even tell you a lot of the teams because they were really, really, really oddly specific geographically. Custom skin in my head? I suppose so. Yeah, that was how it went in my brain. Groundhog Day manager, in it, yeah. Lost City in Mexico jungle by accident, of course. I've done that so many times. It's so awkward. Roy Scott Shot United. It was not quite that, but not far off, honestly. That makes a surprising amount of no sense at all. Welcome. So essentially, imagine it's the 2024 season in my head, right? If I am essentially end up playing ahead, because there's a lot of times when I'm bored and I'm essentially maladaptive daydreaming at this point, let's be honest. Say I go like 2 seasons ahead, things are happening so fast that I'm 2 seasons ahead. All of a sudden, the season that was the 2024 season then becomes the 2022 season in my head, and it shuffles things backwards, but also forwards at the same time in real linear time. Why am I explaining this to you? Ah, dear. Yeah, a little bit. Wonder a little bit. Just created leagues and kinds of clubs as a kid. No, absolutely. For a while, it... Like, hang on, what t-shirt? Did I miss something about the t-shirt? Why can't I find the comment? Oh, this one's right there. Jesus Christ. But yeah, that's how it worked. That was how my brain worked. I say works. The difference is I don't do that now because I have coping mechanisms that I essentially use to mask stuff like that, right? In the same way that I've told you about this before. I feel really open and I like actually sharing this kind of stuff with you, just in case there's someone out there that does that stuff perhaps and doesn't. I don't want you to feel like I don't want you to feel alone about it, right? I'm weird too, right? Yeah, now the listeners are like, right, I'm in. Tell me about this fake league. I, as a child, used to, my parents would refer to it as flapping my wings. So I would, when I get excited about it, my hands would go by my sides and they would sort of flap like this. Like I was almost trying to take off like a bird. Also, we just ignore the fact there was some games here. Oh my God. Come on. Good you just beat Milan. Where are the others? Tarshin just lost 5-1 to Nice. That is as if they had higher XG. Yeah, so as an adult, I still have the same internal urge to do that, but I was obviously ridiculed for it as a child by other children and also some really cunty adults, excuse my language. So I essentially learned a way of not... Taratti would have lost. He would have done probably, wouldn't he? So now I actually tap a lot. I tap my fingers like this quite a lot, and I'm always like drumming on my legs and stuff like that because I can just pretend I'm drumming to a beat, which is really great. During the 10-minute intro thing with the clock sticking out, I'm just sat there drumming away to whatever song. Fake football schools. Yeah, I had it. Books too. I like entire like binders full of it. I had binders full of women. Sorry, random outdated Mitt Romney joke. Oh yeah, the other game isn't happening because of the stadium share thing, isn't it? You duplicitous states, yeah. Offside XG chat. That's just called XG in FM. What do you think? Yeah. That's such a... Yeah, so like, I'll do this, or like, you can sort of see, right? But yeah, I don't know what I'm talking about, but like, yeah. Oh, they lost the Nemo. Shit, I didn't actually see them in there. I was looking for them and they just didn't show up. I must admit, I was somewhat distracted. To be fair, Dinamo are a good side at this level. To give them credit. Also, they've still got... Is Mujagic still there? Oh yeah, we dodged a bullet on him. Notebook, yep. It happened a lot when I was on holiday as well, I would find. I didn't just do it with football. It was mostly football, but I also did it with motorsports, specifically touring cars. Because that was my jam when I was like... I was never really into F1 as a kid. Oh, well, fine. But it was mostly football. Players' names, teams, etc. Divisions, cup competitions, club history, European competitions, everything just in my head. That I could like plop out at any moment. Train itineraries. I like it because that's like proper vanilla. I kind of rate that, you know?
I'm the Pope.
Oh, Token touring cars were the best, man. So annoying, I actually haven't been to a touring car race this year for the first time in like 8 years. Sheertoon, thank you very much for the follow. Hello, Jack. How's it going, man? Lovely to see you. How's life? It's probably a similar childhood where Kip actually get... Literally, though. I feel like there's a lot... We have a lot in common with that, and I feel like FM actually does tend to attract that kind of person. That's why I actually really like this. See, I've never got the whole trains thing. Like, if anything, I'm more interested in planes, but even then, I'm not super interested. Pog and I watched this guy on YouTube called Mentor Pilot. He does like these plane crash investigation videos kind of thing, but like not in a like horrible true crimey type of way, more to do with the technical side of things, and I find him fascinating. We've got rotation full here, haven't we? Yeah, so good. I only discovered him while I was ill in bed a couple of weeks ago. I was just randomly looking through YouTube recommended. I find so whenever I'm ill, Pog will come home from work and be like, "Oh, you've been in bed all day." I'll be like, "Yes, I have. I'm bedridden." And she's like, "Right, you better at least have found a shitload of good YouTube." And I'm like, I never let you down. I'll always come in with like an insane amount. Became grid, yeah, but they just weren't as good once they started losing the licenses to like actual like touring car stuff, right? When touch grass, good idea. I would highly recommend it to anyone. I wouldn't do it myself. Was Zimmer set as a centre back here? Jesus Christ. We actually are a bit set up here, right? Short game recommendation. Oh, shit. Depends what you're into, but a mate of mine played a game lately, and he was banging on about it as being a really short option one. And I can't remember what it was called. It was like Node something. Let me just... I literally keep moving one player into the spot of another player who also is in the squad. Yeah, I just want to bring Salamau in and put him on the correct foot. And we'll put Pog on the right. I love that we got a Pog. Like an actual legit Pog. Oh, if you missed last stream, by the way, chat, this is our £80 million signing. Salamau de Silva. Or the Silver Salamander, as I'm now going to call him. Because why wouldn't you, right? Yeah, I played a bit of, like... I played Project Cars when it first came out. I've done a bit of iRacing. I actually have a wheel and like pedals. I've got like a whatever the G, the one that was like they don't make anymore, but it's a really good Logitech wheel and pedals that everyone wanted. They were really sought after for a while. I got the one right before they were really expensive, so I've got one of those knocking about somewhere. But yeah, I would like. There's just no space in here. It's the sort of thing that I'd like to do when we move, but you know, as of today, lol. I don't think the last time I actually played any kind of racing game, honestly. But yeah, he's a little bit excellent. We are paying a lot for the privilege, but we just felt like 80 million, why the hell not? The EA... Actually, it's going okay. There's a new Evo that's the Bon Pastor one, which I already had an Evo'd Ryan Sess... Because I liked the Trailblazers Anthony Robinson, but then they released that Bon Pastor Evo that allows me to put my already Evo'd Ryan Sessegnon into it, and... He's like an 86 rated left back who's actually goated. I haven't managed to fully Evo him yet. I'm just going to do it in Rush. I really quite like Rush, actually. Didn't manage to get a Dharma. No. I don't think it's quite finished yet, but I haven't managed to get a Dharma. I'm not even close. I'm only at like level 26. So I'm not going to get a Dharma. I'm going to have to settle for the default one, which is annoying because I really wanted a high rated Fulham player. Like, it's annoying. Plus, I still have to get some Bundesliga players in my squad in order to allow me to use Rapolinia. Yes, when Rush works and it's not got a guy who just runs to the sideline and gets out of the team. I actually lost a game yesterday, 8-2, against a team that only had 3 players because the guy was doing that, because the other 3 guys on my team would just pick the ball up and just run straight at the opponents without even attempting to pass or shoot. It was... I feel like Rush could be so good. It is actually really fun, but it has a lot... The problem is you have to rely on other people. I think of Rush, if you're playing with a couple of mates, it's cooking. I got the career mode XP. I couldn't be asked to do the beer pro one, but I did get the career mode one. Oh, shit. Oh, Shitu's broke his leg. That's actually real bad. I think that it's scratching an itch for people that is similar to Fortnite, Rocket League, COD. That kind of squad up type of thing that is perhaps missing from pro clubs a little bit, because pro clubs is perhaps slightly too vast in its scale for that kind of thing. But I think if it could be refined, it could be legitimately fun. Because I actually still really enjoy it. I find myself playing that more than Rivals lately, but mostly just because I could do Evos in it and I didn't want to have to take my 78 rated, etc, etc, right? Let's try... Yeah, he's going to kick off about this, but... Like... Maybe I could just... Let's see if we can mug him off. Okay, consider yourself mugged off. I think it'll still kick off, but still. Almost a session. Yeah, I like it when they've got the special modes out, because you just get more points. I find that when it's like at its base... when you have to just do the normal one, and you end up in a team of people that refuse to like actually try to fulfill the objectives, and then you get basically no points for it at the end. That's quite annoying. Yeah, literally, that's what I mean. Like, if you get a couple of mates together to play Rush, I don't actually have any mates to play FIFA at all, which is why I was so keen to join the FM Pro Clubs stuff. But I don't think they've actually done that for a couple of weeks now. Goalkeeper Evo. Haven't EA said they're not going to do goalkeeper Evos? Because I'd really like to either up Bert Leno or something. Because at the moment, I still genuinely am using David Raya. I just tried to get a team report on Emmanuel Mbar then. Yeah, there was one where you would get like 20k points per game. Now, I played a few games yesterday, which we lost because I was bad, but so were my team, and we'd like lose 2 players. I was getting like 1,000 points a game, and it's wasting a lot of time to get those points, you know? Serve your suspension first. This is very true, yes. Trailblazer or something. I'd like just any Fulham inform, honestly. Like, I would like to collect most of the Fulham special cards. I'm not going to be able to get a Dharma. I will buy the Trailblazer Anthony Robinson when he comes down in price a little bit. I could have bought him before, but I didn't want to drop like 150k on him when I could get Ryan Sessegnon's Evo up to like the same quality. Yeah, I think that for me, I'm enjoying it more because I haven't played FIFA in 6 years, or EA or whatever. And the reason I actually bought the game was to do the FM Pro Clubs. That was the actual reason. Ben was just like, hey, we're doing this thing. And I was like, yeah, fuck it. I'll just get it, right? So we've actually only got Birkikara. This feels like a game that they could actually do something on, potentially. Segvol, thank you for the follow. Right, let's crack on. Oh, you legends. Musa Ketsikele. I don't even know who that is. Wow. 30-year-old Lesotho international striker who they signed from Hibernians for 1.4 million has just banged 2 goals in a Champions League game. Come on. He must be the first Lesotho to score in the Champions League in a while. It's because that goalkeeper from Real never did. Love to see... Oh, is he South African international? Fuck. I got excited then. I just realised. It always confuses me. No, you're right. Oh, man. Brother. Think how many caps he'd have for Lesotho. Oh, my God. Okay, so Tarshin have made up for that horrendous defeat to Nice by inflicting the same thing on Austria Wien. Jesus Christ. Okay, good start. I mean, it's not the best start, but it's points, right? We take that. Second or third match and realise it's the exact same as the last. Yeah, this is the thing. I haven't played it since FIFA 19, so thus it's going to take me longer to get to that point, right? Yeah, they'll have another game in 2 days, of course, so they'll be knackered for it. For my Joey Bryan, oh. Or maybe I'll have to start doing Fulham past and present, because I've got Berbatov as well, and a few like other players like that. Like I've been using Polinia. I wouldn't mind getting Dibbly Diaz as well, actually. This feels like a good day for us, potentially. It's fine for a bit of time killing. I haven't had a game I've really been enjoying lately anyway, so I've just been playing a little bit of that. Pack diffusion rolls. Oh. Love to see it. I have an 84 rated Luke diffusion rolls. And he's actually really good. The one thing he lacks is height, but he's so quick, and he's just his anticipation is insane. So he's really, really good, provided I can, you know, I just use Nico Schlotterbeck alongside him, so it doesn't actually matter so much with the aerial stuff. But yeah, diffusion rolls is great. Wow, a loss. It's a rarity for us these days. Right, come on. Let's press. Oh, we haven't looked at coefficients. My apologies. Ignore the fact that we're all the way down here. It takes a little while for it to sort of even out. Once again, though, we're losing an 18-point season. Jesus Christ. There's a real chance that this could be a year we slip off, honestly. Second option for me. Well, I have to buy FM25 because it's my job. So there's no way I could... Excuse me. There's no way I couldn't buy FM25 because it is my job, but it'd be interesting to see. Haven't touched the Fuchsia rolls. You leave my Fuchsia rolls alone. See you later, Mando. Have a lovely day, friend. Favorite formation? This, 100%. Like, not even close. End the save? Probably yes. Because if we were to get another value drop, we would... It would basically severely limit our ability to even sign players because we wouldn't be able to sell anybody in order to pay for the signings, right? So we would have to rely on solely making money through competitions, which we would struggle to do at that point, right? then it would also take a minimum of 5 years to recover from, and that is a lot of slogging around. Like, we're talking, that's a good 6 weeks that it would take us to recover in real time. Yeah. So, if we were to get another value drop, that would almost certainly spell the end, yeah. What on earth has happened here? There we go. My assistant, hang on, I want to know what his logic is here. Consistent performer. Yeah, cool. He performs consistently as a centre-back. Mentals. And he has good mentals as well. I almost feel a bit for Valenhout. He's still managing to not get in the team, but when you look at our back four, a back three of Vieira, Chosen One, and Gudmundsson, it's almost impossible. So it will start once this ends, Jack, basically, yeah. It will still have YouTube stuff to do with it. It will have recap videos as well. The format will be slightly differently on those because we'll have different things to focus on, but it will have YouTube content surrounding it too. It will just spawn so many memes, it's actually hard to believe how many memes it will spawn. Yeah, we'll go for... VR wasn't great in that first game, honestly, but get him up to speed. We'll see how he gets there. But like when it comes to like buying FM25 and 26, I think it's one of these things where you can't really make an informed decision until you see more information. Like if we get to FM25 getting close to release and we know loads of stuff about it, we see it, it looks awesome, we're like, why wouldn't you buy it at that point? You'll still get way worth your money, even if it's only over a smaller period of time, right? Will it be as good value for money as FM24 or 3? Perhaps, maybe not, but I think it'll still be worth it if it's actually good, right? But that is the reason why I was so stringent on telling people to not pre-order the game when it came out. That's why I didn't promote any pre-order stuff. Technically there was a code, but that's only because they sent me one. Like, I just feel like it's important to hold off and not reward companies for not providing you with actual product to look at, right? Cool. You wouldn't pre-order a policeman's hat, then steal it, now would you? The shows you would, exactly, which is why I was like, no. FM will always just be good value for money, precisely, yeah. Unless it is a steaming pile of shit, of course. Like, it could... This is the one problem they have, maybe, is that if they then take this huge delay and then they still release a game that is complete crap, that then... I don't feel like I can defend that, because it's like, you've then delayed the game and then still released crap. I feel like 5 months is a really nice time cycle now they've got where they can just solely focus on that now that they're not focusing on FM24 at all, right? But you do kind of now have to make this good. No, Big Frank Kirby didn't convince me. Still a policeman's hat. Maybe. Depends on how nice the hat was, right? If it was like a non-police hat, maybe the policeman just had a really nice sombrero that I was particularly envious of, perhaps. My suspicion, Jack, is that we end up with 2 18-month cycles. That's the way I'm tending to look at it. I actually think there won't be an FM26. I think FM20... This is my prediction. Clip this for later. I reckon FM25 comes out when we expect it to in March. But then we don't get another FM until FM27. That's my prediction. And you get 2 18-month cycles. But with more support for FM25 during that period. We're getting a penalty, which is always nice. I forget who takes our pens these days. Surely can't afford that. Basically, what, they're doing an 18-month cycle with this one, right? Oh. My concern then is that if they release F25 and then F26 comes out and there's nothing new in it, then if it's just a squad update, I think that just adds to the shitty PR again. If they do release a 26, it will have to be like later in the cycle. There's no way they can get away with just be like, oh yeah, we'll do it in October with like, that'd be what, 7-month cycle? National sales. Possibly, yeah. It's still not a good look, though. Oh, by the way, Yakubu here, the Yakubu you're seeing in this Roma team is our player as well. F25 get an update. Probably not, honestly. To be fair, that's not unusual, right? We don't get updates for the following season when the game's already out, right? The only reason people predicted that we might get one this time was because it was like a goodwill gesture, but they couldn't sort it out with licensees. And I kind of also respect, not just that, but also because it would take away dev time. And I kind of understand that, particularly as at the end of the day, if you're desperate for a data update, there are loads of data updates on websites like Suzy, even when they're not trying to sell them to you, which I still find is unhinged, by the way, and surely not going to end well for them there. I love these runs Gudmundsson makes in these positions. Oh, it's over the bar. Yeah, no, I don't like the removal of international management either, but that's just because I'm an international management head, you know? I love me some of that. Sell them as illegal. Oh, absolutely. But have you not noticed how... Was it Susie, that were doing that? Where they were offering something where they were basically trying to make people buy data updates off of them. It's just so naive. And I'd think they would know better than this. I mean, Jinx, you'd know more about this potentially, because I know you've done some stuff with Susie before, but... Like, what's going on there? I know you don't, like, have any active involvement in them anymore, but, like, crazy, man. By the way, Tesco's Express has now got 2 more goals for Liverpool. This might be a mistake. I also need to put the league table back in here, by the way. There we go. Major things without delays and setbacks. That's true. It does make it difficult for any releases. Extras and so on. I understand that. But at the end of the day, maybe this will encourage them to get comfortable. I realize not everyone's super comfortable with mods and whatnot. Literally, both Hamron and Sweetie are winning, and Pugliese has got another goal in the Champions League, and we're not. They've had no shots in the whole first half. We've had nearly 2.5 XG and no goals. Ay. Hey, another thing though, chat, maybe we get international management back. They'll just be like, hey, we've had time now. Slap it back in again. 10, 100? Probably none, honestly, but that's because it's shit. Pay-to-play database, more pay to support. I'm just not sure that they can even get away with that. I think it's easier when you're a creator and you're basically saying, hey, here's a Patreon or whatever, right? Because it's like there's no implicit sale there. For example, right, those of you that are on my Patreon, I don't give you things particularly that you wouldn't get from anywhere, that you wouldn't get as a non-paying viewer, right? You get videos earlier. Obviously, we do the Patreon stuff with the Patreon regens and things, but those are like little fun things. I'm not like selling you a specific like product per se, right? They're just like, that essentially is just my way of thanking you, is what it's supposed to be anyway. Yeah, I think the data update for consoles, that's where I do feel for people on the console side of things. The underwear giveaway, shush! Not supposed to tell the people outside the Patreon about the underwear giveaways. I might even go attacking here, actually. We pay for databases. Oh, yeah, no. If we were doing pay for databases, Hadrian would be driving a gold-plated limousine right about now. And I wouldn't have to pay him in football shirts. And vibes. As if we're not winning this game. I hope this doesn't affect our ability to throw to Sweetie. I'm going to be honest, VR has not super impressed me so far. I'm going to go with Hajarin for a bit. Crumpy Wompy's earned a chance. And honestly, Maxi. No, do you know what? No, it's Maxi because he's fully fit. Kravitz has been shit. Where's Callum? It's just been poor. We need to pick it up a little bit. Not in the back of the limousine. Sorry, I watched the TDC video last night where they bought a limousine. It was a vibe. To be fair, I've never seen Hadrian not driving his gold-plated limousine. This is also very true. Oh, Guthmanson again. This man is the ultimate clutch player. I swear to God, he only scores clutch goals. Not as gatekeeping. Yeah. I hate stuff like that. Like, that's why I would never, like... It's why I always feel weird about doing Patreon-only videos, which is why the only ones I do are the ones that are specific for the Patreon regions. That makes sense to me, but everything else beyond that, yeah, doesn't sit right with me. Which might actually be, like, bad for me as a content creator, but at the same time, I don't know. I don't want it to be in a situation where, like, oh, you have to be my Patreon to get my tactics or something. Not that people actually do that, I don't think, but, like, oh, it's 2-0. Come on. Crumpy off the bench. That's more like it. Sometimes you just need a bit of a refresh. Get the other lads on. Good for the soul, bad for the wallet. Yeah, but, like, I'm one of these people that I want to feel good about what I'm doing, right? I would rather feel good about what I'm doing and earn a bit less money than have to deal with that, right? Do it with save games. Save games? How does that work? Well, like the make this your next save thing I did. I will do that again for F25, by the way. That was actually going to be the plan. We were going to do some cool stuff with that. Which is where we go and win this game like 4-0. We're driving a gold-plated limo over there. You'll be fine. You won't have any problems in like Goss. Oh, it's 3. Moser now with the 3rd goal. Sometimes it really is just a case of making some substitutions. We've absolutely obliterated Roma in the latter stages. Moser is once again performing delightfully. Want their save at the end of a series? Got to be paid. Oh, really? Nah, no, not for me. Like, you guys will all get the save opportunity. You'll get the... I mean, I could give it to patrons a bit earlier, but honestly, I think, you know, I will put this save up at the end of the save like I always do, really. I I just want to help people at the end of the day. This has always been my goal, right? I want to make content that is hopefully fun and engaging, right? And enjoyable to watch. But when it comes to the guide stuff, especially, I want it to be able to help people, and I want it to be able to help the most amount of people, hilarious, as much as I can. Which is why we try to do tutorials for much of the stuff. Obviously, with this new FM Wave thing, there's no way we're going to be able to tutorialize that because it is so insane. And if I can support myself as a creator doing so, then I'm happy to, right? Patreon only. Really? Yeah, I don't really like that type of content in general, but that's just because I don't enjoy watching it, and thus I wouldn't enjoy making it, right? It's not like I have anything against people that make that type of content. I just don't personally enjoy watching it, thus there'd be no... People always say, oh, you should do that. I'm just like, firstly, what would I add, right? I'd just be adding more to an already existing saturated thingy. And secondly, I wouldn't enjoy making it, right? I want to make different stuff, which is often a problem for me when I get stuck in these paralysis cycles, like the one I'm currently in. I actually intended to go out and record a video on Saturday, but it pissed it down, and I didn't want to take camera stuff outside. Off Wave, though. Yeah, no, that will certainly not be paid, right? Actually, continue to say, maybe. That's a good point, actually. I feel like this year, with the FM24, if I give this save up, which I obviously will do, I think people will take this save and genuinely will be able to do stuff with it, which I'm quite excited about, honestly. I want to see who the first person is to getting Malta to #1 if we're unable to do so. That's just, yeah. Also, what a day for Maltese football that is. Lost in the crowd. I actually quite like that people know me as the Building a Nation guy. Because that is literally my thing. Like, let's be honest, right? If you were to describe me as a content creator to other people, that's probably what it would be. And I'm fine with that. I like that as a niche.
In Uyghurs Glow, where Christmas calls,
thank you for
Mike
the 40.
and Matt share laughter that enthralls. With mild wine warm and treats to delight, they stroll through the market. Magic insight. Happy 53 months.
You'd love to see it. So, slight change of plans. Mike and I are going to Riga instead, because Gothenburg got really expensive. Oh, dear. My niche is fake football shite. That's very true, actually, yeah. Potentially the Asian guy. That's, yeah, you're right. That's more of a YouTube thing. I do need to do some more of that. I am actually working on one at the moment. I want to do like a football league one with you guys as the sort of the niche, basically. Because I don't, that's another thing as well. I think I'd churn out more agent videos if I was just happy making the same video over and over again, right? But I want each agent video to have a different twist on it because that's how my brain works. I don't like putting out the same video, basically. They should be able to go to... Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. It's me and John Pilger. That's a real deep cut reference there, but yeah. But yeah, so Mike and I are going to go to Latvia in December, which is going to be cool. We still need to sort that out. Mike, I already talked to my mates, and they were basically just like, what my mate Twazzock literally just goes, just let me know when I need to pay someone or do something. I love having a friend like that. FM Retro one. I did an FM Retro one. I think the last one I made actually was a retro one. It's going all right, Paxi. We are 2 out of 2 in the Champions League. Hammered have got 4 points. Sweetie have got 3 points. Big Hikaru have got 3 points. And we have to play against Sweetie. No, it literally. So the way we normally do it, Mike, is our mate usually does it as a bulk booking. But what I'll do is I'll make a group chat. Because Sammy usually does it all. Last time he accidentally put the wrong names on it. He was shitting himself. Manager agent video. Yes. It's tougher, but yes. It's on my list of things. It's... Hey, you know... Oh, happy birthday to your dad. You'd love to see it. Yeah, I did a retro agent video, and I also did the time machine one. Shouldn't that indicate... He... Genuinely, it's because we normally fly with Ryanair. In fact, we've always flown with Ryanair to do this, and his dad used to work for Ryanair. And that means nothing here. It's just a fact. That is quite literally the reason, even though it has no bearing on this whatsoever. Now, it's because it was like Matt, like on mine instead of Matthew. But Ryanair apparently just said they don't actually care as long as it's like close enough. You're right. We had no trouble getting on the plane, except for the fact that when we went to Ireland a couple of weeks ago, incredibly, you're going to love this, Sammy, he managed to get through security on the boarding gate thing with his inward bound boarding pass. He didn't realise until our other mate also actually tried to do it accidentally, and theirs didn't work. incredible scenes that they just let him through with an inward-bound boarding pass. Superb. Bear in mind, this was in Stansted. Tune. Oh. Also, I must say, as far as flying experiences go, Dublin Airport coming back was one of the most annoying. It's the only airport this year that I've had to take my shoes off in when you're going through security. No other airport has made me do that, which was just an annoyance when I was wearing like these, which are a pain in the arse to unlace enough that I can actually get them off. Oh. Lower ranked nations act as the agent for a Sammarinese player trying to get them a career in Europe. The thing is, there wouldn't be any good players, and I'd then have to edit the database, and that sort of becomes the Aaron Walker one again. I did have an idea of actually doing a proper agency video where I have like 15 players, and it's over a long period of time as me just like managing all of them at once. So like a 2-hour video where I'm basically running a full agency. From Heathrow, from Dublin. Yeah, I've not had that, and I've weirdly flown quite a lot this year. That's the only time I've had to take my shoes off. So basically, it was because they were arguing that it was because the shoe went up my ankle slightly. That was what it was, Jinx. Thank you for bringing that up. That's what I was going to look up earlier, and I totally forgot. Yeah, it was come is key, wasn't it? Oh, no. Thanks to Malta. Nice. Been there a month ago. Nice. Oh, Gazira. That's really kind of you, man. That's awesome that you went to Malta. I loved my time there as well. It was just, I really want to go back for a longer period of time. It was so fun. But that's awesome. I do stream on Sundays as well, but I realise that's obviously difficult for people too. Yeah, especially Jinx found a guy whose surname is Kamiski, which is just fun, right? Cambodia. Yeah, that's... So I've not flown outside of Europe since I was like 5 years old, in fairness, so that's a new one for me. I did enjoy the Tromsø airport security being literally a shed inside a building. That just never gets boring for me. Valletta hosting Bannock Ostrava. Gudja hosting Rapid Wien. Let's crack on, lads. Football Agent. I do remember playing a game similar to that, but it wasn't that. There was Football Chairman. That was a game we used to play on mobile loads. Yeah, it's so dumb. Just bear in mind, I've flown to other airports with those same shoes. Like... it's so weird. Also flew to Ireland with those shoes on, obviously. What about Balzan away? Ooh, toughie. But yeah, I've got ideas. The problem I have is not a lack of ideas. I actually have lots of ideas. I have a big text file on my Google Docs just called ideas, and I just, every time I get a video idea, I jot it down. The problem I have is paralysis of knowing which one to do next, and then not being able to focus on one for long enough. That's the biggest one. But I suspect that has more to do with the ongoing health issues, which I definitely need an appointment for, right? It was much easier for me to do that last year, for whatever. Even then, I super struggled. Like, even when the channel was absolutely banging last summer, I was struggling like mad to manage to actually get content out. Good job mucking it up royally. You've got to do better than that, lads. Valletta, that... Oh my Christ, man. Ah, dear. Motivational speaker, pretty much sometimes, yeah. Start in the middle. Oh, yeah. Building the spoons in Terminal 2. Ah, okay. We do like the spoons in Stansted. It's called the Windmill, I think. It's useful, right? Did Tarshin draw 4 all? Oh my god, they did. What? Do you know what? That's kind of fair. XG's never going to quite match her up, but like it's pretty fair for a draw. They were 3-1 up at half time though, which is less good. One player in each football federation can top tier. Bear in mind though, this is the thing, and I think this is what some people don't always understand about content creation when it comes to video ideas. That's a good base, but it doesn't hook people because it's like, it's a bit like saying, what if I took over a club in North Macedonia, but then you need the and then. But that's the problem that I think some people forget the and then. They have the base premise, but then don't have the progressive premise. And that's the... So, for example, right, it's... That's where I feel like it's really difficult when it comes to come with video editors. You need that secondary step. What the fudging hell? 6-0 to Balsan Youth. They have cooked this summer with some of their brilliant signings. Love to see that. That's great. We'll go back to... Yeah, how long were you there for? It's dope, though. Speedruns and memes in it, yeah. Start people smuggling ring. There you go. So, for example, just taking that as an example idea, right? Continental Agency video, we have one player from each football federation, but then what? Because it's like, what makes that video interesting from a viewer standpoint? That's what it's difficult to do. That's why it's like, hey, I'm going to do a retro one. I'm going to do a time machine one. I'm going to do... I've got a couple where I did want to do one where we took players from South America and brought them to Europe. That I thought would be quite a fun one. Because then we're not always resurrecting their careers. We're actually giving them the next step. Which I've always wanted to do, that idea. Hexagon challenge as an agent. Coefficients after that round. That should be a dope-ass day for us. Yeah, we're right up there now. Only Germany and Spain of the teams that are, like, relevant to this are ahead of us. Even England. We're actually ahead of England, despite England having every chance to be good this year. This is started very well. Valletta are the one letdown at the moment. They should have won that game. 2 defeats out of 2 is concerning. I think they'll still get top 24, but I am worried about them now. Serbia seemed to cook a lot at the beginning, right? There's always one team that lets you down. I think Valletta will turn it around. Carrick leaves that... Wait, Michael Carrick's England manager now. Wasn't he Atletico? I like that as a pathway, actually. 69 years old as well, which is nice. Who's the Atletico manager then? Eric. All right, Eric. Fair. Agent, instead of doing only one signing, they can further their careers. We're trying to get them to the top European leagues because they aim for every good player. Yeah, no, sorry. Yeah, but again, what makes that any different to any other agent video, basically, is that's the difference, right? For me, it needs to have a unique hook, because at that point, you're essentially just saying, I have some players, I'm going to find them clubs. But why would anyone want to watch that over, say, anything else? But basically, I'm very picky about these ideas, because I have to do something that I would be interested in, and those are the ones that I am, personally. To get injured. That's true, which is annoying as well. Goalie injuries are notoriously irritating. Find a club you neck a pint whilst flying a plane. Ooh. Maybe. Aerial agent video. I think when it comes down to a lot of the times, I'm just really picky as well when it comes to video ideas. Which also makes it difficult to churn them out. Because I am a perfectionist. But I think part of the reason I'm a perfectionist is because I find it very easy to make mistakes. 2 players from each continent, put them in a lowly European league, and then see which continent get its players... Hang on, sorry, what? 2 players from each continent, and then see which continent can get its players highest up the coefficient rankings? I'm so confused by that. I'm not sure how... I'm sure this is just me not understanding, but I'm really not sure I understand what that would... I don't really understand, unfortunately. Never reached the potential and use the time machine to redo the career. I basically did that. I actually did that exact video. I became an agent with the time machine. Like, legitimately. That is a video I've already made. And it was fun, too. Harder, because of the way you have to set it up, but it was really fun to make. These guys are a little bit... wait, actually... Oh. I have to be a perfectionist because I find it easy to make mistakes. An agent of a football agent, I don't think that would really work. Like, score a goal +1. Yeah, so that was one of the things I had in the back burner. I actually did try to build a framework for the FMRPG idea. But then the whole FM Wave thing that we're working on at the moment kind of took over that for the time being, just because the FMRPG thing became very... It was just another idea that I couldn't seem to focus on, essentially, right? Basically, I need help. If one continent was to get one of their players to the English Premier League, they'd have won the challenge. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't think that would be that interesting from a viewer standpoint, because it's just sort of... If you put a player from Oceania in non-league, the likelihood is they'll probably just stay in non-league, right? They don't have the general... They don't generally have very high PA. I became an agent, did absolutely nothing. FM Wave is essentially the roguelike thing that we're working on, which is essentially a... Oh, so hard to explain. I really need like a TLDR for it. Mohammed's quite cheap. Which one was Mohammed? This guy here. Oh, yeah. So I actually kept sending this guy around again because I wanted to show you guys him. Because he's Sudanese. Which is just fun. Right? Semi-local football team. Oh, that's amazing. What was the team? Actually, you probably don't have to tell us if it's super local. He's definitely worth a little punt, right? For sure. Cool. Yeah, I have a whole list of agent ideas. One other video idea I have, actually, which is a bit of a weird one, which is where I take players and then try to essentially develop them. This was an idea that was both sent to me in an email with a different version of this, which I really thank you to Andre for that, and also had a variation of this already set up, which was to basically take players and try to develop them massively outside of the positions that they currently play in, if they have even the slightest whiff. It would only really work with young players with high PA. But finding a striker who's kind of tall and has even the slightest bit of tackling, and then just going, actually, you know what, you're a centre-back instead. And just completely changing the careers of some of the bigger names that you may know about in the future in the saves. Just randomly train Endrick. Not Endrick is a good example, but be like, actually, Endrick, you're going to be a wing-back now. The Baggio one. Oh, have they finally released those jumpers yet? Articular HV. Yeah, exactly. Just to mess with it. I just think it'd be kind of fun more than anything else. Costs quite a lot of players, isn't it? Just find out if there's any really expensive ones that we can't afford and don't look amazing either. Right, that'll help us a little bit. Exterburia, 14 million. 21, though. We don't need another striker, let alone another mercenary. There's Joe Allen. Love to see it. 70 jumpers. Sick. I still really do want that Ned Flanders one from Primark, though. Breezy! Oh, I said that really weirdly there. Oh, we were just discussing classic football shirt Christmas jumpers, which I've just been informed have been released. Thoughts? Welcome in, everybody. Thank you very much for the raid. How was stream? Are these the new ones? I think we looked through them the other day, but we'll do it now, quickly. So, that's the one I really like. I didn't mind the Bolton one either, honestly. Unless there's any new ones in here. Because we looked at the ones from the American site before, right? Did a lot of wins. You love to fucking see it. Is that the one you got, Bill? That's quite a fun one. Oh, I don't mind that. One for Breezy there. Ooh, that's kind of nice as well, actually. There's more on here than the last time we looked. Oh, that's cool. The day I see a Fulham one on here is the day my heart stops. That's kind of nice as well, actually. Hey, I love Christmas jumpers so much. I still... Wait, why is that one so... Is that a kid's version? Why is that... Is that a different one? Oh, yeah, it is. It's not as nice. I really like the Buonatale one. The Batistuta one. Oh. Oh. Yeah, for the UEFA Cup run. Exactly. Was it the Europa League or the UEFA Cup by that point? Practically youth edge for these players used him. Yeah, no. Sorry. Coming Uruguay, Canadian starts at the Canadian Premier League side. But hang on, I thought you were talking about non-league. I think I might have got my wires crossed. Point being, I don't think it would work particularly well as a video. I do have the idea of doing the one where I take some players from South America and move them across, but they would have to be existing
Speaking
players.
Of ideas,
that's the one.
I had a lot of fun with a save in Switzerland. I developed players to the best of my abilities, sold them and then just watched what they could achieve. I was Europe's football academy.
You're like a Swiss Clairefontaine. You love to see it. Thank you for the 50 bits, Shambhala. That's really cool. Yeah, this is the jumper I really want. I saw this in a TikTok and I was just like, it will feel like you're wearing nothing at all. It's impossible not to want that for me. I'm all about that life. But it was only on pennies. And I don't know if they've actually got it in, like, UK Primark. I like this guy. I'm just... The price. Oh, enjoy your lunch, Breezy. We're going to buy it. It's from Primark. But I think it's only at Primark Ireland, which is pennies at the moment. So, yeah. We'll have to see. The Leftorium? Okay, you're very cheap. Oh, Burkina... Oh, back-to-back raids. Potsy, thank you for the raid as well. Bloody love to see it. Wait, what did I see? I don't like spamming links, but... Okay, this is extraordinary. This is truly extraordinary. See, hang on. Why is this in dollars when I'm on the UK site? I'm a little bit confused as to why this is in dollars. Wait, why is that in dollars when everything else is in pounds? Huh? How do I make it in pounds? All the other products are in pounds. It's the English site. I mean, I do kind of want... How much is it in pounds for you then? Must be like, what, 22 quid? What should be £25 as well? But it should be automatic. 20. Do you know what? I'm very tempted to buy that after stream, honestly. 19.99. I'm 100% buying that after stream. Not even... Top left of the screen. Yeah, I've got it listed in GBP. And now it's translated to... Oh, now it's switched to euros for some reason. Now it's switched to... Yeah, so basically, it's set to GBP, but it's coming up in... Hang on, if I set it to dollars, does it come up in pounds? No, it comes up in dollars. If I set it to euros, it comes up in euros. If I set it in GBP, it's in dollars. Oh, that's delightful. That's really, really nice. I'm definitely buying that after stream. Pog be damned. You're at Inter, which is probably a bit much for us here. Zakrumi. Yeah, I just think he's too expensive. These guys down here, though, I'm intrigued by. You... Papirsiak. Oh, no. How much in Dingo? Oh, I wish I could tell you. I just don't have the knowledge. Oh, no, he's mid. Which is surprising for Colo, actually. You are from Qatar, which means you're slightly overpriced. Not even slightly overpriced. Very overpriced. Overseas territory in the same. Yes, every single player. We've not signed a single player in this save from Malta that has been any good because Malta has such low youth rating. So literally every single player we've signed has been from an overseas territory. There's been of any note, really. Which is a shame because I would love... Wow, he's actually fairly reasonable. Even got the Tahiti. There's an away of the shirt. Please tell me the away is better. No, I like the red. I like the red. I'm a big fan of it. PS star rating does one typically have. We can still, to give you an idea, we can still find guys that have 5-star potential. Tahiti, Montserrat. Oh, okay. My apologies. Sorry, I was confused. We have signed a Tahitian. Unfortunately, he's made the destructively dreadful choice to become French. And now has like 10 caps for France. Virgin Islands and Montserrat. No. Maybe? Perhaps. Not that I can remember. No one good, let's put it that way. We have signed a Tahitian. That much I can tell you. But no one good outside. I think the most obscure nationality we've signed a good player from. Roy was from Anguilla, technically, as well. So he was pretty good. And we also signed that guy that I then sold on to Inter, who was Guadalupean. And he actually was from a Guadalupean club, which was pretty dope. But he's now at Inter. Because I absolutely mugged them off on him. I bet he's not even there anymore. Ludovic Anarose. Oh, he's still there. Is he even playing? No. They spent £11 million on this guy. I know. Wait, no. I couldn't believe it. I was let down so dreadfully by that man. If I recall with Dylan, didn't I already try to sign this guy? But I think I tried to sign Dylan already, and he wanted a squad status, which is just not happening. Kokota Die. Thank you for 27 months. This is the problem. Anytime anyone sends a CFS link in chat.
I'm not offering, but would you rather £1 million now or £10,000 a month for the next 10 years?
£1 million now. Easy. The other one might be a larger figure over 10 years, but with £1 million, whack that in an index fund with compound interest, it would just end up being way more, I would have thought, because of inflation. I haven't done the math in my head, but I suspect so. 1.2 million. So it would be 1.2 million over 10 years, but in actuality, the value of that money would be less than that. So by whacking £1 million in an index fund or something, you'd make out like a bandit. Even at like a reasonable interest rate. What about tax? What about tax? If it was tax-free, I mean, either way, you wouldn't pay tax on that until you'd have capital gains on it at the end anyway. Yeah, now, if you would offer me that or a Fulham Xmas jumper, then all of a sudden we'd have a very different conversation. Oh, no, you're not taxed on the lottery in the UK. I know in a lot of countries you are, but in the UK, the lottery's tax-free. Mystery box in my pocket. Does the mystery box in your pocket contain £1,001,001? Straight out of house the same day. What I'd do is I'd probably stick half of it in an index fund and buy the other, and buy a house with the other half. That way you get someone that's like reasonably nice. But then again, Pog and I went past a newer housing estate on the way, not even that far from here, right? And it's full of new builds, but one of them was already to let, and we were like, okay, someone's buy to let this. So we were curious, found it online, £2,900 a month. Buy a castle and yeah, but I don't want a castle. Like, I don't know, I'm not one of those people. I just really wouldn't want a house like that. It would cost a fortune to run. It's big. You'd lose yourself in it. I just want a cozy place, you know? That's nice, I guess, right? A boat's a boat, but a mystery box could be... It's true. It could also be a boat. True. Tahitian investment fund, you won't pay tax. I have no interest in avoiding tax, really. That's the market. Yeah, this is the thing. Even if I had loads of money, I still wouldn't buy like a supercar or anything. I just feel like a wanker, and I don't think I'd be able to control it. I'd rather a car that I was like, I'd rather a nice car that's like got all the nice stuff, but isn't like a supercar or whatever. Gold-plated limo, exactly. I could buy Hadrian his gold-plated limo after all these years. Boring. But fine, you know? Each to their own, right? But it's just how I would be. I don't think I would go and splash loads of cash on loads of stuff. Can't drive at full speed? Exactly, yeah. I'd probably just get... I don't actually know what I would get. 3-bedroom semi start from 420. Oh, you think that's bad, Bill? This place, we actually found the sale price was 780,000 for the property that I was just telling you about. What? Who are buying these? Actually, we know who are buying these because a lot of them came into Pog's shop where she works, and they were buying a sofa for £6,000. So that's the kind of people that spend £6,000 on a sofa is who's buying these. I'm just like, what do you do? Can I work for you? Scary Movie on Halloween night. I don't know. It's weird. I kind of got burned out on scary films when I was with my ex-girlfriend, and I kind of just dislike them ever since then. Honestly, not dislike them, just have zero interest in them, I suppose, right? That's a good question, Johnster. Like, honestly, I think it might just because, like, growing up, my parents have always been very frugal and stuff like that, and I'm really on board with it. Like, getting sofas. British Heart Foundation is so good for getting furniture from, especially sofas. You can get them really good quality sofas, really, really cheap. How's Pog? She's still pretty unwell. Oh, here's a fun one, chat. So do you remember when Pog had to go work in King's Lynn for a week a couple of months ago? Also, we've started the season insanely well. And hang on. And basically, they told Pog, Pog's work, told Pog that she wasn't allowed to take her car to drive there, right? And it was because she didn't have business insurance, which I thought was ridiculous, because that she was driving to work. But sure, whatever. Today, they made her deliver a package to a customer's house. But somehow they didn't care about delivery insurance and business insurance to make her do that. It's like, I feel like that one would require more business insurance somehow. But no, apparently that's absolutely fine. I'm just like, that seems really unsafe. Regular place in the first team. Well, this is why you shouldn't have come back from your loan, brother. Like, you were happy out there. Pay a gas. No, of course not. That's super illegal, isn't it? Yeah. The moment she told me, I was just like, if that was me, I would have just been immediately been like, news employee. Oh, she absolutely does. But it's a question of like, the best kind of job is the one that you're currently in the sense of unknown is bad too. Like, she wants to be able to move from her job to another job, but needs to find that job first, basically. She's applied for loads, but there's just nothing going right there, yeah. CS family was like, nah, so basically it was someone who had a delivery order that they... It sounded like bullshit to me, but then I don't think I could work at Pog's work because I would probably get fired for calling out this bullshit way too often because I don't have a filter on that kind of stuff. I have a very strong sense of injustice on things like that and will not hold my tongue. It doesn't help me in a lot of situations. Conceded 0 goals? No. Yeah, the Sweden women's team, it was Engelholm. They came second while doing it. This is annoying because I actually like Unbar, but he's never going to be in our team. We may just have to selling him for like shitloads of money. Yeah, fuck it. Not going to force out the club. You just said... Alright. I hate that there isn't an option to just say I'll loan you. Also, what do you mean find you a loan? You were literally listed for loan, you penis. Aye. Elder tell managed to fuck. Yeah. It's... Oh no, I'd be fucked in those situations for sure. Wait, you're back as well? God, I hate that these guys come up from these loans. Let's see if I can offer him a loan then. Fantastic form, dressing room. Fabrizio. I hate this so fucking much. Notice how at no stage was I given the option to offer him a loan, yet now he asks me for one and I'm still not given an option to offer him a loan. Who tests these, Mike? I'm sorry, this is on you. You'll have also seen Cyprian Rudencic moving for 42 million quid there. It's just so ridiculous. Basically, that's a meeting I was unable to win. It was physically designed for me to fail. There is no win condition in that meeting. I can't offer him the thing he wants because it won't let me. Even though it could easily let me offer him... Like, why is there not a thing that just said, yeah, I'll find you a loan? Not a problem. That's what you've been doing the entire time. But it just removes it there. Oh, that's cool. Lahovi's the new appearance holder. For the league, anyway. He's definitely not close to the full one. That's still Palacio. I think. He certainly was. It might have improved by now. Let's see. Best 11. 401. Yeah, Palacio has more than that, right? 462. That's a lot. Loved it. That's not really what... I mean, the other problem, I think, is that Pog doesn't really know what she wants to do, which really doesn't help, right? I totally understand that lack of knowing as well is really not helpful. So she's just been looking at general admin stuff, really. Because she works in retail at the moment. Now, what Pog actually wants to do is something practical with her hands. Like, she would actually genuinely, if she could, would want to be like a builder or a tradie, basically. Genuinely. If she had a choice. That would be what she would actually want to do. Which I think is really kind of cool. But I feel like if she could, what's stopping her? She can't just become a tradie. Like, she'd have to do an apprenticeship or something like that, which means that we would then lose her entire half of our we'd lose half of our income, which would then mean we wouldn't be able to afford to live. MOJ jobs. What's that? I've never heard of that. New FM video. That's it, yeah? Oh, here we go. Now it begins. Pog Joseph. I think Pog the Builder, that's very solid. I think a lot of people are in that position, though, where they just don't know what they want to do. Like, I think it's because it seems like a lot of... It's rare that you meet someone who knows exactly what they want to do from a very young age. I feel like most... But the world sort of acts as if that's the norm, when in actuality, I feel like that's the rarity. The exception is the person that knows what they want to do from a very young age and actually manages to achieve that. But we're in this sort of... I feel like the perception is that that's actually what everyone does, and you're weird for not knowing that when you were 2 years old, you know? When in actuality, it's the opposite of that. Most people don't know what they want to do. And you end up making decisions about your careers when you're far too young to even really understand what you do want to do and what would help you in the future, right? Superpower. Oh, for sure. Like, I know some of those people, and it's crazy. And they're incredibly high achievers, and it's awesome. Like, for example, the best example I can give of this is my mate Matt, who... I go to like racing events and stuff with, right? He, from as long as he loves motorsports, like lives, eats and breathes motorsports. He always wanted to be a motorsport engineer or like an engineer of some sort. So he got the grades, he went to uni, studied engineering, got a job at Jaguar Land Rover, worked his way all the way up at Jaguar Land Rover. He's now running a division at Jaguar Land Rover, basically, because he knew from such a... But he's the exception, right? As long as you're having the crack, there you go, yeah. Hello, Dan. How's it going, man? Civil service jobs. Yeah, no, I know some friends that do very, very well working with the civil service, but he has worked there for a very long time. I'm talking like 16... No, like 15 years. I was wanting to be a Pokemon master. So do we need to talk about he's great. I really, really have so much respect for him. But most people aren't in that position. Like, I have another friend that's somewhat like that, as in ludicrously clever. He basically got the right degrees, etc. Went through several different jobs, worked for some, like, he worked for a defense contractor at one point, but now he works for ARM. And if you know anything about tech stuff, like, he works... So it's like... stock options, yeah, it's awesome. I'm just so cool to have friends that do that kind of stuff, because I just could never. I always feel like I perhaps had the potential to be someone like that, but I'm just so indecisive and just can't get anything done. I'm one of those people that would always be rated in school as needs to apply himself. Has good potential but will never reach it. I'm that guy, basically, who's got, like, potentially decent PA, but dreadful personality in the game, which means that I'm never going to achieve anything. I've got slack. It's all I've got. Maybe. I'm Jairo Vargas, yeah. Balanced. I actually have a few people. Low determination. That's not even about determination. I'm actually a very determined person. I just find it hard to apply that determination a lot of the time, right? It's kind of like a car with ridiculous, like, that causes wheel spin, right? I can't apply the acceleration to the road. That's the best way to describe me a lot of the time. Like a real life Tony Harris. Yeah, I think some people just fall into things too, which is awesome, right? It's useful, yeah. Low professionalism. Low grip. Yeah, I've got no grip. My brain doesn't have enough grip. That is literally the best way I could describe the way my brain works. I like that we've stumbled upon this. My brain doesn't have enough grip. I feel like the power is there. If I find some way of actually getting grip on my brain on certain things, it is ludicrously powerful, right? Just need a big wang, yeah. But most of the time I struggle to get the power to the road. Trust me, you know when I do, because insane things can happen. Like that Aaron Walker video came about because I got the grip to the road and spent 2 weeks just smashing that out. More power and speed. Exactly. No good having a good pipe if you ain't got no grip. I'm trying to think. I actually have quite a few friends that have done this kind of stuff. Like my other friend, she was she just always was obsessed with like anthropology and stuff. Did her anthropology degree, worked in a museum for a little bit. And now she works for the Natural History Museum and has her own like research project and stuff. And it's just like, and my other friend who was like, I want to become a midwife. She became a midwife, then became a genetic counselor. It's like, I actually realised I know quite a lot of people that do this stuff. I'm just not one of them. Followed by IF Pipe. Oh, Nations League. Gibraltar, Malta. The Alta Derby. We crack. I'm not going to make the mistake I normally do, which is where I click on the game immediately. My brain lacks grip. Oh, Malta, get in, lads. How do they know? I don't know. I would like to ask them that. I think the next time I'm in a room with them, I might just ask them. Especially my engineer friend. Because I think he's the biggest example of that for me. What did Scotland do? Holy shit. Shout out Scotland, by the way. David Mitchell there. Imagine if his name actually is David Mitchell. Donald Mitchell. Wow, he's actually quite good, isn't he? I never knew. Like, when I went to I actually wish that, as much as I feel like a history degree wouldn't have probably landed me very much, I feel like I would have at least enjoyed it and would have been able to finish my uni degree because I was fascinated by it. Whereas I did a business and law degree and, frankly, had zero interest in either of those two things. Truly. Go for a target by blocking everything. I know it's crazy, and I really respect it. I just don't think my brain has the capacity to do that in its current state, anyway. For any number of reasons, right? But I have so much respect for people like that. I feel like sometimes people criticize high achievers, and it's like weird because it's just like that's just how their brain is wired, right? I think everyone should be respected, but not everyone has the same. People's brains are just really interesting. I've always found people's brains fascinating, the way that some work in certain ways and some work in other ways, right? Somehow you get to sometimes the same destination but with different routes. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I've managed to somehow find myself in a position where I'm self-employed, but I don't know how I've ended up doing this. I feel like this is almost more luck than anything else. I feel like there's plenty of other universes where in actuality I'm in a lot more trouble in my life than I am right now, right? Because I get to do this. Now, why I get to do this, I don't really understand, but yeah. Study brains then. I think it's a bit late for that. Just like, I'm going to become a neurologist at 34. Right, Malta versus North Macedonia. Can they make it 2 out of 2? You make your own luck. Well, yeah, I don't believe in luck, actually. For me, luck is just when opportunity meets preparation, right? Malta have won 2 out of 2 in the Nations League. Get in, lads. They're 2 for 2. They're above Iceland. It's Iceland. They could get to Group B here. Same with zero history would be. Zero history. Well, zero history is actually kind of irrelevant to the building a nation element. It's what matters to building a nation is the quality of the teams around you, right? So if they're going to be starting with basically no reputation, good luck. as you've seen how difficult it's been for us to grow the reputation of the other Maltese sides in this save, right?
Malta in Group B.
Lucky, I suppose, but that's... What I'm saying is I think a lot of the things... You're right. What I mean by that is I feel like a lot of people attribute to luck things that are actually just preparation and opportunity, right? Biff, thank you very much for the 14 months. That's very, very kind of you, my friend. I think that people are often happy to take away from other people's accomplishments by calling them luck. By, for example, those artists that blow up overnight, but they miss the fact that they've spent years working on their craft, right? It's like, that's not luck. There's an element of luck in there, but it's about they were ready when the opportunity provided itself, right? Other people, yeah. That's talking of luck. Exactly. If you do nothing, it's going to be very hard to get lucky, right? Afrochuck, thank you very much for the 2 months as well. It's difficult to sit there and expect things to change if you're not making any effort to make things change. Occasionally you will think, yeah. Like, I do think there's an element of luck when it comes to content especially, right? But I also feel like if you put out good quality content, then again, I suppose that would kind of go against that because I don't do that. So. For Arsenal, we're working towards my entire life. Yeah, exactly, yeah. When preparation meets opportunity. I like that, though. That's why I always try to take opportunities when they come, right? Put on the platform. Yeah. Be there when an opportunity presents itself. That's the luck element of things. But an opportunity could be presented to you, but how you handle that opportunity comes down to the preparation side of things, right? Clean slate saver. There's no players in the save. I don't even know if you're allowed if you can do that. I think you might be able to, though. Right place at the right time. You can definitely help yourself. But I feel like those players potentially could have done things to make themselves more known, right? You see so many people, like, put all the work in again. I guess it depends on what you're putting the work into, right? I do think that sometimes people just like to say, oh, I've just had bad luck. And it's like, yeah, you probably absolutely have. People, obviously, over the course of a spread of population, there's going to be somebody who had better luck, somebody who had worse luck. But I feel like you'll still see people that have prepared for that, right? And you can't just blame everything on bad luck a lot of the time, right? Because I feel like if you just basically think all the wrongs that have occurred to you are because of bad luck, and that you have no personal responsibility in that, I feel like that kind of, I don't feel like that's going to allow people to grow and actually be able to achieve anything themselves, right? Because then you're never going to take responsibility and hopefully take things into your own control, right? Because there are things that you can only control what you can control, right? I love how weirdly philosophical we've gone today. It's odd. Yeah, Fenerbahce have not really won a lot in this save, even domestically, really. Only the 4 league titles in their entire one. So, also, Moxo, what was that? I know you mentioned MOJ, and I'm sure I saw you put something in chat about it. I didn't actually see what you said. If you could put that in again, I'd be really curious to tell Pog about it later. Well, support, yeah, well, exactly. You can't really do much with that. Like, yeah. It's one of these things where it's like, if I have a video that blows up, is it lucky? Potentially, but at the end of the day, I made the video. So if I hadn't made the video, you'd never know, right? So you still put the effort in to get to that point. That's why I believe that failure is data. If something goes wrong, you can at least learn from it, right? Ministry of Justice. Wow, okay. Can you imagine Pog at the Ministry of Justice? She'd probably think I'd get to be a judge. Bathing and privilege. Wow, okay. Wow. We're just going down the, basically... Okay. Well, we're not going to go down that nonsense, so we're going to move on from that now, because we've ruined that conversation. Put on the ETH saying, I don't... As a general Premier League fan these days, I generally don't want to see him get sacked. Because it's fun for everybody else. But I think probably for United, I don't think it's their biggest problem. I think they have other problems that need to be sorted. I don't know what they are, but I don't feel like the next manager is going to have any better luck, right? As for the Ballon d'Or thing, I saw a lot of people complaining about it, but I think that Rodri probably... if you're looking at players who deserve it, I'd say he's one of those players, frankly. Didn't he go like unbeaten in like 70 matches or something? And then the only games that City lost in that period were games that he didn't play in. Let's see. Yeah, exactly. Like, put it this way, if you'd have told me with nothing else, no context other than like Rodri won it, I'd be like, yeah, fair. Been announced. The Ballon d'Or thing, I think it's been announced, right? Because you rise fast. Fair enough. Is that why you're called Legal Dino? Lautaro Martinez is cooking in. I saw a lot of talks about Lautaro Martinez. Put it this way, I don't really have an opinion on it either way. But what point is I don't have a problem with it either, right? I haven't actually seen the rankings though. It was nice to see it not being given to purely attacking players for a little bit. I mean, obviously Modric won at one point, didn't he? But like, it's nice to see that. Now, we'll probably go through a spell now where it's just going to solely be players who aren't attackers for a little while as well. Yeah, I couldn't care less about the Ballon d'Or, but the biggest thing is, like, if you said Rodri win it, I'd be like, yeah, that seems right. Who did win the Fallon d'Or? Yeah, I'll have to refer Pog to it. I actually was at, ironically, the engineer friend I was talking about, when I was at his wedding, I was his best man. His partner's maid of honor, I was talking to her husband, and he actually works for the MOJ. It's quite high up as well. But, like, really nice dude. Danny Carvajal came 4. I might be the only one here. I just really don't like Danny Carvajal. Samba star of the league world, yes. You get it. Oh, this is huge. If Malta beat Iceland here, there's a real chance that they can actually come top of the Nations League group here. Rodri is up too. Yeah, absolutely. A draw is not the end of the world. Streaming joke. No, Fallen Floor was like a real sort of thing, right? Should have won the Ballon d'Or. Like I said, I don't care who wins it. I think that if he'd won it, put it this way, if Vinny won it, I'd be like, oh, fair enough. And if Rodri wins it, I'd be like, fair enough, you know? I don't have enough of a... I have so many fucks to give, right? And I feel like the winner of the Ballon d'Or is just not what I waste my time on. You know? Cheers. But I don't know why either of them should have won it over the other one, right? I think Vinny's an incredible player, but I don't see why he deserved it more than Rodri or why Rodri deserved it more than him, right? I couldn't care less. I think, really, it's one of those arguments that is completely cyclical because it just really, like, it's subjective anyway. So there is no real right or wrong answer to it. It's just, I mean, there is a wrong answer. If you'd said that, like, I don't know, Michael Dawson should have won it, perhaps you need your head examined, right? No offense, Michael Dawson, just the first player that came to brain. But still, personality of the year, which is always nonsense, exactly. I don't really care that much for individual awards in football in general anyway. It's a team game, right? Then boycotting is extremely funny. Because it shows that it's like really in their head as well. It's like, it's the equivalent of that scene in Chef where he's screaming at the food reviewer going, "You're not getting to me!" That's them right now. The Ballon Dawson. Do you know what? That's probably why. Oh god, are we still talking about this? Like, get a grip and move on. Like, we were just having a nice discussion about like people achieving stuff, and now we're like, no, you're not allowed to do that. Anyway, we'll move. Ballon d'Or. I think it's just because with door in my head, my brain went Dawson, because that's just how my brain do things. That's how it possible. Well, yeah, literally, I've our friend, I won't say his name because he's someone from chat sometimes. Is a civil servant. So much so we were going to a country, he's like, I better check with work. I'm like, that's a bit of a weird one. But that, right, by the way, chat, is the reason I never even talk about politics in chat. One, because I have zero intention of doing so, but also, even when you get tangentially related, someone will just bring it up and ruin the vibe when we were just having a nice little light-hearted chat. Anyway, Malta, they need a win against North Macedonia here. Viking. Maybe. Maybe. A Dennis. An accidental Dennis. Oh, that's shit. Yeah, I think that's kind of guffed it for Iceland there. Not for Iceland, sorry, for Malta. That draw against... Oh, it's so tight. I think they're going to have to rely on Iceland dropping points, and I just don't see them doing it again. They needed a dub against them, really. Let's see. Yeah, no, I have a no politics rule as well. For that exact reason, it's not productive. Like, I actually find it insufferable when I am in some kind of content, and the content is about a certain thing, and the person making the content or whatever is obsessed with just shoving their own politics to you. I'm like, I don't care. I'm here to learn about cooking, etc. That was an example. Like, do you know what I mean? It's like, do a different channel. Tell me about the blancmange. Remove restrictions of the multiplayer zone section. Yes, we did, yeah. Who am I endorsing? I am endorsing myself. Because you got to back yourself, chat. Believe and you can achieve. What a cool name. Toussaint Marchand. Just wonderful news. Who's crossed between a hockey player and a region in not Red Dead, The Witcher. Red Dead? Matt's endorsing. There you go. I'm endorsing Janos Toth. The Toth for Triumph Party. The ball endorsement. Wait. Oh, it's Pringles. Good lads. Right. Anyway, let's to quote Alonzi, fresh slate. We move. We've got a Champions League coming up in a minute anyway. I haven't listened to Al Last Night in ages. Every well-known wrestler. They should have a Royal Rumble and decide the winner that way. I reckon. No, careful, Matt. I thought his name was Self Kumara then. Do that. I actually prefer your spelling more, so it makes him sound like an angry mother. That's a lot of players there. Sick. Hambusher. So I believe old Joshy boy is not Hambusa. There he is. Yes, he's a fitness coach at Real Madrid these days. Because we actually only had him for 4 years. Okay, awesome. Seriously, guys, that's actually genuinely really helpful, so thank you for that. FM draft? As if they don't even get it to work. He's a fitness coach at Real Madrid, has been for 4 years. Maybe we should try and sign him back. Wait, what? Well, I just figured he's done his 4-year rotation, right? He did 4 years at Sirens. Now he's going to do 4 years at Real Madrid. Now he can come do 4 more years at Sirens again. It's the perfect rotation. Technically, a presidency would count as international management. Just saying. Sorry, Voddies. I might have just deafened you all there with my clapping. No amount of compressor is going to save us now. Tipple, we're not about that. 4 more years. Term limits on fitness coaches, chat. Bring them in. Ooh. Managers from the Sirens system. I'd say pretty close to half. Selection of Polish players. No, with Poland we won't need to, because with Poland you only need to pay a fine with it, and it's actually pretty relaxed anyway. So, and also Polish youth players are better, so that restriction will not be. We won't really need to touch much with Poland, honestly. A couple of things like transfer preferences, but other than that, we are. So Valerio is one of them. Del Negro obviously isn't. He's a real person. Gudja obviously is. Actually, wait, it's Del Negro. I just realized real people could still be these players. No, he's not. He's the lesser spotted one. Kerwin obviously is. Gazira, he isn't, but he might as well be. Hamron, I don't believe he is he? Oh, no, yes, he is. Wow, I love that. Hibernian, he isn't, as far as... Oh, no, he is, yep. Nashar, he definitely isn't, which is a rarity, but he's done all right there. Sanglea, oh, wow, he actually is. Okay. I didn't think he was. As obviously us. I'm a project of it. Jack Canoes absolutely is. Campari is. Buttigieg obviously isn't. Kurt Kalea isn't as well. And Bradonic, I think, is. I'd say it's about 50-50. It might even be slightly higher than that. It's certainly around the 50% mark, maybe even higher. I don't know if anyone was counting while I was doing that, to be fair, so I couldn't tell you, but you're really out of our price range, in fact. Right, who's a good... Oh! Chat. Where is he? Wait, that isn't him, right? No. So, do you remember last stream? Someone in chat said, we need to scout the Argentina national team. And I went, I don't know about that. But we looked at all the players from the national team who were domestic-based. Oh my god, it's done it again. So, news for you, chat. If you use versus mode, it will randomly remove columns from your views in career mode. Because it's happened again. It's taken all of my columns away that I use in these views. I bet you if I go to my Lone Farm view, it's going to be broken now. Okay, it's not... Or has it? No, it has broken because it's removed things like the loan length. But it's removed different columns this time. That is unbelievable. I'm going to have to rebuild all of these, export them, and make sure I can re-import them each time. Either way, it's this guy here. I can't re-import it because I've edited it. And I haven't exported it since I edited it, so I'll have to make a new one. But yeah, this guy came up in the reports. Federico Maldonado. That just seeing Racing Club in that scout report just reminded me about this guy coming up and me going, I'll probably send him to the back of the queue so chat gets to see him later. 27 years old, available for 15 to 19 million pounds. He's quite good, isn't he? Would probably be worth about 60 million quid on the streets of Europe. So, probably worth signing him at some point too. He's on the shortlist and he'll come back around again in a minute anyway. I'm going to have a quick pee break as well because I am busting for one. And yeah, give us a chance to reset a little bit. And hopefully you'll get this one. And I'll grab myself a Beppis and then have a bloody old jolly time. Returns in a moment. It was, of course, the one and only Gaetano Gialianza. I believe that was his name. I actually forget it already. That was much more difficult to open than it should have been. Maybe I'm growing weak in my age. Delicious. Okay, there might be some players in here as well. I mean, there clearly is. Wait. This guy was in a recruitment focus over the summer. Now, his CA has actually gone down slightly. I swear he was recruitment. Let me see if I can find him. I've actually forgotten where they are. I swear he was in one of these. Maybe not. Or maybe it didn't count. Was he a near match or something? Or maybe he wasn't. There was definitely an insane player from Slavia Prague that I swear was in a youth recruitment focus, but either way, there he is. Oh, by the way, that goalkeeper that we were after from Flamengo, he's joining us on a free. They turned down £13 million from us, and now we're signing him on a free transfer. He just came up on, because he was shortlisted because of that bid. It just said, oh, he's got 6 months left, and I thought, fuck it, I'll just put a bid in and see what happens. And now he's just, joining us for free, which is great news. This guy feels like a signing, right? Resolute, solid attributes. He's only 17. He's got great dribbling, good on both feet, 6 foot tall, slightly injury prone, which is a little concerning, but I feel like he's the kind of guy that I would have said no to before, but he's just not a single red attribute as well at 17 is crazy. His lowest attribute is his tackling, actually, and his positioning. He's so well-rounded. Now, that could end up with a bit of Vosterek vibes, but he's a winger, so we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. It's about his PA, basically. If he has decent PA, then we're cooking. That's actually quite a lot of money, lads, but most of these won't come in, or if they do, it'll be worth it, so we'll take that. Yeah, bear in mind, we have an insane transfer budget at the moment, by the way. It's nearly 500 million. We have nearly half a billion pounds in transfer budget right now. Wait, as if there's more. How much are they wanting to give us? 6. Yeah, I think I'll take that. So that brings the Brower money up to nearly 26 million, which is literally the exact amount we paid. Visionaries, thank you for the follow. You're from Liverpool, so that's not going to be much worth signing. Then again, we signed Alan Douglas. You? He's quite expensive. And I don't like expensive things. You, however, at Chukwuemeka. Tackling good, aggression good, bravery good. For 17 especially. Work rate very low. For the role anyway. He might be a worthwhile signing though. Provided he doesn't want anything... It's the 8 work rate that gets me on him. But if he's super... If he's like... I feel like 1.5 mil. Yeah, I'd pay 1.4. Lee Marshall, you're at United. You're not going to be able to be signed for us, really. You are one of the other guys at Racing Club who are pretty solid as well, but he's not quite as good as the other guy. You... Oh, yeah, he wanted something stupid, didn't he? More like squad player. We'll get rid of you. You are Valo Reykjavik. Why did I... Oh, is he a Malta guy? I assume he is. Yeah, okay, that's fine. They've got Nanny here at Mirasol. Yanni Rootsis. For when your sibling is running the sat-nav. Very aggressive man. He's just... He's got no technical ability. He's just a really aggressive physicality merchant. Like, extremely aggressive. He's just a Greek Vinnie Jones. Juan Nino. Oh, we already signed him. And you're on the Malta list. That's actually the Marchand guy, isn't it? And you're Nanny. You're not... Do you know what? He might be alright. Resolute personality, good physicals, solid mentals, really limited on the technicals, but actually okay for tent poles. Probably quite cheap as well. Oh my god, look at the wage. That's unhinged. If we give him like 270 grand, I mean... I wonder how many clubs right now have outstanding friendly agreements with us right now. Because it feels like it's probably at least 50 teams. Watch them put out a patch at some point where it actually forces clubs that have those clauses with you to actually start triggering them. And then one summer we have like 50 friendlies against basically every club in the world. Future prospect. Wow, you've got options. This is where he then demands all of that stuff back. Okay, cool. We had that one player last time that actually kicked off about it. He's going to require international cap clauses, unfortunately, but that's okay. That should be all right. It's annoying that it can only do a 6-year contract, but... God, it'll only be 23 by the time that expires. There we go. Nice job. Lovely. Clauses not expire. I don't know. But I haven't... The only friendly clauses that ever get called in for us are... Well, they're all at it now. Are the ones that Dingley and Zuri have with us every summer. Weirdly, none of the foreign affiliate clubs even call those in. I've not had a single one of those foreign clubs ever call in a friendly with... Maybe they don't have that in part of their agreement, to be fair. But I think they do. But they just never actually rely on it. Like, Las Palmas are never like, hey, lads, fancy a friendly. It just doesn't happen. What about Nanny? Ah, perfect. We can give him whatever he wants, which is not a lot. That also suggests to me that he's probably crap, given that he's only asking for like 2 years. He doesn't want to risk asking for anything else. Leagues are not playable. Oh, I see. That makes sense. So you're saying if I did this... What you're saying is don't do this in Outcast to Icons. Otherwise, we will be in a world of trouble. Fair. I'll bear that in mind. Yeah, with domestic transfers, you'd have a true disaster. Like, it's bad enough that every summer, Zuri and... Christ, I've forgotten. Dingley Swallows call those in. Because I always have to make sure that I don't schedule any friendlies until that they've scheduled theirs, because if I fill our schedule with friendlies in the structure that I want based on our training schedules, they don't care about that. They will just come in and be like, so we're going to play in between those friendlies. What's that? You're playing Wednesday, Saturday? Good. You're playing us on Thursday now. Or actually, usually they choose Monday to put the friendlies in so that you get them every 2 days, but it's really annoying. So I always let them schedule their friendlies first. That way I can, because then they'll put them on Wednesday, Saturdays, and then I can just schedule around them in the end. But Lord, it's annoying. This is a proper league game, isn't it? How's VR done? It's got a couple of assists. I think that was mostly in not in the in Europe though. He has let me down a little bit European wise. Moser actually has 4 goals this season already. In what competitions? 1 in the Champions League, 2 in the league, 1 in the Super Cup. Reynoso is not helping himself here with this slow start to the year. Like, who's actually got the better XG and stuff? Not that will probably be visible on my analysis screen, because they'll have probably removed that statistic. It does feel like something's missing from it. This feels like the one that actually doesn't get touched. So far, weirdly, Kravitz has got the highest XG. Moser has the second highest, despite playing less minutes. Now, obviously, worse opposition. But he has also overperformed it nicely, too, which is good. Is it Reynoso's cold year? Last year, he only got 29 goals. So he's not going to win the Ballon d'Or this year, most likely. So they get removed. Yeah, it's absolutely asinine. Oh, by the way, it also fucks this screen up. You'll note that it's also removed star ratings from this screen too. FM, man. So silly. I am going to have to make a little pack of these views that I can, because I don't want to have to keep remaking them every time I do a versus mode game, particularly as I have 36 more of them to do over the next 5 months. And I ain't about that life. That's going to be my big job, I think, after stream today, honestly, is doing that. Right. I just want to see like a nice cheeky little Reynoso hat-trick. We're scoring a lot of goals in the league. Just, he's not. I wouldn't be surprised if Moser comes off the bench in this game and scores more than 1 goal. 3-0. 2 more goals for Ivan Kravitz. Literally, I need like an air-gapped PC that I can... Oh, that wouldn't really work because it's versus mode, but still. Reynoso with a 6.5. He has really started the season poorly. I bet he had XG in that game too. And in good numbers. Yeah. I mean, he's played over... The fact that he's still created less as well is mad. Kravitz now has 4 goals this season. He's really taking to being captain. Feels weird seeing him as a captain. But this is the thing. If Reynoso keeps this up, Moser will get an opportunity to start for us more consistently if he keeps putting in the right numbers. Douglas is doing well for the under-23s. He is crying out for a January loan. He's got Hibernians written all over him. Starting Moser. Well, we've only played a couple of games so far, right? I'm willing to give Reynoso a chance, as we know that he does blow hot and cold sometimes, but once he finds form, he's unstoppable. We're also 73 games unbeaten in the league. I didn't even notice that. Plus, it's going to cause us more problems. If I start dropping Reynoso, he'll just start complaining, and then we've got that whole issue. But whereas Moser's happy to be the backup for right now. But, oh, I forgot about Martin Hayward. There is going to come a time where there's like a crossover period for me. I'm not, as you know, with that kind of thing, I'm not very knee-jerk. I like to give players a chance to I know how good he can be. But if he consistently doesn't do it, like, if we get to after Christmas and Moser is still outperforming him from the position he's in, which is essentially as a substitute / backup, then I think he'll have to start getting some starts. But luckily, in the meantime, Moser's not going to care too much about the fact that he is a backup because he's happy to play the role. And if I do start playing him loads, he'll then demand a higher squad status or a new contract, which means I'll have to give him one, and then we'll be stuck in a situation where neither of them... who do I get rid of? Also, I love that this is actually happening, by the way. Dries Blowmen, who I'm assuming we only signed because his name was Dries Blowmen, right? He has all right fitness, and he has been at the club for 23 years. But we are going to get rid of Dries Blowmen and replace him with Joshua Hambusher for the 2nd time. So he's completed his tour of duty at Sirens, then 4 years at Real Madrid. Now he's back to Sirens again. Good. I also like that Hambusher maybe put in a wave compensation for managerial role, which is interesting. Usually fitness coaches aren't the ones demanding that, but we will see. Do the positions retraining thing on any players being a pain in the ass? Position retraining thing? Wait, what? I'm curious. That sounds like a potential cheat code that I've not cheat code, but like thing I've not heard of or not had a chance to exercise. Ambush it as a bar. Oh, here we go. Not going anywhere. Oh, hang on. I mean, I'll sell you then if you want to go. It's a shame, though, because you're actually quite solid, but I'm not going to keep you here against your will. I do like the moment that you have that argument there. Yeah. Retraining positions as a video idea. Oh! We'll just be like, ah, you're a goalkeeper now. Sorry, for some reason, Moin, I thought you'd found some method where there was a thing you could say to the player in the meeting where you could say, I'll retrain you in another position, and it would shut them up. I was getting super excited for a brand new little, cheeky little exploit. Drago Brishki Ostrek. Great name. Also, Paulo Vinicius. The most default sounding Brazilian name. That might be the most Brazilian regen sounding name I've ever seen. Because I think certainly we've already signed 3 players called Paulo Vinicius. Nathan Decat. That's amazing. He sounds... I was going to say he sounds Belgian because he's literally written it in the message. Belgium are an underrated good name nation. Also, random game between Sporting and Real Madrid today in the Champions League because reasons. Let's see. Do you know what? Let's give... hang on. Champions League is... Yeah, that's fine. I'm going to start Moser here to see what he can do with the full strength side pretty much. Obviously, Hajara wins it as well because, sadly, VR... I might just start calling him VR. He's virtual reality because he's only good when he's virtual. Battering a Gozo team. That's true. This is not going to help. Do you know, if anything, this is probably better to have Reynoso in. Because this would be an opportunity for him to stat pad a little bit, get his confidence back up again against a team like Zabug. This is the sort of game where he needs that exactly 3xG hat-trick that I've heard so much about. We need him to kind of develop it. Kraut will go back to being, oh my life. He still only scored twice. Kravitz, on the other hand, 2 goals, 2 assists. Hajaran with a hat-trick. Peters with a hat-trick. 12-0 will do. The fact that he only got 2 goals in this game is a little bit... I do despair a little bit by that. Because it still doesn't make him top scorer, right? No, Kravitz's top scorer was 6. He has the highest XG of anyone on the team. Reynoso now has 4, but it's taking him a lot more XG to do it and a lot more minutes. In fact, double. Even against a crap team. Let's see what his XG was. 1.5. So at least he overperformed his XG in this game. It has to be said. But shout out to Mohamed Pius as well. 2 assists and 3 goals. What a performance. Albeit against a dreadful team. Zabug Rovers and a Zabug Rent. Zabug are just doing bits. I'm not even sure Janison will leave. He's the kind of player that I'll probably just try to keep around as long as I can. Modric lords him. I bet he does. Taking credit for my design. As if I designed him in some way. Birkikara have struggled really poorly to start the season, which is a little bit unnerving. Is the second tier still... Is there any outright ridiculousness to begin with? Masterschlag, okay. God, the fact that Bader is still banging in goals from Melita, which does make me worry that... Oh no, Yanone's playing for Zabar, isn't he? Hopefully he's actually playing for Zabar. Oh, Jesus. Come on, lads. Use him. Do not... For me, he feels like the next Tabakaru. And I'm worried that they might squander him. Olympiacos match televised. Good to see. Didn't we play Olympiacos in the Champions League last year as well? I think we beat them like 5-0. It's been a while since we've had a top flight Master Schlock, so... Oh, God. Oh, that's not good. Santa Lucia, naturally. The ultimate bottom team. Looks like they're living up to their reputation. We'll get a top flight side now, I can bet you. There we go. Did I just say we could get teams as varied as Nashar and then just chooses us against Nashar? What if that's an indication of who you're going to get? Potentially, anyway. Are Santa Lucia bottom again still? No, they've actually started quite well. Unlike Berzabuja, which is always good news. And a cheeky little Harold Bishop Ultras. Why the fuck not? Let's do it. Where's my button? I've actually lost it. And a 5. And a 4. And a 3. Chat, I want to see some Harolds. So we can try and win some... There's a guy called Elvis Jacob here. We move. Let's go.
Right, you did.
I am through Harold and I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse. With sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I am through Harold and I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse. With sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I try not to lose my temper with myself.
Oh, goodness sake and shit and balls.
The minute you get uptight, you're dead.
I feel like that Harold cut off a little earlier than it was intended to there. Wow, okay. That also implies that no Ballon d'Or there, right? Because Hajarowan's just won FIFA Men's Best Under-21 player. And Sultan's won the Golden Glove because it's just what he does. 27 clean sheets this season. How many... That's his... He's won 5 in... So Ben Hyard actually won it, and Reynoso wasn't even anywhere to be seen. We're going to boycott it, yeah. Agreed. I'm hammering out. Imagine if he was. Was it Triple Sirens? Who was number 3? Oh, it was Silver Salamander. Which is ironic because he came bronze medal there. It shows that the youth are okay. The kids are alright. It's just... I think it's fair on Reynoso as well. He only got 29 last season. He didn't deserve the Ballon d'Or again. Usually when he doesn't win it, that's when Pereira steps up. But this year he decided not to get... He decided against it. It's not a good year. Full rotation. Which is Moser again. Honestly, I'm gonna let Hajarowan start in the Champions League again. VR has done okay, but I like Janelson, I do, but I think I'd still rather play Zimzims. Oh, they keep putting Zimmers. You know what? Fuck it. Let's see what Zimmer can do as a centre. I don't know why they're putting him there, but let's let it happen. Let's allow it. This is where Moser just goes out and bangs a hat-trick against Goodyear or something, just showing that he is truly the man. Like, he got 16 last season, but he did underperform his XG a lot. Like, 16 was good for his first year, but he actually should have had more like 20. And if he can start to perform over his numbers this year... Oh, misses another penalty. This man misses penalties like nobody's business. How have we drawn that guy? By the way, there goes the invincible season. Terrific. Moser just... For a guy that has literally 16 penalty taking and 17 composure, he misses penalties at an absolutely alarming rate. What was it last year? Yet last year, he took 7 penalties and scored 2 of them. How? How can a player with that good penalty taking attributes be so bad at penalties? Since he joined the club, he's taken 8 penalties and scored 2. That's crazy. Increasing missed penalties in this result. I don't believe so. I see plenty of them missed as well. We've actually missed both penalties we've had this year. Sorry, perfect season. Not invincible. You know what I mean. Like, I wouldn't care so much if he didn't already have really good penalties attributes and every attribute you'd think would matter. But yeah, just... I kind of want to leave him on penalties because I just want to see how far this goes. Struggling with pressure. But surely then penalty taking wouldn't matter as an attribute. Also, could we even see his pressure? I feel like we do miss a lot of penalties, but we also get a lot of penalties too. Because of the way we play tactically. Like, this tactic is an incredibly, done attribute. I mean, I don't buy into this idea that there are attributes that don't matter at all. I truly believe they all do something. Some of them are just far more useful than others, right? But, I must admit, when it comes to penalty takers, I'm generally speaking choosing players with good finishing and composure rather than their penalty taking attributes, for the most part. How's Pugliese done on loan? 6 goals in 8 games. Right. This could be a game changer for them, you know. It's like when people say, you don't need to sign players who've got good finishing if they've got good composure. It's like, yeah, but I'm not going to sign a guy with 15 composure who's got 1 finishing. No, none of the good guys got loans, unfortunately. Javier was just too good. So was obviously Tabakaru. So we've got a lot of strikers. Technique. I wonder if it's more of a supplementary thing in that it basically acts as an amplifier for other attributes rather than it's noticeable by itself. So, like, it's one of those things where You perhaps don't notice it's there, but if you took it away, you'd maybe notice it. More than anything else. No, we won't do that. We'll pick it ourselves. It's kind of crazy that we're actually not top, considering we've won both games and played quite well. Napoli away for Birkirkara. Sweet. Tell you what, if Sweetie get anything from that game, we could be cooking. They won't. But I imagine they'll probably out XG them or something, which would just be even more annoying. If you're going to lose, just do it like a man, you know? Get beaten up. Oh, my goodness me. Napoli won. Birkirkara won. Birkirkara picking up some surprising points here. Roma won. And Milivoje Strock scoring a penalty. That's good. More Malta points. Takes Sweetie to 4 points from 3 games. And Birkirkara to 4 points from 3 games. Hamren have 4 points from 2 games. They've already got 12 points between them after, what's that, a combined 8 games. I'm feeling it. Malta is cooking. I didn't think Birkirkara had a chance in hell of getting through, but now they're quite literally 5 points away from it. Yeah, England are really not recovering very well either. They're actually below us in the coefficients last time I looked. Altering hidden attributes from one extreme to the other have been done. I suspect so, but I don't know for sure. If it hasn't, then that's just one more to add to the idea. It's the sort of thing I would have expected Max to do. Valletta versus Domžale. Oh, no. I feel like our sides never managed to beat our affiliate clubs. Hammer are playing Shakhtar. They could actually go to 7 points here, and they should do. And remember, we're going to get a chance to throw 3 points to Sweetie as well. So no matter what they get, I think if they could get to 7 by themselves, we can help them out enough. Training penalties. I don't believe so, because it's part of RDS one, and I believe it's a waste of time for the most part. End of the day, to me, you shouldn't need to train penalties if they already have penalties, right? In real life, absolutely makes sense. But in FM, in the way that the game world works, unless the attribute should be what matters, right? Not how recently they've practiced it. But I agree. That should make a difference. Yeah, Chosen One does keep developing, which makes me wonder if the game's setting us up for a late developer arc for him. Because he's getting into that kind of age range, right? I think he's too good to be considered a late developer, right? But he is 25. Now, there's no way he could ever be a late developer. Where would he develop to? Man is already an elite. To me, he's world class. I don't know why the game considers him a centre. He's not even an elite centre-back. What about him is not elite other than maybe his aggression? That's the one little letdown for him, perhaps. As he isn't the most aggressive. 2AC, I mean, I guess, yeah. I'd be amazed if there's even any 200 CA players or even PA players in the database left, let alone ones we've got. We might have 1 or 2 that are like in the 90s, though. In fact, we have to. We'll have to speed up the familiarity. I actually don't know, because it seems like familiarity is not even that important a lot of the time. 3 points to Sweetie. Yeah, so it's Olympiacos, then 3 points to Sweetie, which would... I think that will be enough to get them through for the 3rd or 4th consecutive year, which is awesome. Right, quick pick. I'm using quick picks here because I find that the selection device is just... Oh, it's actually the same for once. Interesting that my assistant has moved back to Hajarawan as well. Like, he's done a pretty good job of dispatching our boy. Peters, Ottavio, Kravitz, Pereira, Babasi, Renault, so, yep, that's cool. I do want him on the bench, though. Wait, or is he just suspended? Or injured? Whatever. He's not there. Moser start. Well, no, I played Moser in the last game so that Reynoso could start this one because I do still want to trust him right now. And, like I said, I'm going to give Reynoso a chance, right? I'm not going to be reactionary about this. He's hurt, is he? I should have put Janusson on the bench, really. But, like, we've got Zimmer on the bench. We've got Blaž Kral. Oh, no, we don't have Blaž Kral, actually. That was a mistake. There's probably someone on there like Tabakara I probably could have taken off, honestly. Ranking in terms of reputation. So in reputation terms, we're 7th. Reputation is weird in FM where it's very hard to increase... Wow! PowerPoint presentation, baby. One moment. So this year we went up to number 7 on the reputation charts, but reputation is not really that important in terms of the save, but it does matter. But I think what it measures is the reputation growth. I think the reason we moved to number 7 this year was because Valletta won the Conference League. They would have gained a nice chunk of rep that would have pushed the league up, whereas I don't think anything we do now is actually going to make any difference, because our rep, I would be willing to bet, is maxed out. I think if we could see in the editor right now, I reckon our rep would be slap bang on 10,000 or like 9,998 or something. Because we managed to get above United and City again, but with 4 Champions Leagues in 6 years, the 4,000 rep points we'd have gained from that has probably got us very, very close to maxing out our reputation. Oh, that was a chance. I feel like this is the kind of game Reynoso has to score a goal or two in. We're playing Olympiacos because we beat them 5-0 last year. He needs to be getting a couple. League rep would largely stay the same. The reputation is measured on... I don't know the exact way it works it out, but it seems to work it out based on the club's reputations within that league. Because I think that's why we took a random jump this year, because of Valletta gaining, I suspect, probably like 500 reputation points for that Conference League win, which is a big deal for them. It really does make a huge difference winning European competitions. And it moves a lot slower, and it decays really slowly as well, which is why it's hard to overtake the bigger leagues, because you have to have a lot of teams mess up for that to kind of take a hit, really, for Basie. Come on, Ivan. Another goal for you would be sensational. Oh, this is beautiful. We're just biding our time here. Go on, Ivan. Have a pop now. Oh, it's glorious. Oh. Smaller league may work in its favour. Potentially, yes. Yeah, bear in mind, when Valletta won the Conference League, they had the same reputation as Cheltenham Town. And I think that is the biggest hindrance. So when it comes to eventually making the video as to why we probably have to stop the save at some point, that's what I'll probably talk about. Kravets. Oh, go on, Ivan. Oh, he's just unstoppable. Our top scorer is our Segunda Volante this season. He's got 7 goals already. I think he got 11 in all comps last season, and he's banged 7 this season so far. Making him the captain might be the best thing we've ever done. He's just seemed to have become an absolute monster. Just on the chest, straight through the bodies, bang. League rep equals total teams up. Really? Okay, so that's interesting then. So basically just keep him... So a larger league would actually have more of a difficult time. The problem is when that large league is like the Premier League, the reputations are insane there. Oh my god, I thought he was going to get another one there. Primo Volante, I know. Influence player prices. We're not entirely sure. Yes, in theory, but actuality, it's kind of a bit of both. The way it's set up with this database is that it is supposed to influence player prices. However, our Pugliesi's just got hurt. No, the reason I really do rate having good finishing ability on our Volantes, because when you look at who they've been and how they performed in those roles, just finding a guy it's hard to find a player that suits that, right? Because they need to be good at the defensive elements of the game as well. That was sensational. As if Reynoso didn't shoot there. Worrying that he didn't shoot, I suspect, but wow. Lowest used to go up. I guess so. But in order for them to grow and rep, they would have to essentially win stuff, which is very unlikely. What we'd rather... The fastest way for us to grow the Maltese League rep would be for other Maltese sides to win European trophies, basically, because they have so much reputation ceiling still that there's a lot of room for them to grow. Say one of them won the Europa League or something, 750 points. Bang. That would probably gain us a position by itself. I'm a bit worried that Hammer have got an injury to Pugliese. That's gone in off... Oh, it's forward again. Oh, it's not. Oh, actually, it might not be offside. I think there might be an assist on it, because I think they came off the defender. But I think Babesi may well have just slotted in his second goal of the game. He has, yes. Reynoso with the knockdown. He's not going to get credited with the assist for it, unfortunately. But it is now 3-0 here in Greece. I think Reynoso's header actually hits the post. Oh, it comes off the goalkeeper, then into the path of Babesi for his second of the game. Point by point rather than ranking. How do you mean? Track the coefficients by point? Because you kind of can, to an extent. Oh, sorry, you mean with reputation, where you can actually see the numbers. Yeah. The problem with that is that they'd have to be revealing things that are only available in the editor. He should have scored there as well. But yeah, Hammer and winning, which is ideal. That would take them to 7 points. It's just that injury to Pugliese, which concerns me so badly. If they were to lose him for an extended period of time, it could spell real danger for them. It's probably number one of the coefficient for 2 years or so. Yeah. So to give you an idea, with MTK, which I believe is the closest we've ever come to getting number 1, we only ever got to number 3 in the reputation charts with MTK, despite the success we had. And we were a lot closer to England and had much higher rep than we do now. Now, we did get to number 2 with MTK when I transferred the save over to FM24 to test it out. I actually went into that next summer, and then it did actually let us overtake La Liga. Backup striker. He's very, very good, because remember, they haven't sold a player. They've just added Pugliese. But hopefully it's only a minor injury and they'll still get the dub. As long as they win that game, I think they'll have enough quality to see it over the line. Oh, wow. Oh, my goodness. Why is Reynoso even playing up front? Do we just like do a Wayne Rooney on him and make him drop him back into a playmaker? Because that was filth. Like, lordy lord. He's running away with it. Back heels it, I think. Look at that. Backheel assist from Reynoso. Oh, he's got the quality. And he assists Hajaran as well for another goal. Oh. Cheating with the cup too. Yes, true. The cup thing hasn't been a possibility in this save because our cup reputation has remained so low. Despite us being the ones that are winning it all the time and we are having the best rep in the world. I think the cup rep just takes such a long time to improve. Or they fixed whatever bug was causing it to do what it did last year. Because it did seem like the cup reputation was more weighted due to the team winning it than it was on the teams competing in it. And as a result, you'd think by now our cup reputation would be one of the best in Europe, given that it's a 5-star rep team winning it every year. But I think our cup reputation is still like lower than like the Georgian Cup or something. I wouldn't mind a nice little 5-0 again. Oh, look at Gudmundsson. He's become a genuine monster since his return on loan. Oh, it's a fucking... What a great cross. Pereira at the back post now. Still disappointingly no goals in this game for Reynoso, though. That is worth noting. He has got 2 assists. The lack of goals, though, ever so slightly concerning. We'll get Valenhout on. In fact, I'll do it in one chunk that way. Actually, I won't do that. Why would I do that? It's one of those suspension ones. I'm going to get Moser on. We're going to get Babase. Actually, Babase is on a hat-trick, and I want to give him the opportunity. Just in case. Kravitz is looking a bit tired. Peters, we got Lahovey. We've got Crompy Wompy, who's always a good option. And I've got to start giving Silver Salamander a chance. Yeah, I feel like 6th or 7th goals are definitely on the cards for us here. Hammering a 2-0 up. Paolo Mateus, also a phenomenal player, in fairness. But that injury does concern me. The best news will be if we don't get told about the injury. Because if it's not a serious injury, we won't get informed about it. It will just be Hammering will deal with it themselves. But if we see an inbox item saying Pugliese injured, we know we're in trouble. Oh, look at this. Oh, my goodness. It's 6. Lahovey's 5th goal of the season again. He got a lot of goals last year at the start of the year and then tailed off a little bit. But Hajaran, with brilliant play again, he's genuinely keeping that guy out the team now. This is gorgeous. Stops it on the line, pulls it back, bang. He's getting goals, he's getting assists. This might be his breakout year. As things stand, the only team that's not is Valletta. They're really struggling. Create a super team. Let's have a look. Holy shit. 52 in 11 games. Even by our standards of what's good or bad. I love that there's 2 other unbeaten sides as well. And they're not even close. It's not fair, is it? Right, go on, one more. This will help with the goal difference at least. Oh, go on. Oh, hang on. Hajaran for another one? My God, he nearly did as well. These are the kind of performances we need to put in. And I just think having a consistent tactical shape and not switching it around all the time does just make you better. It feels like we really kind of suffered from me moving the tactic around all those times before, and it's taken a little while to recover and just get this set-in tactic. But now that we've got it again, oh my goodness. Otavio. Oh, we've gone alone. Otavio! Oh my goodness, it's 7. Jose Otavio. Good God, he only scores bangers. We did, yes. We were actually talking about them. I think I've talked about them on multiple streams now, Robin, actually. How's it going, man? 7-0 to Sirens. Moser might get an assist for that. The fact that he uses the decoy, then just goes between the 2 of them. This is our ball-winning midfielder, by the way. And boy, did he win the ball. Oh, no assist. I was kind of hoping that Moser would get credited with that. I'm good, man. I'm good. Just getting by, you know? 3-0 to Hammering. Delightful. That was a hell of a performance. Easily one of our best for a while. Babase with 2 goals is mad. 2 assists and a goal for Hajaran. Guy is... This could be the first year I feel like that he might have Padilla numbers in him. Because before he's always been like hitting his numbers, but to be Padilla, you need to go beyond that. Hammering are into 6th place. They've won 2 and drawn the other of their first 3 Champions League matches. And I've got a +5 goal difference. Surely they're going to qualify. They literally need like 2 points from their next 5 games. But best news ever. No injury news about Pugliese, which means it can't be too serious, because if it was, they are forced to tell us. So we can have a look and see what his injury is, but I bet you it's not severe. Potential foot injury. Oh, hang on a minute. Do I have to press another button? I'm now worried. Valletta with the 4-0 dub. See, even Valletta have woken up now. I mean, they still need to wake up a little bit more, but that win has propelled them all the way into 14th place. With Goodyear sitting in 11th right now, Tarshin sitting in 12th. So they're all up in the right spots, which is great news. Tarshin, of course, and Valletta have played an extra game, though. Goodyear are still right in this. This is good news. Okay, good. So he isn't hurt. Severely, anyway. FC Copenhagen drawing against Man United is great news. Takes more points off of England. Wow, Bayern just got absolutely humped there. Inter take points off PSG. Wolfsburg take points off Barca. This is delightful. Marseille, by the way, second in the Champions League. We're top of it. Got that game in hand. We've got Sweetie next as well, which means we've got to throw to them. Yeah, we've got Balsan in the Conference League, who have won. They've only played one game so far, but they won 6-0 away from home. So it's gone all right for them. Recency bias is great. I just... Sorry, I only just got that joke. That's brilliant. Great work. I respect it. Octotrek. I'm thinking Octotrek or the tongue. It might have to be Octotrek. Right. Goodyear away at Karabag. No excuses, lads. Just genuinely no excuses allowed. And Balsan are hosting Antwerp. Tough one, but they should be doing better. I'm worried about the shaft because it's Sweetie you're playing, not Hamron. Sweetie, I think, would just lose to it. Because we were actually the better side against Hamron when we played the shaft. We need to go a bit more crazy, I think, but not so crazy that we lose the game by like 9-0. I'm thinking Octotrek. Seems appropriate, I would say. Although I think we've got another international break coming up. Czech Pugliese. Okay, yeah, good point. Goodyear 4-0 win. Alden Zek with a Hattie. So they've replaced, interestingly, they've replaced Tabakaru with Alden Zek and are playing a 4... Wait, where's Dominguez? Lads? I assume normally they're playing Dominguez through the middle. Sweetie needed good tonguing. And Balsan with a 2-1 victory. Burger Ramen, man, has been killing it. 2 games in, Balsan, 2 wins. Bish bash bosh. It's just that easy. Goodyear, second in the Europa League. They're just made for this league. So, coefficient points-wise, was that everybody won? I don't think everybody won, but it's pretty close. 6.1 points on the year. We're already a point ahead of England by a clearer margin now. 4th on the year, but you've got to count for Serbia in there too. That still keeps us 5th, but we're still hanging on in there with a 6.1 season. We're actually having considering we've got 8 points of dilution this year, we are actually killing it. This is when 8 teams can actually help you, when they're actually winning. Right, Pugliese, how bad is it? Not bad enough for them to tell us, which is something. Hopefully it will at least say when we go to his profile. Twisted ankle. He will miss a game, but it's not the end of the world. I think that's only going to be a 1-game miss for him, probably. Yeah, the Europa doesn't look so much like the Champions League this year, which is always a good sign. But the last couple of years, it has looked proper, like, sweaty, I guess. Dilution doesn't matter. Well, no, I mean, they can't always all win other games because they would end up knocking each other out. But, well, even then, but still, it definitely helps. There is still a bonus to having more teams in Europe. If they can actually benefit and play well, there is probably a certain point when having the extra team actually helps you. Because it's just more opportunity to gain points. This man is genuinely astonishing. Like, he hasn't even got that much better in many areas, other than his dribbling going up by 3. Which, if he can get that to, like, 16, could make a huge difference to him. Probably should take a little gander at the reports. Oh yeah, this was when I was trying to sign a Danish guy so I could make Christensen happy. It did actually work. If nothing else. Ooh, hello. Hello, Standard Liège. Hello, Club Brugge. I mean, I know he's 26, but still. Bastian Masson. Goalkeeper, but still. Go on, Masson. Arnold Van Gool, or Van Gool, I guess. Wow, that's hair. Yeah, Moser might be one of the best deals we've done in the entire save. And then we've also got this guy, Felicien Gerards. Good Christ, why are you still at Club Brugge? He's definitely going to... I mean, I know we don't need any more centre-backs right now, but I mean, I'm just saying. Can you ever have enough centre-backs? I ask you. I'm going to do it. I'm going to start Reynoso. I'm going to start Moser for this game here. Give him a run out against Slima. See what he does against the tired leggy-wegs. Maybe give Lahovia a start, actually. Just because he's actually got 5 goals this season already. And this feels like the type of team that just need to be punished. I want to make sure that we stay strong against a team like Slima because they deserve pain. And in great quantities. 4 centre-backs and no right-backs. 2 centre-backs and 1 right-back. Oh, definitely 4 centre-backs because you can just put them at right-back. Most of them can usually play one of the 2 wing-back, the 2 full-back positions. Okay, I've got to ask, what is this? He's now missed another penalty. He's missed 7 of his 9 penalties, despite having the best penalty taking at the club. I want to keep him on here because I'm genuinely curious about this now. Reynoso actually comes off the bench and scores in this one. Another goal for Kravitz, by the way. Like, I want to know... Yeah, true. Can we actually look at the game? It's so strange. Also, massive underperformance on XG there. They're just shit pens. They just... It's actually incredible. I've never seen a player be this bad from penalties who's supposed to be good from penalties and shows no reason why he wouldn't be good at penalties as well. Bear in mind, Björk Sultan was on penalties for about a month and a half last season. He scored 3 penalties. Moser has taken 9 penalties and has only scored 2. This guy's a goalkeeper has more penalty goals for us than he does. Our alleged penalty taker. I think I'd actually rather have Andreas Pereira taking our penalties than him, and that's saying something. Castro developing concern. You're still here? I think this is the kind of guy... I'm pretty certain he's just turned down every move I've tried to find for him. Where's the one that says I'll sell you? That one. Should we gladly leave the club? Brother, you've turned down every move I've tried to find for you. Is this composure? He's got 17 composure. And he's a striker. So, you know, he should at least have good striking attributes, if nothing else. He has 18 finishing, 17 composure, 16 penalties. No indications that he doesn't like pressure, but obviously he's only 20. Bravery, perhaps? But, like, I've never known that being an issue. But he's definitely staying on penalties. There's nothing there should make me think that he would have this bad of a penalty. I reckon it genuinely is just pure unflappable, remember, as well, yeah? Which means he has highly professional one. So, there is 0 reason why he should be missing as penalties as missing as many pens as he has. But yet he does. Figueira, oh yeah, I knew this would happen. But you're still worth nothing, aren't you? Oh, Legan. This is why I sold Tesco's Express and not Figueira. Hey, Diesel. We will find a use for him. I'm just not sure what it is yet. Yeah, he takes the penalty well. He just doesn't score. He doesn't have high attributes in penalty scoring. That's the problem. See, if he had that, it would be a game changer, right? A Maltese record. Yeah, we actually set the full record a little while ago. It's like nearly 3 full seasons. Wait, really? Okay. Go off, sis. Even Pog's doing well. Make a good AP. Yes. And you're right. We maybe at this stage should just consider trading him there. The issue is that by the time he's trained there, I mean, would he actually make a good AP? Almost certainly. Let's have a little look. That's a striking roll, Matt. Passing's reasonable. Yeah, he would. And do you know what? I think at this stage, it would be silly for us to not do it, right? Beyond 3 seasons. It's actually not, because 3 seasons is... It's pretty close to it. It's a 26-game season, so 3 seasons is what? 78 games? Or maybe I'm wrong. No, it's 78, yeah. So it's nearly 3 seasons. It's a lot closer to 3 seasons than I thought it was. Yeah, I think we might as well try, because otherwise he's just going to end up leaving, right? So we may as well try and train him there. But remember, he's up against Hajarowan, and then again, he's only up against Hajarowan, really, and it would at least allow us a bit of flexibility there. Hello, Frosh. We signed a guy from Slavia Prague earlier. Yes, I think it's 26 games, isn't it? 13 games. Yeah, it's 26. I sometimes get lost as well and think it's 30, which is why I originally said it was nearly 3 seasons. But I always forget that's the second tier, that's 30 games, not our one. Sparta, they're still a Czech team. I haven't actually signed a player from Sparta in a while. Try Youth to Glory? Oh, fair enough. With who? Televise. I'm just here to start more beef. To be fair, I didn't say that with any, like, pretense. I could have told you we'd sign a guy from Milan. I just knew that Czech football. That and I'm retconning it, so I made a better decision. Right wing. There's no point in putting him at right wing. He's not going to play ahead of Pereira. Sorry, he's not going to play ahead of Pereira. We've got Crompton there. I think if I'm going to use him, it's going to have to be in a slightly different role to what he's used to realistically get anything out of him. And I do want the best for him. Where I'm from. I remember where you're from. I try to remember as much as I can about members of chat. It's not always easy with the way my brain works, as we know, but, you know. Part exchange for Gareth Reeve. Well, hello. Steinlein. I just don't believe that. I know he's only 16, but this just doesn't look right to me. I'm still going to keep an eye on him, and maybe we can go back from when he's like 17, 18, but I just don't believe he's as good as the game is telling us he is. He feels like a guy that's actually got like 130 PA, and the game is just outright lying to us. But, hey, good little test subject, I suppose. Wait, why are you so cheap? Oh, you're 23. He'd be hard to develop. Are you the reason I'm getting started? I don't know. What are those ads? You know? I will take responsibility / credit, depending on what the ad is. It's only 10 million. Yeah, but it's only 10 million on a player that I'm not sure about right now. And I kind of want to see him develop a little bit and see if there is anything there before. I don't want to end up in another Bengtson situation. Luckily, we didn't actually go for it. Paolo Vinicius is... Wait, hang on. 4 million? Lies. All kind of first lap rack and can't pass DVP. Who wins the championship? Would it just go to the car who was furthest ahead at the timing line? At the time of the incidents or something? Or, who qualified highest? Or just who had the most playoff points going into the round or something? So just basically it would just be given to Kyle Larson. See you later, Mason. He's evasive, I know. He's a tricky boy. Maybe that's why his report's so vague. We're not sure if he's actually any good or not. Name is not Portuguese. Which name? Must have missed one. Would have been Reynoso Plus. Yeah, let's see about that. Let's see where old Bengtson's up these days. I can't remember his name. How do we spell it? I genuinely can't remember his name. Oh, Timon. Yes. We've been looking at him for a while. He has a release clause that's expiring soon, but I'm still not convinced. Oh, this guy here, yeah. I just think we dodged a bullet, right? We were going to pay like 10 mil for him. He's 28 now and he's only managed 15 caps for Denmark and never left Midtjylland. I'm 100% on the side of we massively dodged a bullet there. Trifunovic. Casual. No, get away. Speaking of Beng, we could have a different guy here. 1.8 million. Oh. Even with a really low release scores, I don't believe he's worth it. Got Jason Cesar. He's way more worth it. His attributes are so much better. 20 though. Getting Pumba's 28 million pounds. That's the issue with him. Need to know. I'm very curious to know Bengtson's PA as well, actually. Because that way, if it's really shit, I can gloat. 1.2. I'll pay that. I really shouldn't be signing players right now. I've actually got a lot of work. We've actually got a lot of progress to still make. Yeah. Played him right. He could have. Maybe. I still hope that I hope that isn't the case. I hope that we do the looking forward and we look at him and he's got like 110. I think he's better than that, but he kind of can't be any worse than that. Right, Matt, stop it. No more signings. Get your head down and play some Champions League football. I assume Arifi must still be playing, right? Wait, when is the next Champions League? Was it ages away? Oh, it's Sweetie. Wait, are we playing him in the league straight afterwards? Well, we're actually not. I figured that would have been the perfect example of the game doing that thing it does. Very awkward. Wait, hang on. He's already learning. Damn. At this rate, by the end of the season, we'll be able to play him through the middle. There's Albi Arifi playing for Stuttgart. He has got nearly 100 caps for Kosovo. But look at it. He was hardly prolific for Dinamo Zagreb. Like, 4 goals in 20... Okay, that was all off the bench. 8 goals off the bench is pretty impressive. But then he moves to Stuttgart and actually does bang 18 in 28, to be fair. In Europe, you can when you reach a certain stage. Because we've actually played a Maltese side in the Champions League. I think each of the last 4 seasons now, we've played Hamren 3 times, and now this will be Sweetie. It didn't do the back-to-back fixtures thing, yeah, I know. Usually FM, any excuse to put back-to-back fixtures, and it's all over that shit. Right, we want... Actually, it doesn't really matter who's fit for the next game, really, does it? Because it's the game against Sweetie that we're throwing anyway. Let's have a look. Oh, Christ, he's very good. Solid jumping reach, tackling, and... Lower bravery, but, like, really, at this stage, it's, you know, you're clutching at straws to find a negative about him. They're playing an injured striker up front. I was like, hang on, why are you not playing Yanone? You're playing an injured striker over the guy I've... Oh, good lord. Don't make me recall him, because I will. In fact, that might not be the worst idea. If they're still not playing Yanone soon, I may have to recall El Tazli. Because they've got to give Yanone a chance. He's clearly going to have a higher ceiling. I hope, anyway. Especially if he didn't. He just looks to. El Tazli was one of those guys that, like, wow. Moser scored, and it wasn't a penalty. Not that it would have been a penalty, because, of course, had it been a penalty, he would have missed it. Yeah, we've dropped off the scoring a little bit in recent games. Just the 20 goals scored so far. Zabara bottom of the league as well. Like, lads, you're going to need to fix this, or appoint Hadrian again. Right, Octotrekkie. Yeah, Sengleia in Europe could not be worse. There is few things I want less than Sengleia in Europe. Doesn't just miss penalties, he's... Yeah, he never gets rebounds either. He just... Which means he's really missing them. He's making sure that the keeper is saving it far beyond his... This is where Sengleia go and meet Sweetie now. He has been good, but I just feel like Yanone would be better long-term for them. There we go. Good win for Sweetie. Pushes Sengleia back into their box a little bit. Hamren are flying. Slima... Oh, no. Don't tell me this is the year that Slima wake up as well. The last thing we need is them getting any ideas. To get Tabakaru into the team. I actually can't... No, I bought a guy to get Tabakaru into the team. I actually bought their best striker to get Tabakaru in. Berger has been an underrated baddie in this save. Like, he's done some superb... God, Pugliese. That injury cannot go away soon enough. Who the fuck is it? Etienne Mifsud. It's a low determination centre-back who actually has some okay attributes, but who's the other star? Oh, Aiden Sidia. Fair enough. No, they're all about the short term, whereas my plans are measured in centuries, which is not about that life. Speaking of Tabakaru, notice how he's completely gone off the radar this year because, well, he's not got a loan. He's our third choice striker, and now he's not doing anything. That's one thing I have noticed that's been harder in this save than it was with MTK. It's harder to keep the really elite talents that we bring in and get out on loan at their clubs for as long as we were able to do so with... What the fuck? With the other one. Oh, God. Like, we were able to keep Živkovic. Was it Živkovic? Yeah, it was, wasn't it? At Haladash way longer than we've been able to keep, say, but that's because the reputation's higher. They haven't guffed things up as much. Tabakaru, if you played him. I mean, it's one of the things where it's like, yeah, sure, I wanted that too, but at the end of the day, I'm not going to drop our best and second best striker just to play him, but he is not as good as they are. He's nearly as good as they are, but we just don't need him right now. It's been harder to keep those players up. The only reason that Živkovic even came back from his loan spell was because he got injured. They would have just kept extending it otherwise, I think. Your favourite scout? Let's have a look. Probably got no knowledge at all. Just got that England knowledge, baby. 42 years old. National A license, though. To be fair, you are actually a relatively stable scout. Just sell Renault, so yeah. Birkirkara lose 1-0. Not that that's a huge shock. It's Arsenal. That does mean that all the games are going... Oh, my life. That was really close. Did they even put up good performances here? Chances... Yeah, this is the thing. I wish that FM had a bit of context as well. Like, if it knows that you're not going to be a starting striker or even a backup striker for the club, why would it insist that you come back? I guess it's because he backs himself, right? But, yeah. One player living the doom together. Yeah. I'm actually surprised that they've been able to recover the way that they have. Hamron hosting Liverpool. Do you know, I wouldn't be surprised if Hamron just went and beat them. That's the kind of year they're having. But like Tabakaru is the kind of player that we're going to forget about pretty much for most of this year. And then he will slowly lose value, will stop developing. Although I think he's kind of fully developed at this stage anyway, beyond a few mental attributes. And we'll end up having to loan him to someone that isn't a Maltese club just to get him some football. To keep his price up. And I think that's one of the things that's been really difficult in this save. Rarely have any of the truly world-class guys stayed out alone, even when they stay in Europe. So, for example, remember when Valenhaupt came back from Sweetie, despite them still being in the Champions League? I reckon even if Tabakaru had done one more loan spell at Goodyear, when he was 26, he would have 100% just come back no matter what. Aced it. Nice. Premium automotive business. Hey. Sounds like you can get some good commissions there, Crybar Heat. You could sell me an Audi. Right, this time, Matt, don't overwrite the tactic. You absolute melon. So we can overwrite it with... We can overwrite this one because we're not using it anyway. So, Trequartista time. Doopy-doopy-doo. Be-doopy-doopy-doo. Can we have more? Yeah, we can have more. We want one of you. One of you. You're a BPD. I don't think I can put him on libero, can I? I'll put you on roaming playmaker. You in the middle. Oh, no, I can put you on libero. Consider it done. Trequartista on attack. Trequartista on attack. Trequartista on attack. I do worry a little bit for Sweetie here, but I think they should be okay. See, Tabakaru will at least get a chance to play here. Or will he, actually? I don't think he will. I'm not sure he's in the squad. Yeah, if you just joined stream, nothing to see here. Tabakaru does get to play. There we go. Get a chance to see Moser, Tabakaru, and Reynoso all together. With the lads in behind. I'm going to start Salamander as well. I think he just needs a game. There we go. You could consider it match fixing, but you would not be correct. Yeah, we're throwing a game. No biggie. I think it was ambitious of me to try and somehow do all 6 Champions League games before Christmas today. See what the time's looking like after this. Boom, boom, boom. Lovely old jobby. Okay. It's a chance for someone like Crisanto to have a lovely time. Bartosz is in the team. He's going to be having a nice time as well. I could see him getting some assists. For 2 hours. Holy shit. That sounds, particularly in the humidity of Jakarta, that does sound aggressively... Salamander's first game, and he's going to do a lovely old job. Salamander's going to be perfect. There you go. Oh, okay. He's just headed it to the one player that he shouldn't have done. Here comes Sweetie. Watch them just utterly embarrass us playing this system now. I would still be surprised if this is an absolutely horrendous loss for us. I could still see us losing this like 5-3 or something. That's how these seem to go. Well, tactic, we're going Octo-Trek for today. I figured that the tongue was too good of a tactic because we actually out-XG'd Hamron when we played that and we're unlucky to lose. And Sweetie are a worse side. Tabakaru now. It's weird seeing him in a Sirene shirt. Peters. Look at the build-up. Moser! Maxi Moser does the business. Sweetie 0, Sirens 1. Concerning. We will, of course, switch things if we absolutely have to because Sweetie do need to win this game. Right. So Moser has... he can score from 10 yards, after all. Who knew? 7th goal of the season for him already. This is the type of game where he could actually fill his boots a little bit as well. Are we not throwing this? No, we are. We're just winning. Here we go. Schrock. Right, just has to drop this across the box for an easy equaliser. Well, he has scored, but he very nearly didn't. He really has to square that. Right, Sweetie 1, Sirens 1. Cool. This is very much a day for the strikers, I suspect. We've got to keep an eye on Hamron as well. Here we go. Exactly. If we just lost this 9-0, it would never look believable. Whereas if we at least try to score... Carlson? Oh. I was thinking that was going to be a breakaway, but it's actually a breakaway for us. Oh, aggressive. Teams have gone very, very well so far. Hamron are actually sitting 6th in the Champions League after 3 games with 2 wins and a draw. Sweetie have already won a game and drawn 1. Bikikara have won a game and drawn 1. Goodyear are in, I think, 2nd in the Europa League. Valletta and... Christ, who was the other one? So many bloody teams to keep track of. Basically, everybody's doing fine right now, and we're gaining a lot of coefficient points. Schrock into the box again! And it's another piece of dreadful goalkeeping from Bjork Sultan. Yeah, exactly. I think that basically Moser just doesn't like a dead ball situation. If the ball is moving, he has perfect contact with it, but if it's standing still, he doesn't know what to do. Yes, we've got 8 teams in Europe because of Valletta. And Balzan are top of the Conference League as well. Liverpool already winning. Yeah, Schrock basically can only score if he cuts in from the right-hand side and then drills it off the goalkeeper and in. That's his only move. Pereira. Oh, my Lord. At least we're losing, though. It does seem to appear as though I have slipped some money into Big Frank Kirby's pocket to give us this situation. Yeah, no, your eyes were not deceiving you. That wasn't just a replay of the first goal. That was actually a second goal. I can still see someone like Moser grabbing a hat-trick in this game and then claiming the match ball. Right, come on, knock it down. There we go. Taba. Oh, nearly. Here we go. Slip him in, Hajaro, and show that quality you've got. Okay, that's a decision. Not the correct decision, but it is a decision. It's nice to see Wales Zaki actually starting for Sweetie in Europe, though. Particularly as he's about to give them an assist here. Oh, well defended. Callum Brooks is actually doing some really good defensive play from roaming playmaker today. Here we go. Taba. That Moser's making a dangerous run, along with every other member of the team. Okay, this might cost us here. Right, come on, Oscar. Silver Salamander isn't even bothering to chase him. It's 3. Brooks doesn't... Yeah, apparently. It is weird how AI teams behave when you give them all the space in the world. You'll notice just how many shots they bang straight at the goalkeeper. I'm actually surprised that didn't get saved itself. It started well, but it has gone quite poorly. I'm actually surprised at how well Sweetie are doing. With, this. They've actually defended quite well against us. Usually I find teams will concede quite a lot of goals, especially early in games when we play like this. But Sweetie have just come out here and gone, nah, fuck this. We're going to impose an absolute monster scoreline on you. And right now, they're very much doing so. Like, I feel like we'll have enough quality to get top 8 no matter what, even with a defeat. We have done the last couple of years. Shrek Special called Danky. I'd like us to get a couple, though, to keep it sort of interesting as well. Oh, God, we are not doing well in the air. And it's giving a lot of opportunities to Shrocky. Ah, he's... Oh, dear. Maybe that's why Shrock should be shooting. Shrock is love, Shrock is life. Are we not... Can we, like, not... Oh, you are supposed to be distributing it to the centre-back. Why aren't you, then? Stop lumping it. Okay, that's concerning. There's a lot of space. But once again, Zaki will go all the way to the byline, I suspect. Oh, Crisanto, he's got an option now. He's got to find him. He's found the wrong player. It's Schrock. It's 4. Okay. He shot that far, far away. Yep. But, on my defence, I'm not wearing a Hawaiian shirt this time. I'm wearing an England shirt, and I'm a disgrace to the entire country. Hammer 2-0 down now. Yeah, they were never going to win against Liverpool, were they? I suspect that Tesco's Express will definitely grab a goal in that game. It's just what he do. Oh, God. Yeah, if they're 5-1 up by half-time, we might have to switch to our other tactic just to stop it from getting too embarrassing. Purely because we don't want our goal difference to suffer too much as Crisanto's in, and it's now 5-1 to Sweetie. Okay. I might have to switch to the normal... I don't know how we can do that, though, with the players available to us. That could be quite complex. With only 5 subs, that could be quite difficult. This is quite bad from us. By our own standards, this is kind of poor. Well, we might need goal difference to stay top 8, potentially. Although, if we go to goal back here, maybe we can persist with it a little bit longer. Kravitz, driving all the way through. Go on, Kravitz. Oh, it's beautiful. It scores his 9th goal of the season. It's genuinely shocking to me that he has got 9 goals this season. from defensive midfield. And remember, he used to take penalties as well. He doesn't anymore, but he used to. We've actually only had one less shot in this game than they have. I think we can persist for a little bit longer. Tabakaru's had an absolutely shocking day. Look, this is your one chance, bud, to actually have some attacking opportunities, and you're still screwing it up. Yeah. Kravitz also did score some penalties, which turns out it can be done. I kind of do want a, what is it? Sirens stars left counting the cost of refunds, or whatever that news article it is. Yeah, that 7-0 victory certainly looks like it could help. I'm very impressed with Sweetie. The amount of times that we've played this kind of tactic against teams like Sweetie, and they've really struggled to actually score any goals against us, and failed to concede like 5 or 6 against us playing like this. But Sweetie have actually come here and gone, no, none of this silly bollocks. We are actually going to annihilate you. And you're going to like it. Look at this, it's 7. Lucas Carlson adds another one for Sweetie. This will help their goal difference if nothing else. Yeah, they're just ignoring Schrock now. They don't need him. Schrock is apparently not life or love. Kravitz, this year, I don't know what he's done for assists, but he usually does get double digits in both. This year, I feel like we could be seeing more like 15 goals and assists out of him. Yeah, I'm cosplaying as Dynamo. Oh dear. It's 8. I'd 8 to be a Sirens. Can we get sacked off of one bad result, right? We can't, right? That would be bad. Tabo might genuinely have to get substituted because somehow he's put in a 6. I genuinely don't understand how he's managed to be so bad. Apparently Babasi is the option. We'll move Hajarowan up and bring someone else on the midfield. Okay, it's Babasi still. Right. Crompton. VR's been poor. We've got no other option other than Lahovi. I'm going to just bring him in anyway. Figueira could probably come in instead of Peters. Trying to find anyone who can actually play in the team. So, no, we don't actually technically have any rivals, I don't believe. Yeah, I'm thinking this is definitely going to trigger the counting the cost of refunds for sure. I think we'll be alright. The players might get annoyed at me. But they'll understand. It's for the greater good. It's for the sweetie good. Sweetie good? Sweetie good. I think our biggest issue in this game has been our lack of aerial presence. Oh god, it's Kravitz again. Oh. That's an insane save. I actually thought he was going to score another goal. 18-7. That's unhinged. I think we've got better since I made the subs. First match for us. Maybe. Honestly, maybe. What a time to be alive. Figueira finally plays a game for us. And it's in this monstrosity. Kravitz again. Oh my god. He scored his 10th goal of this. He's our top scorer, by the way. Our defensive midfielder is our top scorer, and it's like October. This is insane. 8-3. He's got 2 more today. He is just the leader that we always needed. Him being appointed captain might be the best thing I've ever done. Yeah, he's the Volante. He's also the captain this season. See, Bartos proud of it. Oh my god, I thought he was just going to give the ball away there. No, we kind of did. Did I realise what was going on? Oh yeah, I think it could be about to get worse as Crisanto's in. And I tell you what, Bjork Sultan has not been good today. I know he's conceded a lot of goals, but normally he saves a lot of these in these types of games. It's 9-3. This is definitely going to be our biggest defeat ever in the save as well, because there's still 15 minutes to go. I think we could still get a couple more ourselves to bring the scoreline a bit closer. Moses disappointed me somewhat. I was hoping he might grab a few goals in this one. I wasn't expecting our goals to come from Kravitz, of all people. It's only him and Brooksy, actually, that have even got good ratings. Right, here we go. Kravitz is going to make the late run, as always. Oh, that's incredibly aggressive from Thiam. Sweetie are not satisfied with 9 goals. They want more. And I kind of respect that from them. Well, here comes Shrocky. It's a good defensive cover, actually. There we go. Sultan's rating is 5.8. So he's actually only made 4 saves. Usually he's better in these types of games at making those crucial saves. To keep the scoreline more like 6-3. He has had a bit of an off day combined with our tactical shenanigans. Would be funny if Kravitz just got given man of the match or something out of nowhere. A back post header. Oh, there we go. A bit more like it from the keeper. He is just fed up with me doing this from time to time, isn't he? Yeah. So this is where we could really get the ball off them. If they insist on... I think what it is Sweetie don't like playing out from the... Okay, I say that just as they decide to do exactly that. I think teams that try to play out the back against you with this system tend to get screwed because you just win the ball off them because you've got so many players in that final third. But teams like Sweetie that like a bit of long ball tend to benefit from it a lot more. And it is now 10. Yeah, Reynoso with an absolutely shocking miss as well there. It's just doing bits as usual. See, I feel like Moser would have buried it. 2-1. Hamron back in the game. Can they pull off an insane equaliser against Liverpool? They did a few of these last year. They got those draws against City. Oh, my lord. Yeah, it's passed to the one direction where there's no players. This is definitely the first time in this save we've conceded 10, I think. But basically, go on, let's get it a bit more respectable. A couple of late ones. Earn the respect back. Just give it to Kravitz and wait for something to happen. Pretty much. Oh, good effort. Kind of just want it to be over at this point now. I'm scared that if I insta-result the game, we might accidentally win or something. There is respect. Tons of respect. We are a very respectful bunch. Just what a weird scoreline that is just to see on the video printer. 10-3. Kind of wish it was 10-4, really, just for the memes. But there you go. 10 is a lot. Not amazing. It's not quite what you want there. Tabakaru really was very, very shit. We have ruined the goal difference ever so slightly. Provided we don't get... Imagine if I actually got sacked here. I'd be like, well, I guess Outcast of Icons is on. That would suck, though, given how the way this season has started. So, goal difference-wise, we're still at +4, though, which is mad that we just conceded 10 goals and are still at a +4 goal difference. So, Sweetie now go on to 7 points. Jesus, Hamron and Sweetie both on 7 points. Bikikara also in there with 4. Bayern's still outside of it, too. Incredibly, not counting the cost of any refunds. No test goals goal versus Hamron, too, which is perfect. Young Boy's got a draw against Porto. Right, come on, Europa League. Keep it going. Keep the vibes. I think there's another international break coming up soon, which is scary. You're gonna see that Speed FM. Wait for it. Tarshin away at Rangers. Goodyear away at Red Bulls. Crvena Zvezda. Red Bull Zvezda. And Valletta are at home. Okay, that's gonna be a tough one. And Balsan Youth are away at Aris. They've kind of got to dub that. Carrick doesn't like him, does he? It's a shame. Found a board rating. Where do I even see that information? I actually don't know where I would... Oh, performance. F. Yeah. Understandable. Delighted to see the team dominate possession. Hey, silver linings, eh? Oh. Cool. That went fine. It's somewhat shaky, yeah. Relatively small team. Ooh. It's a lot of kickoffs. We did have like 60-odd% possession, didn't we? Goodyear with a 3-0 victory away from home. Lordy lord. Tarshin with a 3-3 draw at Ibrox. Valletta lose to Lazio. We expected that, right? But gave it a bloody good go again. I think they might still get through. It's just going to be a bit of a scraper for them. Goodyear are flying. Tarshin, I think, will be okay, but they do need to kind of get it together a little bit. What about our boys? Balsan Youth. Burger Ramen does it again. 3 wins out of 3. Plus 10 goal difference. Balsan are absolutely goddamn unstoppable in the Conference League. They could win it this year. Like, look at who's in this. Fiorentina? Eintracht Frankfurt? Stade Rennais? Who else is going to stop them? Is there not even a Spanish side in there? Maybe there is, I'm just not seeing them. But that feels like a pretty weak field. Oh. Former lad. No, thankfully not. It's a different guy. Valencia. Oh, Jesus, yeah, they're having a shit time. Drew to Spartak Subotica. Sorry, Subotica. Lost 5-4. Jesus Christ. It's not going well for them. Yeah, Burger Ramen is having a season. What about coefficients, though? 7 points on the year for us now. We're sticking right with everybody else, despite having 8 teams in Europe. We're still going to end up losing, coming out the 5th this year. I can see us getting 20 points this season. It's still coming down. Probably should change the tactic, shouldn't I? Just so there's no confusion. This year's just going very well for us. We could get all 8 teams through, and I feel like there's pathways as well. What it would be nice this year is if we were to get all 4 teams through in the Champions League, firstly. But secondly, it'd be nice if one of them just did a little bit extra. Pulled off an upset victory in an aggregate tie or something. We've only ever had one side, other than us, win a Champions League knockout. Do we get the refund news? Yes, there it is! Count the cost of refunds. £12,000. That's like 1 week of wages for like one of the random squad player guys. It's nice to get that email, I feel like. I feel like it's a rite of passage. It's important. It builds character. Right. Sweetie beat hammering now. Christ, they are. We've set them onto an absolute monstrous run now, haven't we? Right. Back into the team. Just pick whoever wants to play. I just want to keep giving Reynoso these opportunities because I'm desperate to see him. I just don't want him to fall off, basically. And we've shown faith in him in the past, and he has picked it up. Plus, if we don't start Moser, then he can't miss a penalty. I mean, he can. He can come off the bench and miss a penalty, I suppose. If I see Maximiliano Moser penalty miss after... Okay, Reynoso scores. Kravitz also scored a penalty. So Kravitz can score... What? So Kravitz has 13 penalty taking. So he has worse composure, worse penalty taking, worse finishing. But he is, on the year, 5 out of 6 penalties. He's just the boss. He's the top scorer by 4. He's actually got 11 goals already. Ah, dear. Just to miss a penalty. I kind of think I might start him in the next one. We'll see. At least Reynoso scored a goal in that game, I guess. Right. Now it's... I think we can get this done in time. Build the confidence against Licata. And go from there. For selling Tesco's instead of Reynoso. To be fair, Tesco's has been prolific. Yeah, Moses underperforming the XG because of the penalty misses for sure. He did underperform his XG last season as well by 4, which interestingly is the exact number of penalties that he missed. I think. No, did he miss 5? No, he missed 5 last season, didn't he? They'll get the confidence through mitosis. By being around confidence, they will themselves gain confidence. I don't think you are understanding my master plan here, Hadrian, and the disrespect you're showing to me is absolutely atrocious. Oh, good lord. I'm going to just try and clicking random buttons here. Most players have my back. Nope, that one doesn't work. Cool. One of these days, I'm going to find the button that we press here. Should we sell Reynoso to give Javier more? Yeah, why not? Fuck it. Sell Reynoso. Give our 4th choice striker more of a chance to play as well. I think we should sell Reynoso so that we can give Yanone more of a chance to play. Ah, dear. Clueless, I know. The disrespect. See what he's up to these days. I did offer him a job again, but he said no. Crazy. Crazy girl. Osmosis. Oh. Moses, he does actually have the letters for... He's got Ozzy in the surname and Moses in the first name. Technically, he is Mr. Osmosis. I still won't take your points for that, though. I'm not a baddie. Hey, look. It's Fraj's team, Slavia Prague. Sorry, Fraj. Aarhus. Yeah, Hadrian's saving himself for the England job. That's what it is. He wants to take over after Michael Carrick. Can I sub once I sub? I like it. Give me the money to take that money away. I respect it. It's a level of pettiness that only me and Marlon Hilly can understand. What a great name. Enrico Lucchese. He sounds like a mafia don. Slavia's Fraj. That's the one. Slavia Fraj. Ah. I'm going to stop doing that now because I'm sure I'm getting on your titties. And I wouldn't want that. Best in the world, Ben Hiard actually wins it. Sirens do have Reynoso, Pereira, Babasi, Vieira, Peters, Lahovi, Sultan, and Kravitz, who should be number 1, based on him carrying us this year on his shoulders. AFC. Is that Asian Champions League? So that'll be in Asia. Obviously. So we've had... Al Hilal, Ulsan Hyundai, Al Ahly, Pohan Steelers, Al Ittihad. The Al's Toy Barn has been cleaning up essentially. Al Nasser, Shabab Al Ahly, Al Ain, a couple for Al Nasser, 1 for FC Seoul, a few more for Al Nasser, and wow, 4 out of 5 is insane. Is anyone outside of Japan, Korea, or Saudi won it? No Australian winners. Melbourne City got to a final. Melbourne City got to 3 consecutive finals. Oh my god. Oof. Oof for Australia there. 3 back-to-back finals for Melbourne City, and they've lost all of them. That's, yeah. Perennial bridesmaids there. Oh, Malta again. This Gibraltar, they have to beat Gibraltar here. They should beat Gibraltar here. If they don't beat Gibraltar here, it's curtains. 3-0 dub. Iceland with a dub as well, though, which means at the moment it's really going to come down to... Basically, Malta have to go to Iceland and win. If Malta go to Iceland and win in their last Nations League game, they will... Also, they should have gone up the rankings by now, right, with those dubs. Oh, they're still on 109th. God damn it, man. East Asians in the save. Define East Asia. As in, like, can you give me some examples? Because I always forget, like, what people consider to be what. We have, if you mean like South Korea, then yes. We've got an insane centre-back from South Korea. That's really about it, though. We've had some, like... Wasn't there a really good South Korean striker? Japan, we've had a couple of okay Japanese players, but none of them have really worked out. Thailand, we've got Hajaru, and obviously he's a starting member of the team. Australia, I would not consider to be East Asia, right? Surely Australia is like Southeast Asia, in that it's not even really in Asia, essentially. But yeah, the chosen one's probably the biggest guy amongst the lot. I guess if we're talking in terms of it's Oceania, pronounced Asia. Yeah, it's Oceanasia. Moses doing bits again. The one bit he's not doing is scoring penalties, I should add. Oceasia, that's the one. It sounds like a fictional continent in a sci-fi show that I would probably lose many hours to. But yeah, chosen one's the guy. We have at least got a good Thai guy in Hajaru, though, who I've been very impressed with this season. I say that, but like, what are his actual numbers like? Cheers, FM. Good to know. Thanks for coming. Right, try again. Is he going to allow it, this fam? Yeah, he's got 6 goals and 2 assists this season. So, he's actually still just kind of on his numbers for the most part. Whenever I scout that region, I always add Australia and New Zealand because they don't have anything else. New Zealand will be is in OCE. Comes into Oceania. Yeah, Australia are whatever you want them to be, damn it. They're flexible. I respect it. Ends up for an assignment. But surely you are, right? If you're adding them, then you are surely scouting them for an assignment. Anyway, who cares? Nation scouting. Fair enough. Yeah, it was a friendly. Right, come on. If Malta win this, they get promoted to the next... to Nations League B. Okay. No need to be so mean about this, Sindri. You take... The guy at Portland Timbers is going to be shaving all sorts of nubs off of that log. But, yeah, it didn't quite work out. Still, second in the Nations League group again. He's not bad. Hasn't somehow gained them any ranking, but it's there. Krakow, Babate. Damn it, Don. Nearly. You nearly had me for a second there. Right, East Asian. Oh, no, fair enough. Yeah, that makes sense. Japanese BWN. Yeah, we had Kona Guy, and I also signed that Hidetoshi Umaguchi guy from a Japanese side as well, who turned out to be really good, but we sold him to Bayer Leverkusen because there wasn't space. There is actually another Japanese guy we've got. I don't know if he's in the Japan squad. It's probably the quickest way I can find him. Oh, I hate the fact that has messed it up. Oh, Kota Date's in there too as well. He's just kind of forgotten man. Because he's not had a loan in 3 years, but yeah, can't do anything about it. There is another Japanese dude we've got in the squad somewhere, who... I'll have to look at it from this screen. Even though it's balked. Where is he? Oh, it's because it's set to... I forget his name. Basically, he complained about homesickness almost the second he joined. And nothing I could do would stop him, so he's quite annoyed at me. Where the hell has he got... There it is. No, wait. Huh? Oh, I might have loaned him to Goodyear. Hang on. I think I might have actually managed to loan him. He had an insanely high value. Yeah, I think it's the guy I loaned to Goodyear, actually. This guy here. Muriika Haranubi. When he joined us, at one point, when he started complaining about wanting to leave, he was worth £90 million. Now he's on loan at Goodyear and he's actually playing quite well. So, in a way, I'm kind of glad that's happened. Because at least if we can get him out on loan and him actually making an impact. But that is weird. I've had a few players. I think, honestly, that Danish guy that complained about wanting to not being able to settle was the first European-based player I think we've ever had complain in this save about wanting to leave. Usually it's players from South America, and obviously we had the Japanese chap as well. But usually it's not usually European players that complain. Maybe Denmark's just far away. Maybe he's from really, really northern Denmark. Not that Denmark is that far north anyway, but... It was not so hoogly. No, exactly. Oh, God, here we go again. Right, what we're going to try this one. Oh, hang on, most of the squad agree. It's just 2 players I don't care about. And now one of them is happy anyway. Cool. He could be from Greenland. That's very true. We never checked that. It seems unlikely, but you just never know these days. Wouldn't it be cool if he was from Nuke or something? There's bound to be a few in the game that actually are. Oh, hello. It's the more broad scout report there, but we've got some options in there. Joao Victor Leonel Cruz. Norwegian from Svalbard. True. I think Greenland would be even further away though, wouldn't it? Czechody Republic. I want to see your Fortuna League, thank you. Wow, okay. So it's basically been mostly Sparta, and then Slavia, and then Sparta and then Slavia, but then most recently, Banik Ostrava. Don't care about Fajira, I don't. I only care about his free kicks. That's actually kind of sick that the one year we look at it is the one year that someone other than the main 2 have actually gone and won the title. Shout out to Sigma, getting in there a few times, but never quite managing to get it over the line. But Banik Ostrava, Czech champions. Who knew? Right, I've got to stop getting distracted, get my head down. Porto's right there. Then it's a break in between, and there's another one, and we're good to go. AEK. Doing bits. We'll look at those reports next stream. What am I doing there? Wait, oh, that is Kajvada. Sorry, I thought that was an affiliate report for some reason. I'm so used to your lots of players. I'll just send you all around again. You get a break. God, Don Baker's just staring at me there, being creepy with his incredible quality. So this is rotation. Which will be Moser, Crompton, VR. I like that the rotation actually does pick a genuinely rotated side now that is pretty much perfect. Which I think to me shows that we've got our rotation set up almost perfectly. Overall count. I don't believe it... I don't believe it... It will show on their profiles. I will check in 1 second. Right. So, what are the odds on a Moser missed penalty in this game? That is the question. He can't keep doing this. He can't keep doing this because he's actually scored a penalty in this game. Love to see it. The numbers are still shit, but he's getting better. Gustavo VR and Crompton grabbing goals in that one too. Man of the match for Lahovi, despite not scoring or assisting. Moser does the business. He's now actually only 3-1 on the year. Sorry, 2-1. It's still not great, but it's better. Right, just very quickly, Sparta, so we can get our heads down for these 2 matches. We'll overrun a little bit today because we can. Sparta Prague. They've got 25 titles currently. And Slavia have 20 titles, so they are still ahead. Yeah, he's 1 and 2. Not 2 and 1, not 3 and 1, none of those words. Maybe Hadrian's just a bad omen. Nashar are not doing well for a newly promoted side, given that they absolutely walloped the league last season. It's weird that Sengleia, who have basically taken no loans and signed virtually nobody, have just gone, nah, we're fine. What is it counting? It might not be counting... I genuinely don't know. It might be counting from, like, the unification or something, or the separate... maybe it only counts if when it was Czech Republic, before when it was... I don't know. I dread to get into the lands of Dennis chat. We've already been to Dennis today, and I didn't really like it, I'll tell you. Thomas Stepanek is almost certainly at fault. Oh, there we go. Nasha with a big dub. Zabara looking scary. It might require me to get that striker out there. Then again, is our guy, who's objectively slightly worse, just has better potential, likely to make much of a difference there? Particularly as it's only a 1-year loan, and he'll probably just come back if they get relegated anyway. So maybe I will leave him out there. MTK. Juarez is unhappy. Really? Oh, it's to do with his position, right? Yeah, he's still playing loads. You're just being a bitch. Understandable. Have a nice day. Yeah, the split in 913. Almost 1800 years ago. It was a long time ago. I'm surprised you remember it. Wait, hang on. Where's the Champions League game? Oh, there isn't 3 in between, is there? Oh, there is. Bloody hell, man. It's not fair. We will prevail. Kravitz to win FIFA Men's Best Player, as if he could actually win it. Wait, I thought we were joking about this. Who are you? I'll happily sell you. There we go. Be great if Kravitz actually did win it. Kamga? Oh, no. Anyway. Right, Porto away won't be easy, given that these guys were literally in the Champions League final last season. Hammering away at Club Brugge. They've got to get a dub there. Sweetie hosts Leon. Feels doable. And besides, if he doesn't win the Ballon d'Or, we're boycotting it, chat. All of us. Or we could try and hitch a ride on their plane. Wow, that's a lot of complaints. Tabakara should be dropped. I mean, honestly, he would only have himself to blame for it. I do love it when a striker who's been on loan for the past, 5 years is now suddenly complaining even though he's still playing. It's like, get a grip. Jaron, Pereira, Otavio, Brooks, Babasi, Peters, Reynoso. Good shit. The Lord. I mean, it's tough for me to explain 27 years of law, but what I will essentially try to do... Wait, where's Kravaz? Why the hell would you not start? Hang on. Oh, I've just replaced the wrong player. Un momento. There we go. Essentially, we're trying to build a nation where we make Malta into the best league in Europe. We've currently got them up as high as second, but getting that one final step up to chase England is incredibly difficult. Once we were able to finally manage to win a Champions League, we did manage to do it successively after that. We've won 4 in our last 6 years. We have still lost 2 finals, though, both to Manchester United, because they just hate us, apparently. Right, sick. But that's the general gist. We're just trying to get Malta to number 1 on the coefficient rankings. But yeah, it's nothing to do with the Malta national team, although they actually are doing better in this save at least. Did qualify for Euros, which was dope, despite us never managing them. Another setback for his injury. Cross, I actually forgot about Luke Shaw, just in general. Okay. Oh, wow. Demographics, though. Porto away. Let's have it. My God, what is this, man? Like, FM, I know you're bad sometimes, but this is taking the piss now. Just any chance of... Even Task Manager is struggling. We're just that OBS has just gone, I'm having your entire computer. I've never seen it used that much before. That was insane. Other cubes have good performances in European competitions. The Loan Farm. So basically, we... buy and loan as many players as physically possible to other teams in Malta, slowly but surely building up the qualities of their squads until they can start signing players on their own, which are also quite good. Whilst at that point we still loan them players, but the players we're able to loan them at that stage are just of a better quality, basically. It takes a long time, hence why we're in season 28. Sweetie, you're already beating Leon. They've actually gone above us in the Champions League. Sweetie, you've gone 3rd. Want a house update? Did you bid for the house you liked the other day? So the other day one, no. Because that one we figured was too expensive. We went to see one yesterday, and we did put an application for it, which they then told us it wouldn't matter because we wouldn't hear back for a few days until we saw the other one tomorrow anyway. And then we got a call from them today saying that we already didn't get it, which is just an outright lie then. So that's good. So no, we didn't get that. Really good. Wait, did Hamron take the lead as well? Oh, come on. Imagine if we got 3 in the top 8. Suddenly that would be genuine England number. Wow, what a goal. We actually scored a free kick, chat. Everything's coming up Malta today. Look at us go. Malta is legitimately cooking at the moment. So again, the most points achieved by the other 3 teams in the Champions League, other than us, so far was 29, which was last season. This year, were things to stop as they are right now, they'd already have 24. With 3 games to play for 2 of them and more for the others. Hammering a 3-0 up already. Just... insane. Oh, bear in mind, this was just renting, Rob. We've actually scored a free kick. Sweetie are 2-0 up now. What on earth is going on? Sweetie 2 up. Hammering... well, 2 up now, technically. This would basically qualify both of them with 3 games to spare. They'd be competing over getting into the top 8 at this stage. I love it. It's Real Madrid, Malta, Malta, Malta. Insanity. We've been shit, by the way. That's gone under the radar here, but we have been proper dog shit in this game. Same league. I have a question. When you put them up for loan, you usually get a lot of from a division. It takes a lot of time. We get a lot. Bear in mind, currently we have 230 players out on loan. I would say about 95% of those are to other sides in Malta. But it's very, very difficult to manage, but it can be done. I'm going to be making a huge video guide on how to do it. Also, do you want any more yellow cards, Porto? Jesus. To how to fully manage it, but there are ways to make it work, as we've shown repeatedly in various different saves, but it does take a lot of like micromanaging to make it work. But that's part of the fun for me, because then you end up in situations like this where you've got Sirens, Sweetie and Hammered all in the top 8 of the Champions League. Go on, second goal, kill it off. I can't believe they're actually doing the business. That game away at Club Brugge is the exact type of game, by the way, great goal, that Hammered would have lost before. I feel like the addition of players like Pugliese has maybe allowed them to get better players as well. Yeah, Janga scoring too, which is funny. But also nothing's happening online area. Yeah, it would be. I wonder what would happen like with if social media existed back in like certain days of football, or if it was more prevalent. Hajara with another goal though. Come on. Basically, Malta are looking 3 for 3 on this day. It's just crazy. I think there's a definite chance of getting at least 30 points between them. Oh, it's 3-0. Reynoso scored a goal. Oh, please tell me he's not offside. No, he's not. Reynoso actually scores a goal in the Champions League. It's 409 quid. That's awesome, Rob. Seriously. Bear in mind, the place we were looking at renting, the place we looked at yesterday was 925 a month. And the place we're looking at tomorrow is 1,000. But it is technically cheaper because it's much closer to Cambridge, and thus the train prices alone account for the difference, so it's actually better. Battle of the Buffet? Oh, shit. Oh, no, don't do this to me. Club Brugge are back in the game. It's 3-2. Hammer, do not fuck this up from here. I don't think I'd ever be able to forgive them if they threw away a 3-goal lead here. I'm going to give Moser a run out because it's what we do. Hajara has been great, but we'll give him a little resty rest. I want to leave Kravitz on just because I want to see what man can come up with. I just trust him to do weird stuff. We'll get Pereira off as well. I have a horrible feeling I might have jinxed it, you know. That has got 3-0 Sweetie, though. That's a really good result. Leon are not a bad side by any means. I think you're right. Do you reckon that Moser scoring that penalty has just made all things right with the world? Bear in mind, this is a Porto side that we played in the Champions League final last season. And here we are just casually clubbing them 3-0. Oh. What are you doing, goalkeeper? Just casually clubbing them away from home without any real sweat being broken here. Gift you a flat in Cambridge. I don't know if I'd want a flat. My neighbours would get so annoyed at me, I suspect. Then again, that same problem can happen with a house. That was their first shot on target as well. Sweetie are 4-0 up. Their goal difference. Sweetie have the highest goal difference in the Champions League. Of any team. I know we helped them with that somewhat, but the fact that by themselves as well, they've now won a 3rd Champions League game and now have a +10 goal difference. It looks like Hamron held on, but sometimes goals do get scored after you see the game flash off. So sometimes nope, there you go, they held on. Incredible. Hamron now move on to 10 points. Sweetie move on to 10 points. We go on to 12 points. That's insanely good, though. They've basically already qualified for the next round, so we're guaranteed to have those two through with us. You're not getting knocked out with 10 points, especially not when there's easy games to come still. Insane. We just need Bikikara to step it up a little bit. Get in, lads. Malta is cooking. I'm ready. What about Bikikara on the Wednesday? Bikikara will almost certainly have a Wednesday game against like Bayern, and it will just be super easy for Bayern. We've built ourselves up, and then the rest of the teams will just lose. They're hosting. Oh my god, they've got a chance. This is actually a winnable game for Bikikara. This would take them to 27 points combined with 3 matches to spare each. Come on. This is genuinely winnable. They might have a shot. If they win this, they might genuinely have a shot at qualifying themselves. They don't need like 2 more points. Oh, it's Petrovic. Phew. I thought that was Kravitz for a second. Come on. Trying to make sure I stay on top of this sort of stuff. I'm doing like RDF style speed FM here. You're proud of me, chat. Okay, come on. Game time. Make it happen, lads. Just a 1-0 win. Doesn't have to be flashy. I reckon it's going to be a 1-1, unfortunately, with a late equaliser. Shit. If anything, it was actually them that got the equaliser. They've got to do better than that. They're winning at half-time. Then they go down to 10 men. Sorry. Then their opponents go down to 10 men. And then they concede twice. Then have to pull it out the bag at the end with Saavedra. I think they're probably cooked at this stage. Their last 3 games. Malmo away, Juventus and Barca. Basically, they have to beat Malmo. And even then... We're spouting so many Bartos. What a game. I'm starting to understand. Right, there's now 3 games in between as well. Oh, you know what? We're just going to let it go. We'll see what the results are. I don't even want to see the fixtures. I just want to see the dubs. I trust them. I reckon we're going to get 7 points across the competitions out of these 3 games. No, there's 4 games, isn't there? 7, no, it seems a bit low. I'm going to go 8 points. I'd like to revise my judgment. Yeah, if everyone lost here, that would kind of put a dampener on it somewhat. Right, come on. Where are you all? Valletta with a 5-3 dub away at Ludogorets. Goodyear with a 3-0 victory away at Nice. Tarshin lose to Viking. That's really bad, lads. You're much better than this. Come on. Other team's really strong. No, because we're still stronger than them. And we actually have it set so that our lone players can play against us in the league as well to keep it strong. So, no, we've never really been in any true danger of losing the title. As good as they are, we're always still better than them. Because at the end of the day, those good players are usually guys that wouldn't be able to play for us. Some of them are, though. Sick. Right, come on. Balzan. (1-1) against Anderlecht. To be fair, Anderlecht are probably... Oh, they should have won that as well. Anderlecht are one of the better sides in the tournament, so I think Balzan might still end up being able to win this. But they do need to pick it up a little bit. Unfortunate, though. Oh, dear. Hello, Magic. That was a good day. What about coefficients for that? On the year, 8.5. Wow, we are genuinely cooking. Will skins update logos and skins? Did I say 7? Nice. Oh, sorry, hang on. Will skins update logo and kits? No. Skins are just an XML file that allows it to interpret the data of the game separately. The graphics themselves are what it's interpreting. You have to, if you want to update your logos and kits, you have to download those manually and do that separately, essentially. Oh, back in the 4th, too. It feels like we're putting up genuinely good numbers this year. Like 8.5 at this stage is really high. Given that normally the cheaty points take us to above 10. I think we could be starting to look at like 10 odd points before we even get to the cheaty points. And if it carries on like this, we might actually get some good cheaty points too. With 8 teams as well. This, it feels like the 8 teams might actually be helping us this year because they're all doing something. They're getting points. Like Balzan are clapping it. Valletta are not embarrassing themselves. Goodyear are just doing Goodyear things like they would always do because Kerwin's back. It's... I think if... Are they both going through at the moment? Tarshin are actually now the ones suffering a little bit, whereas Valletta have pulled back in. These 2 might end up coming down here, but just qualifying alone would be crazy for them. 2024-2025 database. Yep, that's cool, but that won't affect the badges or anything like that. That will only affect the database itself. You will still need to update that stuff if that's something you want to change. I'll just do a full pick here. Actually, you know what? Moser. In you come, bud. Now's your chance to not miss a pen. I just want... Do you know what? I'm actually more tempted to play him now because I'm really intrigued by this whole penalty situation. More than anything else. This sounds like Dua Lipa. I'm here for it. I know we're overrunning a little bit today, chat, but it's my fault for yapping so much earlier when we got into all the... me talking about imaginary football leagues. Oh my god. 2 goals for Moser. And 3 for Pereira, which is very nice, but 2 goals for Moser. Has he caught up his XG yet? Oh, for God's sake. Still not the top scorer. Still underperforming his XG. Reynoso is actually the 5th highest scoring player on the team at the moment, despite having played about as many minutes as everyone else. It's a little bit concerning. I know, me yapping, never. I would never yap. I actually think that conversation was quite important in some ways, to be fair, so I'm glad we did it. This streamer would never be caught yapping. In my defense, I am catching up, but I haven't managed to catch up at the speed I normally do. Usually, I'm pretty good at judging time when it comes to streams for the most part, but today I've really misjudged it. But I knew that I couldn't just go, we'll just have to stop there, because if I do that, the next stream will be properly guffed up as well. Yeah, if I just spoke a bit faster, none of this would have happened. I agree. We got Ajax last as well. Looks like Melita are starting to clap a little bit. Speak faster. Oh, you don't want to see me speak faster. At that point, I'll just start to sound like a mumble rapper. I hope we're not missing anyone awesome for these reports, but needs must, man. I will immediately check them the moment we get past the Ajax game. Or that weekend or whatever. Oh yeah, I'd be talking about the referee like nobody's business. Campaign steps up again. Do you know what? Kravitz might actually have a chance of winning this. Which is excite. We could just switch time to 1.5, but then if we did that, we'd miss so many interesting things in life, chat. And so many bad things too, but the bad things make it better. Or something. Or they don't. No, don't go back. Don't go back to that map. Kazuya Ikiyama. Ooh, speaking of Japanese players from earlier, he could be fun. Cheap Spanish release scores there, except he's not. He's on loan, right? Still. Yeah, stream would have been done already. You'd get less content out of it. Is that really what you want out of your day? I'm going to let Reynoso play in this cup game against Nashar. I feel like he's earned the opportunity. We're going to start Kravitz, though, because we need someone to score penalties when they inevitably happen. It's weird that Nashar actually aren't playing Owen Sinnott, given that he scored like 50,000 goals last season. Flukals Modus. I love that that's actually part of their name. It's annoying that we have to play Hammer on the Saturday, because that could potentially dent their confidence going into an important game. That being said, they've got 3 games left, and they've already got like 2 shy of what they got last year. 3-0. Moser with a penalty. Chat, we've broken the curse. It's possible. Moser comes off the bench and scores a penalty now, which also means Reynoso had a shit game again. That is worth noting. 1 full XG doesn't score. It's happening. I'm starting to get... Doesn't exist for you. You have to... If it doesn't... So hang on. When you say update your kits... That I understood that to mean that you already had kit packs installed and you were simply putting new ones in. But this, I'm guessing now from the idea that you don't have kit packs installed, means that you will need to create the graphics folder first. Literally just create a blank folder in your FM Sports Interactive Football Manager 2024 folder just called graphics, and then it'll be fine. And just dump it in there. So that's me misreading things, I think, or me not understanding grammatical, syntactical things. I'm just saying grammatical words now for Inferno. I bet he's enjoying it. Right, one more game before the Ajax one. I like that we've got ourselves in the position where we can now literally every single year throw a game in the Champions League group and usually still get like top 3 or 4. One of these days, we're actually going to get not drawn against a Maltese side. It'd be nice to actually win the whole damn thing for once. Like, I mean, you don't need to win it if you win the whole lot, but still. Speaking of the cup, actually, I do want to quickly check. I know I shouldn't do, but I'm going to. Just check on the Maltese Cup's reputation level. Yeah, we're still only number 31. That's nuts. I haven't looked at the cup in ages, and I said when we were talking, I bet you that we're still below the Georgian side, and we actually are still below the Georgian Cup by 1. Do I just like witness things? And my brain's like, yeah, I'm going to file that away, because one day you're going to say that, and then chat are going to be like, no way, bro. They won't be like that, because we don't talk like that around these parts. But if you were to, that's how you'd sound. That's you, that is. Logos and kits in the graphics folder. Yes, so make a graphics folder. Put the logos... You don't have to do it like this, but I tend to. Make a folder called logos, put the logo pack in there. Make a folder called kits, put the kits back in there. I don't know whether that actually is necessary, but I like to do it because... just, it looks better that way, I suppose. I had to create a folder in my FM folder the other day called Versus Comp Rules. Oi, bruv. No, not bruv. We need bruh. We're getting A's. I will say this to Pog sometimes. I actually call Pog bro quite a lot, in fairness. But it's always done as a joke. Sometimes I'll even say bruh. But it's always done with that, like, Valley Girl vocal fry. Bruh. Because I'm a contrarian and whatnot. Stromes cassette, fitness test. Look at me go. I'm burning through it. It's very Skibbity's Sigma Riz Ohio of me. Indeed, something about toilets as well. I don't know. Is anyone in Gen Z that can translate, or is that more alpha? Moser, Villar, Crompton, Crowell, Brooks, Janelson, Valenhaupt, who's injured. That seems like a bad decision. Who can we put in? We'll put in the Roman Revolt. No one ever expects the Roman Revolt. Get you guys in there. I mean, how many times have I made that joke throughout this save? Pugliesi's back too, which is great news. I reckon this is the game that ends our unbeaten run, by the way. Sometimes I even say... PogChamp. Rarely. I will call things Pog or Poggers in real life, though, which has only started happening since I started streaming. 5-year-old goes wrestling. What is it? Really? That's terrifying. There it is. But Maximiliano Moser did still score twice, but we have now lost a league game. We're actually only 2 points clear at the top. Hammered have had an underrated cookie season. Concerning. Moser has done well. He's got 13 in 9 now, actually. Christ, at what point do I genuinely have to start him? 79 unbeaten. I think if Reynoso hasn't proven himself by Christmas, from FM Scale, what are we trying to download? No real logos. Wait, no real logos? Now I'm confused. Moses just started scoring. I think Hadrian was a bad luck charm on penalties, to be honest. He's not missed a single penalty since Hadrian left. You were right, chat. It was all in the tea leaves. But, yeah, I think we'll give Reynoso the chance to be first chair, if you like. First chair violinist, because he's orchestrating madness, up till Christmas. And then when the Champions League, if he's still looking kind of mid, what are real logos? There is none. There's loads of real logos. I'm not entirely sure I understand what you mean now. Sorry, I thought for a second you were saying you wanted to not have real logos, which would be odd, but each to their own, right? There's absolutely hundreds of logo packs. The one I personally use is TCM because I believe it has the highest selection, but, you know, that's just my own personal preference. But that has the real logos. That's what I'm using in this save right now. And that, in fact, as you see in chat, there is a link to it as well, which will be even better. Blinked and got confused that the light was suddenly on and the light has been on all night. Oh, that's creepy. I must admit, I do that sometimes too. Birkikara away. Sweet, you're playing Palacios. Oh, I never said Palacios then. They're playing Wilson Palacios. That could be a dub for Sweetie. 13 points would get them top 8. I keep calling them Sweetie now, and I feel bad about it because it's incorrect. Morerentia. Sometimes does anyone else do this when they just say a word out loud just to see how it sounds? I do that a lot. Reynoso, Hojaro, and Pereira, Kravitz. Everybody's good. Valenhout's injured. Bench is complete. Good to know. Good to go. Jetro Janker is... Oh, no! Jetro Janker is 100% going to score against us in this game. It's Tweety United. Sylvester was otherwise disposed. Disposed? That's not right at all. Sick. We should be able to beat someone of the quality of Ajax, but I am a bit concerned about Jetro Janker. He has the ability to embarrass us here, particularly with Scordis in behind him. Anyone else I should be worried about while we're at it? Omar Kebi's also in there. Okay, no others. Oh, hang on. Paulus Lecoq is in there too. Heck, I pronounce everything. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I've kind of got used to listening to the sound of my own voice over the years of editing. Like when you make like 3,000 YouTube videos or whatever, you get used to the sound of your own voice. So most people, when they hear their voices out loud, they're like, oh God, what's that? But I've listened to my voice so much over the years now that my voice in my head sounds exactly the same as the voice that I hear when I'm recordings, because it's like my brain has equalized the two sounds. So it knows what I'm supposed to sound like. Oh, that's a great pass. Oh, he's got to score that. I don't sound like... Yeah, most people don't. Most people sound really weird. And... Or they don't sound really weird, but they think they do. So when they hear themselves on a recording, they'll be like, oh God. That might be going away, you know, a little bit. Because more people are used to hearing their own voices more because of recordings and the way that people communicate these days with voice notes and whatnot. So perhaps that is actually starting to go away. But I remember it certainly being a thing. There's a real chance here that we could get another 3 wins in the Champions League for Maltese sides. And if they were to get those dubs, that would take them to 30 points on the year between them. Hojaro again! Oh, God. Worrying start. With the Fulham podcast, I did yes. But you sounded... No, honestly, Dan, you sounded exactly like I expected you to sound. Just slightly Londony. That is exactly what I expected you to sound like. Not that I hadn't heard your voice before, because of course I had from various other things, but because you did some stuff for Premier League years. That's the one, Dan. Yep. Bet you love a limoncello. Speaking of sweet things, Sweetie United are losing to Olympiacos. We've already had 2 chances to go ahead in this game, and it's a little concerning that we haven't taken them. Because it does mean we are about to concede on this play, because that guy in the middle is unmarked. And him. And it's Scordis. Oh, dear. A former player. He has no trouble celebrating against his former club. This is where we don't get top 8, because we then lose to Ajax. Come on, lads. You've got to pick it up a little bit. We need Reynoso to actually step it up. It's Birkikara that I'm most concerned about. If they win that, there's hope. Oh, come on. I don't want to have to make these changes, but I don't want to be afraid to make them either, because it's worked for us in the past. You lads have been genuinely gopping. It's Pereira more than anyone that's actually been really bad. I'm going to do it. I'm going to go half-time subby, Crompy on. Reynoso hasn't been bad, but I'm going to switch to attacking because we need to be more aggressive in the second half. Got to take a few more risks to get the dub. 6 points isn't going to be enough for Birkikara. They need to get a dub there to have any chance, because their last 2 games are so tough that they're unlikely to score anything in them. Is it just glitched out on us again here? It has. Oh, is it the post this time, Reynoso? Amherst United. Honestly, it's a managerial appointment that is happening. I don't really have much of an opinion on it beyond that it's happening. Like, I don't have any personal opinion on the trials and tribulations of Manchester United beyond I've quite enjoyed them being a bit of a meme club for a while, right? So, I don't know much about Amorim because, again, I can barely watch Fulham games a lot of the time. This is a tune, isn't it? Right, we've got to take matters in our own hands here. I'm thinking it's Moser time. We're unboxing him. Kravitz has been kind of poor. Do I go for Zim-Zims today? I think you're right. I think it's a case of United need more than just a different manager. Now, what they do need, I don't know. But that's why I'm not in charge of football operations. This is being a really disappointing day for Maltese football in general. Imagine if there was only to be 1 point, and that was Birkirkara of all people away. Oh, come on. We're already... this is going to be a shitter of a day, isn't it? Incredibly, it looks like we might actually still be able to qualify, but... Oh, come on. Just an equaliser for us or something. Oh, Christ, it really is still glitching out on me. Don't have time for this. Exactly. Oh, would you like to know? I watched the Fulham game. No, that's not true. I watched that on Sky. Which one was it? The Ipswich game. I was watching that from New Zealand. It was a long old journey for me to go all the way to New Zealand to watch that one. It's a rarity that I have to go to New Zealand to watch a football match, but it was nice. It's good times there. Nothing like a bit of Sky Sports New Zealand 6. Yeah, we're just not going to win this game, are we? Or even get a draw out of it. That's going to... God, this is just a really costly day in coefficient world. Particularly when you consider that these are all winnable games. That's shocking. That probably should have been at least 7 points in this group, not 1. Our losing to Ajax there is abysmal. Ugh. So I didn't have time. I had to get back to watch the Man United game on Sky. 6-0 to Sevilla over Marseille side, who were actually... They've lost 3 out of 3 now, after going 3 out of 3 wins. Hot dog. Yeah, that's shit. Birkirkara, that's an okay result, but it's not really. They've got to do better than that. But Sweetie losing to Olympiacos is hideous. That's shocking. Genuinely dreadful. Right, at least that's us done. There's only one... Oh, no, that's not true. There's all the Thursday fixtures as well. And the Tuesday games. But then I can let you go. Yeah, it's like we were getting a bit too big for our boots there. God, that's frustrating. That was such a good day of fixtures too. Wow, Hammer they could do something there, you know. That feels like a 2-1 defeat, actually, is what it feels like. Yes, annoyingly. SDE Miranda, thank you for the follow. Hope you're well.
Hotel.
Yeah, we've got Thursday fixtures. Oh my god, it's a 2-1 win for Hamron. What on earth? Have they got a... Chat, Hamron are above us. Hamron are above us in the Champions League. Hamron have 13 points and might realistically qualify for the top 8. Didn't this happen with Dundalk once? What on earth? Well, I guess that's made up for it slightly. What a win. That is 13 points on the board. So that's 13, 23, and 29. So they've already equaled the number of points that Malta got last year. So pretty much, unless they lose, all of them lose their final 2 games, we're going to have the best ever season for Maltese sides in the Champions League group stage. Albeit with us letting it down massively. Cristanto obviously is top scorer, but that's because he got so many goals against us. What about Thursdat? That's delightful. Oh. Hey, there's a C-rated attacking mid in it. Gives us something, right? Yeah, that's the thing. We didn't even throw a game to Hamron. Like, we threw that game to Sweetie, which looks like they might actually need after all. I was kind of hoping that they wouldn't do when that whole... when the Olympiacos game came up, I just figured that was a nice, easy dub for them, but they really let us down there. Right. Thursday fixtures then. Club Brugge going winning away at FC Copenhagen after losing at home to Hamron. Do you know what? It worked so well last time. I'm just going to ignore which fixtures are being played and just let the results roll in. It works so well for us. That and we're in a hurry. Looks like Bal's not going to get it anyway. Oh yeah, it's going to be a crap youth intake again. There was that one year when we got a B-rated player in there, and it wasn't even a good player in the end, but we had that second of belief, you know? Right. Anyone good? Goodyear with a draw away at Benjaland. That's not really a big deal. That makes sense, if anything. Valletta with a draw away at Lille is huge. Tarshin, we need them to get a dub here. Ah, fuck. They are really... Well... So Goodyear a third. Tarshin is still struggling a little bit. Valletta still hanging on. They're hanging on in there. I think they will eventually get through. Who are Tarshin's last 2 games? Away at Boavista, a home to FC Honka. That win against Honka, which they'll have to get, is going to be crucial. They've really thrown away some really good points. Valletta should be okay. Home against Hammarby, away at Milan. Okay, maybe not. They need to beat Hammarby. Christ. That's not easy. What about Conference League? Bauzan doing Bauzan things. 5-2 win. Another one for... Jesus Christ. Bauzan go back on the top. Goal difference is the best. Look how tight that is. One more dub and they should be able to see that over the line, though. Great work again. Well played, lads. And what does that do for us? We go to 9.5 on the year. Germany are cooking again, but we are smashing it. 9.5 after 6 games. Yeah, away at Milan is tough. Valletta are going to need to win against Hammarby, probably, to have a chance of getting through there. It would suck to lose both of them there, though, because the extra points would be so damn important for them to qualify. I do, however, want to go to next Thursday. Actually, yeah, fuck it, why not? In for a penny, in for a pound. We'll go to next Thursday, because that's the final Conference League game as well. Improved contracts. No. Oh, fuck. Oh, for God's sake. I was worried that would happen eventually. Do you know what, though? He's kind of earned it this year. Because he's not going to want to be... one of the most noteworthy players in the club. You're not going to be that, though, are you? Challenge for the league title? What? I love that. Challenge for the league title. You mean the thing we've won 23 years in a row? Yeah, we'll probably do that. Deary me. Oh. Yeah, a bit bonus bit. It's my own fault for yapping earlier. Hello, Pog. Yeah, we're still going. We had some stuff I needed to finish off, and I wasn't going to just do it off stream because it's like... You know when we had those really good Champions League results off stream? And I was like, oh, I hated that because, one, it, I suppose, calls into question. Not that anything happened, but you know what it is. If you don't see it, it makes it harder for me to be like, hey, this is the thing that happened, right? But two, you also get to miss out on it happening. So it's easier for me to just do this and just go a little bit extra sometimes to cover it off. Did he say Challenge for Champions League? Oh, I thought that said Challenge League. Sorry, it's because our league isn't called that. Is it because the second tier is called that? Yes, okay, that's where I got confused. Which would have been even weirder if he'd said we were going to challenge for the second tier. Slow clap indeed, yes. I am a human slow clap, in fairness. Once again, my brain, it no work right. Okay, good, we've actually dropped some points there. Or rather, Hamron have. Renault, so this is probably going to be one of your final opportunities to actually show that you're not a complete pile of dust. But right now, you're looking somewhat dusted. But luckily, we'll bring in our top scorer, and it'll be okay. I suppose technically, our top scorer is actually now Moser. But he'll come off the bench. No, we haven't checked the team reports today at all, and I do regret doing so. I have still been sending them around again. Oh, no, we have checked them, haven't we? Big Kara set the manager. Did they? They were doing kind of poorly in the league. And they should have beaten Malmo. 5-1. Hat-trick for Reynoso. Man responds to the criticism. Good to see. He needed that, really. Still only got 10 goals this season, but at least it's put him back above his XG. Let me check that. See if they have, actually. We will quickly check the scout reports. We have, I think, looked at a couple of times. I might have missed a couple, in fairness. Oh, wow. Looks like we've missed absolutely nobody of note. Wow, Jesus Christ. Sometimes he just needs a result like that to get himself going again. Oh, yeah, news. Yep, Tel Negro sacked by Birkikara. Well, how bad are they? Oh. They are doing quite poorly this year, but lordy lord. So who's the favourite then? Birkikara, manager, Noah Darvic. He's definitely... What? No, don't... Why would you appoint him? Although he is adventurous, so actually, you know what? Go ahead. If they appoint Noah Darvic, that'd be great. He is at least adventurous, so actually, they couldn't really do any better than that, because he looks to be a decent manager, too. It's weird seeing them not approach one of our guys. Yeah, Bauzan being bottom. I hate it when it's like this. Squad building going. There's no squad building going in Match of the Delay. It's just... I'm not building any squads or anything. We're just playing the games. So it's actually kind of good to not have to worry about stuff like that and just hope that your tactic's good enough, which so far, not that I can say, oh, good. Oh, good. So, do you remember that thing about how Tabakaru wouldn't get to play? Turns out he will, because Reynoso's now torn his thigh muscle, so Moser's going to get to play after Christmas no matter what, but Tabakaru is going to have to play in the meantime. As if they've both been injured within 2 minutes of each other. So for the torn thigh muscle after jumping for a header, Christ on a bike. It's been a while since Reynoso's had a season like this, and it looks like it's only going to get worse. Damn. Okay. So it looks like Moses is going to get his chance. This could be the moment that it flips. Portland Timbers are signing a guy from Goodyear. It's time for Tabakaru and Javier. Yeah, literally. This is where Tabakaru comes in and puts on like the most in... Yeah, to be fair, he does deserve more football. I should be giving him that. I've just got to remember to actually do it. If I'm signing a player for 80 million, I probably should play them. Just an idea. Mo's with a new contract, which is... Oh my god. Injury Central. Just about we've got so many centre-backs. Right, Thursday. I don't know who Balsan are playing in their final match. Hopefully it's a nice, easy, winnable one. Because basically they're in a situation where if they win the conference league. Or the group, anyway. Not that that would be the first time. I believe they themselves have actually won the conference league group twice already. 30 million for Boulay. Oh, you legends. Just... Okay, that's fine. You come in, lads. If we get 30 million for him, I'll be very happy. Balsan are... home against Vikinger. Who are where? 24th. Really, they've got no excuse for not winning this game. This should be a straight... Yeah, 80 million is for first team. 48 million is for loans. That's the rules. Anyone below that... I just hope they don't balls this up because they've already qualified. I find sometimes they take their foot off the gas a little bit. I've seen some of these games go really weirdly. Good dub. Balsan Youth win the Conference League group stage. 16 points, 5 wins, 1 draw. Bish bash bosh. Done. What a year. 10 points at Christmas for Malta. Now, let's just ignore the fact that Norway are doing bits, but we are killing it. England only have 8.3 on the year. We're actually gaining on England this season. Still 4th, but we've actually caught up with France too. We're having a dreadful season. This is a great year. 10 points already. We've still got so many more games to play, even in just the group stages. And if we get as many teams through as I think we could, this is cooking. I reckon Malta could genuinely get like a low 20s season this year, which would be huge and might still give us a chance, particularly if England balls up their opportunity. Because England aren't even looking like getting top 2 again this year. If England start to fall off a little bit now, which they look like they are, a couple bad years for England could really give us a chance to come back later. I'm excited about this prospect. Where's my button? So, I know it's been a longer day today, but that's what we do sometimes. Who are we going to raid this afternoon? I've just seen that Gareth has started streaming. It'd be rude not to send you lovely people over to Gareth now, wouldn't it? GB32FM. Oh, so, yes, I'll see you lovely people on Thursday, where we've got, well, a shitload on the line, honestly. We'll have youth intake, but more important than that, I'll be able to tell you about this house and probably get a call in the middle of the stream saying we're not going to get it. But no, positive vibes, I suppose. So, yeah, I'll see you guys on Thursday. Enjoy the rest of your day. I'll see you guys very, very soon.
Good.
Thank you for the follow. I'll send you lovely people over.